Hello and welcome to the Learn HTML5 Eduonix course. In this video I'll give you a brief introduction. We'll talk about who this course is for and what it entails. As far as who this course is for, basically anyone can take this and learn something from it. Anyone interested in learning HTML, whether you know nothing at all about HTML or if you're a professional looking to sharpen your skills, this course is for you. We'll go from creating an extremely simple web page with some text and an image all the way to building a fully functional application task manager using HTML5 local storage along with JavaScript and jQuery. Alright, so we're basically going from absolutely nothing all the way up to a fully functional app. So this is an educational course in HTML5. It includes basic beginner HTML, such as lists, tables, paragraphs, headings, things like that, as well as more advanced HTML5 and JavaScript code, so things like geolocation, audio and video features, Canvas, and drawing tools. This course has 6 chapters or units. Each chapter has 1 to 7 sections, and each section has a video, and will also include the program files for that video and also the document if it's a slideshow video. So we'll talk about core HTML concepts, creating clean and valid HTML5 markup, text formatting, lists and tables, forms and input, div tags, and CSS. Alright, so all the basic building blocks of a website. And again, we'll also talk about advanced HTML5 concepts like the new elements and input types, Canvas and SVG features, audio and video, geolocation, web storage and local storage, application cache, and we'll even talk a little bit about HTML5 mobile development. The course will consist of a few projects. We'll have a number of very small section projects that only apply to that specific section, and then we'll also have a project called the Blue Developer Directory, which will basically be a static site which lists web development companies, but we're going to implement parts of HTML5 into the site. Alright, so for instance, we'll have a video. We will use local storage so that it can give you a personal greeting, things like that. And then in the last chapter, or the last unit, we'll be building a daily planner application, which is basically an in-browser task management system which uses local storage. So that's it. I hope you enjoy the course, and I will see you in the next video. Thanks. Hello and welcome to the HTML5 video series. My name is Brad Traversy and I'll be your instructor throughout this course. This series includes 5 chapters with 3 to 5 sections in each chapter, and I will briefly outline the chapters in this video. So what do we learn? We're going to learn HTML in full, from basic standard tagging system to the document structure, and then we'll progressively move to more complicated features, and ultimately we'll be learning the new HTML5 features like geolocation and Canvas, application cache, stuff like that. So we'll basically be learning everything there is to know about HTML. And along with that, we'll be learning about CSS. We'll learn the standard CSS selectors and methods and syntax, and we'll also learn about some of the new CSS3 features and elements and selectors. And also we'll be learning JavaScript. I know that this is an HTML video, but when you're using HTML5, HTML5 is good for the markup and the layout and the presentation, but JavaScript, ultimately we need to use some JavaScript to make it work, to process it. So we will be learning some JavaScript. Okay, so in each chapter, in each section, you'll have some program files, and we're going to be building this our main project is going to be called the Blue Developer Directory, and what it is it's a static website with some dynamic HTML5 components. We'll start out with just building, say, a table for the site, or then we'll build the contact form when we learn about forms. And then in the, I believe it's the second chapter, we'll start putting it all together and we'll build the home page. And then in chapter 3 through 5, we'll be adding HTML5 elements to it. There are a few sections, I think, such as the Canvas section, when we learn about the Canvas feature, that we'll be doing a small side project that doesn't have anything to do with the Blue Developer Directory, because there are a few things that we're learning about that I couldn't really implement in this website. So we'll just have some side small projects for those aspects. So Chapter 1, we're going to learn HTML from the very beginning. We'll have the introduction, and we'll learn about certain tags, paragraphs, headings, stuff like that, how a HTML document is formed with the HTML tags, the head, body tags. And in section 2, we'll actually build a web page, a one-page website, which will have an image. We'll integrate an image and some taggings, some tags. In section 3, we're going to learn about tables and lists. And in section 3, we're actually going to start building our list of developers on the Blue Developer Directory. So it'll be a table with developers along with some information, maybe the city they're in, stuff like that. And then in section 4, we'll have the forms and input. We'll be learning about basic form and input. We're not going to touch the HTML5 new input types or anything like that yet. We're just going to learn the basic syntax of a regular HTML form, and we'll probably do the contact form on the Blue Developer website. So some real good foundation work. Chapter 2, we'll be learning more about CSS. We'll have kind of an intro to CSS in section 1. And in section 2, we're going to learn about separating our content with divs and span tags, and getting the document ready to add a style sheet to. And then in section 3, we'll learn in-depth CSS, which will be external style sheets and all of that good stuff. And then in section 4, we will be putting our site together. We'll be putting the Blue Developer Directory website together. We'll build the home page. We'll style the home page, and we will also add a menu structure, and then we'll add the tables and the forms that we created in chapter 1 to the website. So it's going to be really cool to have everything just put together. And chapter 3 is the hard part. It's where we introduce HTML5 and all the new features. Standard HTML is pretty easy to learn. HTML5 has a little bit more of a learning curve because you need to also learn some JavaScript and in some cases some serious CSS. So it'll be a little challenging, but I think that we'll make it through, and we'll explain things the best we can. And section 1 will be a basic introduction of what HTML5 is and what it can be and what it can be in the future, because it's definitely, we're in the beginning stages of it now. So I believe that it's going to take us far in the web development world. And in section 2, we'll have new tags and elements, which will be like the new header, footer tags, stuff like that. And then in section 3, we'll have the new input. We'll have the new form stuff, which is the input type. We have the new email input type, or what else is there? The phone number email, the phone number input type, stuff like that. All the new form stuff. We're actually going to convert the form that we built in chapter 1 into an HTML5 friendly kind of format. So that'll be fun. Chapter 4, we're going to start with learning about Canvas. We're going to make some lines and shapes, and we're even going to do some animation with JavaScript. Section 2, we're going to show you how to detect certain features in your browser to make sure that your browser can do these things, these new HTML5 features. And we're also going to learn basic drag and drop, how to grab something in your browser and bring it over and set it somewhere, which will probably be a side project because there's not really much room for that in the main project we're going to be building. HTML5 media features, which is basically the video and audio new tags, and we're going to be implementing those. We're going to be implementing a video into the About page using HTML5 and JavaScript. Section 4 will be SVG, which it will be about vector graphics and similar to Canvas but different, and we'll be doing some JavaScript with that as well. In Chapter 5, the last chapter, we're going to learn about geolocation, which is, you've probably gone on websites where a little tab pops up and asks for your permission to grab your location so they can use it somehow on the website. And that's the new geolocation feature, which is really cool, and we're going to get into that, and we're going to learn how to use it to put where we are on a map. I think we're going to be integrating it into the registration form on the Blue Developer site so that we don't have to input our location. It can actually find it for us and then place it on a map. And Section 2 is WebStorage, which is basically it's going to replace JavaScript cookies. It'll allow us to put values on users' local machines on their browser and then retrieve it at a later time when we need it. If you wanted to put like a welcome Bob at the top of the website, it could get the user's name and then display it. And then we're going to learn about application cache, which is all about offline able pages, so we can cache our sites, our pages, so that people can access them even without an internet connection. And finally, we're going to get into the HTML5 mobile development world, and we don't have a project in that particular section because it would just be too much to build an actual mobile application, but we are going to go over it. We're going to go over everything and how you would actually implement it and what it's doing, what HTML5 has been doing for us for the mobile world. So all kinds of information. So that's it. Now let's go start learning some HTML. Welcome to Chapter 1, Introduction to HTML. In this section we're going to discuss what HTML is, what it's used for, and we're going to discuss some of the core concepts of HTML, including tags, other elements, as well as attributes and styling. Okay, so what is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it's the language that your browser reads. Whether you're using Internet Explorer, Firefox, Chrome, Safari, all browsers read HTML pretty much in the same way. One thing that can be misunderstood is that HTML is not a programming language. A programming language allows you to describe some sort of process or calculation. HTML is more of a way of adding context and structure to text and other content. It's physical. It doesn't perform calculations. The World Wide Web Consortium creates the standards of HTML. There's HTML, XHTML, XML. This series is going to focus on HTML5, which is the newest version. Alright, so the syntax of HTML is pretty simple. It's fairly easy to learn, and I'm sure some of you already know this stuff, but HTML uses a set of tag elements, and the idea is to wrap the content in the tag, and the tag will then format the content how you want it to look. For instance, here we have, this is a heading wrapped in an H1 tag, which is a heading tag, So this would be, by default, it would be a large heading. And this is a paragraph, would just be standard paragraph text. Now you can change the size and the look of the headings and paragraphs through CSS, but your browser also has a default setting, a default font size for headings and paragraphs. So this is a standard, probably the most simple website you'll ever see, but it is actually a complete HTML document. So what I'll do is go through this, what we have here. First of all, we have the doc type, and it's very important that the doc type is the first element on the page. This is not a tag. The doc type is not a tag. What it does is it's an instruction to the web browser about what version of HTML the page is written in. If this was XHTML, you'd have something different here. You'd have the XHTML doc type. So that should always be number one. Next we have the opening HTML tag, which obviously we need. It's the top tag always. I don't think you'd ever have anything above that aside from the doc type. And next we have the head, and inside the head we have the page title. We have the opening title tag, the title, and then the closing tag. Now the page title would usually show up on either the tab of the browser when you're on a specific page, or in the top bar of the browser. This wouldn't be displayed only in the actual inner page, but this is very important, mostly for SEO reasons, for search engines, because this is what shows up when your site pops up in Google or Bing. So it's important to optimize these titles, but that's beyond the scope of this tutorial. And next we have the closing head tag, and after the head we have the body, which is obviously the main content of any website. And obviously in this we only have just a small paragraph. Obviously there'd be a lot more in here. We just have a hello world wrapped up in a paragraph tag just for show. And then we have the closing body tag, and then finally we have the closing HTML tag. So all HTML tags are either block elements or inline elements, and I'll explain this a little more when we actually build our web page. But basically a block level element, it creates a block of content. It creates a new line before and after it. An example of a block element would be a paragraph. Now if you have a paragraph, if you have text wrapped in a paragraph, then there won't be anything before that on that line or after that on that line. It starts a new line always. Now H1 through H6 headings also are block elements. Forms, you have div tags, which are block level. All of these would create a new line, which I'll explain more when we're actually doing our project. Alright, so inline elements, they don't create new lines like a block level element would. So you can have, say, an A tag, which is an inline element, run alongside of another A tag, and there would be no space, there'd be no line break in the middle. They could be on the same line. So that's an inline level element. We have the A tags. The bold tag is an inline element. Input tags. And input tags actually don't have a closing tag, which I'll explain very soon. Span tags are also inline. So all tags have attributes, or can have attributes. And there's a number of different kinds of attributes. We could have the width or height as an attribute, the style, and as we have here, the href attribute, which is a URL. And most attributes, if not all, are in a name value pair separated with an equal sign. So here we can see the attribute name is href and the value is http google.com, which is the link. And just like before, we have the text wrapped in an A tag, which is a link, a link tag. And we have the text Google. So what this would look like in the browser would just be the word Google, and you could click on it and it would be a link. So attributes, they basically just provide additional information about a tag or an element. And attributes are always specified in the start tag. They're never put in the back, in the ending tag. So we have some other common attributes. The style attribute is a big one. The style attribute will allow us to design the layout and the look of our page, of certain elements on the page. And here we have an example. We have a P tag, which is a paragraph tag, wrapped around the text. This paragraph will be red. And we have the style attribute, which is the name, and then we have the value, which is color red. Now this is a selector. This is a style selector color. There's many different kinds. There's background color, there's width, height. We'll get into that in a later section. And here we have the ID and class attributes, which will allow us to select a certain element, and these are usually used either for JavaScript or CSS. If you have an external style sheet, you can connect an ID or a class to an element. Here we have the P tag, and we have the ID my paragraph. So we could style this in a CSS style sheet by just defining this ID and then the properties we want to attach to it. The title attribute, it just adds extra info about the element or tag. And this, in most new browsers, will be displayed as a tooltip if you hover over it. Like right here, we have a link and we have the title, click to go to some site. So this would be a link, and when you hover over the link, a tooltip would pop up and say click to go to some site. Singleton tags are tags that do not have a closing tag. They can also be called void elements. An example of a singleton tag would be the image tag, the IMG tag. This right here, IMG open tag, IMG close tag, is wrong. Only the opening IMG is needed. And this is usually used, or always used, with attribute only tags such as image. They can use a trailing slash in HTML. If you're writing XHTML, then the trailing slash is required for it to be valid. But HTML, HTML5, you do not need it. It's usually not used, but it doesn't hurt your document if you do use it. And here we have some examples of tags without a trailing slash. We have the line break, the horizontal line, image, command, and this is what they would look like with the trailing slash. And once again, if you're using XHTML, which is not covered in this tutorial, this is how you would do it. So images on an HTML page are defined by the image tag, the IMG tag. And as we talked about in the last slide, the image tag is empty aside from its attributes. There's no content in between, and there's no ending tag. It's strictly just the IMG with the attributes. And the most important attribute which is needed is the source attribute, which is abbreviated SRC. And what this does is it points to the physical location of the image you want to display. And you could use an absolute path like this, which is the entire URL, or you could use a relative path depending on where your HTML file and your image file is on your server. And another needed attribute is the alt tag. Let me just make this lowercase. The alt tag, what it does is gives it a text title. It differs from the title tag, as it's not a tooltip. When you hover, it doesn't hover over as a tooltip. But what it does is, if your image is not found, say your image isn't there where it should be, this will display. So say you have a logo, you might have a logo on your web page, but if for some reason the server can't find the logo image, you could actually just have your company name as the alt tag, so that it would display the name as opposed to just being blank or anything like that. Okay, so the last thing we're going to talk about is separating and styling your HTML. You can style your elements with the style attribute, which is what we're going to do in this chapter. Next chapter we're going to introduce CSS, which is cascading style sheets, where we would have an external file to do all the styling, selectors, and so forth. CSS is actually preferred, but for this tutorial, for simplicity, we're just going to use the inline style attribute. And what we can use to separate certain blocks of HTML, we can use the div tag or the span tag. And the biggest difference between these is the div is a block level element and span is inline. And here we have an example. We're using the div tag and we're using the style attribute, and then we have the selectors and the values. So we have padding, which is 5 pixels. We're going to have, first of all, what we have here is an H1 heading and a paragraph. Very simple. And it's wrapped in the div tag with padding of 5 pixels, a background color of black, and color of white. So what this means is this block right here, first of all, is going to have a padding of 5 pixels. So it's going to have 5 pixels on each side of it, a space with 5 pixels on each side. And the background color of the entire div will be black. And the color is actually the text color. So the H1 in the paragraph will be white text. And I'm going to get into this very soon when we start our first project, our first small web page. So here are some common style attribute selectors. As I showed you in the last slide, we can have the color selector of red, which would make the text red. Background color, make it blue. Background image, we could actually have an image as the background, and you would just put the location of the image, either absolute or relative. Padding, 5 pixels, which is the space around it. And margin is similar to padding, but there is a difference, and I'll get into that in a later section. And display block, we could also have display inline, we could have display none, which would hide it altogether. And here we have some border selectors, border style, color, and width. Now there's a shorthand way to do this. We don't need to have 3 selectors here. We can actually have one called border, and then just add the values of each of the style, the color, and the width. So we've covered the basics of HTML syntax and the tag structure. In the next section, we're going to create a project that'll implement all the techniques that we've learned through this section. Alright, so now that we've discussed the basics of HTML, I want to actually jump in and get our hands dirty a little bit and do some HTML programming. You'll see here I've created a small project, and it's just a single web page with all the elements that we've talked about, a heading, paragraph, image tags, styling, title, page layout. So we're going to jump into this now, and you should have these files. You should have the project files, and this is actually located in chapter 1, section 1, and this here, fave pick done, is the finished product. And right now we're just going to recreate this. Now, one of the things that we need to discuss is the editor that you're going to use, which is extremely important. You should use something that you're comfortable with. But for HTML and CSS, we don't need any complicated environments. We could actually use just Notepad, standard Notepad. What I would recommend is Notepad++. It just offers a little more developer-friendly tools to use. So you can download that. Just Google Notepad++. I'm not sure the actual URL, but it's free and it's really easy to use, so that's what I'm going to use for this particular series. Alright, so what I want to do now is create a new file. Let me close this out. I want to create a new file to work with. Now you'll see we have the favepik done HTML file. I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to call it index.html. Let me just do that real quick. Oops. Save as, and you should save the project before you even start. So I'm going to save it to the same folder, chapter 1, section 1, and we're going to name it index.html. So the reason for this, naming it index.html, is so that you don't have to actually type the file name in the browser. So if we had mysite.com/favepik, if we don't want to specify favepik.done.html, then if we name it index.html, the page will load. It automatically loads index.html. So that's why I'm naming this. I mean, it's just, if it's going to be the actual page that you want to load automatically, then you want to name it index.html. So now I want to start the actual code. So we have index.html. Now what we want to do now is just open the index.html in the browser. So I'm going to open it with Chrome, and you can use IE or Firefox or whichever your preference. And the first thing that I want to do, that we have to do in any HTML document, is define the doc type. So we just want to define the doc type, and we want HTML. If we were using XHTML or something else, this would be different, and XHTML doc types are a lot longer as well. So that's the first thing always. And the second thing will be the HTML opening tag. Now you can type as you go the tags, or you can do what I like to do and just close every tag you make, every opening tag, close it right away. That way you don't have any errors, any mistakes in the format. And the next thing we want to do is the head. So we want to open the head tag and close it. And in the head tag, we can do a lot of different things. You can have meta tags, keywords, all kinds of scripts or links to CSS or JavaScript files. But in this project, all we're going to have in the head is the title. So open it, close it. And sometimes I'll leave it on the same line if it's going to be a short amount of content in the tag. So for the title, we're just going to have favorite pick. Now I'm going to save this and go back to the browser, and this is the index.html page, you can see, and reload, and you'll see there's nothing in the inner area here. That's because our content that we have right here is in the head, and in the head is the title, and the title shows up here in the browser bar. I mean in the browser tab. The title is very important for SEO reasons. If you want to, rank well in the search engines, the title is what people will see when you come up in the results. So I mean, that's a whole different topic altogether, but just something to know. So what I want to do now is I want to view the source. This is the browser page, the presentation page. I want to view the source through the browser, which could be different depending on which browser you're using. I'm using Chrome. In Chrome you go to Tools and then View Source, and you'll see it's the same thing, and it shows the raw HTML. So it's really good if you want to troubleshoot, and if you missed some closing tags or anything like that. So we're just going to leave that open, and then we're going to continue to add HTML to our document. So after the head, we need to have a body. So opening body tag, closing body tag. Now the body is this, is the inner browser. And what we're going to do now is we're going to add a heading tag. an H1 tag. Now I think I mentioned this, but heading tags go H1 through H6, and H1 being the largest, H6 being the smallest. So we're going to have a heading, and we're going to call it favorite pick, just like the title. Close it. Save. I'm pressing Control S to save, just so you know. Now to reload, and there's our H1 tag. And the size of this is determined by the browser because we have no style attached to it, no custom style. So in most of the browsers, it's about the same size, H1 through H6. So next we're going to add the paragraph, and if it's a paragraph or something that has a lot of content, I usually have it on its own line. So I put the paragraph here, and you can see how I'm indenting. Inner tags have an indent. So for the paragraph, let's see, and you can just write anything here. It's not, the content's not really important, it's just the format that we're looking at. It's bright and strong. Alright, so that's in the paragraph tags. I'm going to save, reload, and there's our paragraph. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is add the image. And the image is a singleton tag, as I explained earlier. So it doesn't have a closing tag. We're just going to have the IMG, and the main attribute is source, which points to the image file, wherever that may be. For us, it's actually in the same directory as the HTML file, so we don't have to use any folders or anything like that. So we're just going to put the name of the pic, which is favpic.jpg. Now if you had a folder here called images, and you had the image in the folder, then you would add the images folder to the file name, to the source. And the next thing we want to add to the image tag is the alt, and I'm just gonna put my favorite pic, and then we close it. We don't close, I mean we close the head tag, the beginning tag. There is no ending tag like this. That's wrong. And if this was XHTML, which it's not, we would add the slash like that. So we'll save that, Control S, save, reload, and then we have the image. So as far as markup, as content, we're pretty much done. What we want to do now is separate the parts we want to style and add the selectors, the CSS, to whatever we want to add it to. The first thing I'm going to do is take basically everything and wrap it in a div. So I'm going to put a div right here, an opening div tag, and then a closing one after the image, because this will give us a div tag with everything you see inside of it. And I'm going to do some indenting just to make it more presentable. So we have all that wrapped in a div. I'm going to save it, and you won't see any changes yet because there's no style attached to it. It's just a tag. Alright, so the next thing I want to do is add style to the body. So we're going to add a style attribute. And, excuse me, I need to drink some water. So for the style, we're going to add a margin. We're going to cut the margin out, because automatically it adds margin to the body. You can see here it's not flush up against the browser. So we're just going to put margin 0, save, I'll reload, and now you'll see it's flush up against the edges. The next style property I want to do is the background color of the entire body. So we're going to do the background color selector, and we're going to make it gray. Save, reload, and now we have the entire body is gray. And now I want to make this text, I want to change the color of the text to make it white. So we're just going to use color. Now I could just do white, that works. I'll save and reload. But if you want to, usually if you want a more specific color, you would use the hexadecimal value for it as opposed to just writing the color, because I mean there's only so many colors available as text. So if you want, right here I'm going to use the hexadecimal value for white, which is 6 Fs, and I'll save it, reload, and it's white. Now I could change this to the black hexadecimal value, which is 6 zeros, save, and it's black. And then there's others like 6 Cs is light gray, but we're going to keep it white. Okay, so now what we want to do is style the we want to add some style to the div, which is the entire thing, the entire page. And the only style we're going to give to that is going to be a width of 750 pixels. And the reason I chose 750 pixels is because that's how big the image is. So I want the whole thing to end where the edge of the image is. Now I'll save that and reload, but we won't see any changes because we didn't add anything except the width. And now what we want to do is add to the heading. We want to add style to the H1 tag, and we want to zero out the margin just like we did to the body. I'll reload, and you'll see now there's no top space. And I do want to add a padding. Actually, I'll do the background color first. So the background color of the heading is going to be a hexadecimal value for a purplish color, which will be 53324D. Semicolon. You always need a semicolon in the middle separating the selectors. Save, reload, and then you'll see we have the background for the H1 tag. Excuse me. Now what we want to do is add padding to this, because you'll see the H1 tag doesn't have much space. It has almost no space between the edge of the purple and the heading text. So I'm going to add a padding of 5 pixels. Save, reload. Now you'll see this, it looks much better. There's more space and it looks much more clean. Now the difference between padding and margin, I can show you right now, is that padding is from the edge of the text here, the edge of the text to the top of the div. That's the padding. Margin would be from the edge of the div out. So let me just show you if I added a margin of 30 pixels. Save. A margin of 30 pixels to the heading, you'll see it's from the outer edge out. Padding, I'll just add 35 just to show you. Padding is the inner spacing. So that's the difference between margin and padding. Let's set those back. Okay, so the next thing will be the paragraph. And you can see there's a lot of space between the paragraph. I want to margin that out. I want to zero out that margin as well. Save, reload. Alt. I forgot the style attribute. Haven't done that in a long time. Reload, and now you see the margin's gone. I do want to add a background color of black. I'll use the hexadecimal value. Reload. What's going on here? Oh. Quote has to be on the end. Save, reload. Now we have a black background. Now I do want to add a little bit of padding to that too. So I'll do padding 5 pixels. And save, reload, and now we have the padding. So it's really taken shape, and we did it in a very small amount of code. And next we'll be talking about tables and lists. Welcome to section 3. Section 3, we're going to be talking about lists and tables. So what are HTML tables? The tables are very similar to an Excel or other spreadsheet type of document. Tables are a great way to organize data into a tabular form. Tables help you see and process a great deal of information in a summary that's readable and efficient. Tables are also a great method to compare and contrast different types of data. Now, at one time, tables were used for the design and layout of web pages, which is now considered very bad practice. You should use CSS to format any type of design or layout. Anything like sidebars, headers, footers should all be done using CSS styling. Okay, so here I've created the basic building blocks of a table. This is the bare minimum. There are some other tags such as T-head, T-body, T-footer if you want prominent headings in each row and so forth. But this is what's needed to produce a table. And you'll see it uses HTML tag syntax just like everything else we've discussed. I have an image here that represents what this code would display on a web page. So you'll see at the top we have the opening table tag and the closing table tag at the bottom, and in between there we have some TR tags, which is table row. Okay, now we have 3 sets of table row tags, and we have 3. I apologize for this being off center. It's just a quick representation. So you'll see we have 3 table rows, 1, 2, 3, and in each table row we have 3 TD tags, which is a table column, but TD stands for table data. I know it would be more helpful if it was TC, but it's TD. So you can see here we have 3 columns as well. So that's pretty much the basic building blocks that you need to create an HTML table. And in the next project we'll be doing more advanced tags and syntax. So now let's talk about lists. Lists are used to group together related pieces of information, which tables also do. Lists are recommended for smaller amounts of data. If you have hundreds and hundreds of records, then a table would definitely be the way to go. If you want to display, I don't know, a list of websites on your site, then you would use a list. Lists are also good for ranking data. We have unordered lists, and then we have ordered lists, which include the numbers. Each item would have a number, so it works out well for ranking data, different types of data. Lists are also used for design and layout formatting. A list, most of the time, it's probably 90% of the time, a web developer will use a list for a menu. Most menus you see are unordered lists or even ordered lists. Even the menus that are horizontal, they're just styled to look a certain way. So lists work out very well for design and layout formatting. Even images, a lot of times I'll have a set maybe of 3 images I want displayed across a website, and I'll put each image inside of a list, and I'll just float it, and it's a nice horizontal layout of images. So it can be used for many different types of layout and formatting. So here we have a layout of the list syntax, which is very simple. It's a lot easier than a table. There's a lot less to it. So we have 2 types of lists here. We have an unordered list and an ordered list. And the only difference between these two is an ordered list has numbers and an unordered list has bullets. You can remove them. You can remove the bullets through CSS styling if needed. And it's pretty much It's pretty easy. There is one other type of list, which is a definition list, which allows descriptions for each item. I'm not going to get into that right now, but these are the most common. Well, unordered lists are the most common. This is what you would use for any kind of horizontal menu or anything like that. Alright, so now that we've got the basics down as far as tables and lists, I'd like to implement a project that will allow us to build on both elements. This is part of a project we created for this series. It's a web developer directory that we can build on through future projects. This particular page lists developers from certain states in a tabular layout. Not only that, but we have these lists on the side that we can create. Now we have this page done in the project files. If you want to go to chapter 1, section 3, project files, you'll see there's a folder with the done page, which is this page. And in the parts folder we have the page body, and then we have the tables. Now the page body is a setup for us to begin with. I'll open that right now. And this is the basic outline of the site. So we have our HTML tags, our head, our title tag, which is find a developer, closing head, body I added some style to. Actually, why don't we open this? Actually, you know what? First thing you want to do is copy all this. Copy everything. And then let's create a new file right here. So I'm going to new text document, and let's just call this, you know what, let's just call it index.html like we did on the last project. And then we'll open that up, and then we'll paste from the page body and then save. Now if we open that up, open it with a browser, just go to open with in whatever browser you use, and this is our page right here. So now we can work on this. So as I was saying, we have the body, we margined it out, we have a background color of blue, dark blue, color of white for the text, and the H1 is going to be our header, and the H1 is margined out, has 5 pixels of space. Background color is very dark gray, and color's white, and that's the H1 tag. Now what I have here is one thing I didn't explain in the last section was the comments. These are how comments are laid out in HTML. You have the less than sign, and then you have the exclamation, 2 dashes, and then you can write whatever you want in the comment section. And what I've done here is I have some div tags, and I like to label the start tag and the end tag, especially if we're not using IDs or classes. It's just a div tag. So this is going to be the main div. Let me just show you on the finished site. The main div is going to be everything in here, both the table column and the list. Then we have the left div, start. Everything in between here, these 2 divs, is going to be all this on the left, which is the tables. We have 2 tables. And then we have the right div, which is the lists. So what we'll do is we'll set the left div to a width, I think it's 500 or something like that, and then we have the right div, which will be I think it's 200. And in the middle of the 2 lists we have an HR, which is a horizontal line. And you'll see all I have is comments. I just have comments in the place of where the tables and lists will go. So, and then the right div ends, and then the main div ends, and then that's the end of the document. So let's get started. So the first thing, the first thing that I want to do is add the actual content. We'll do the styling after. So just go here for a second. So first of all, the first thing that I see is the header, this Boston Developers. and that is an H4 header, I believe. Let me close this. That's an H4 heading. So I'm going to replace the comment that says heading with an H4 heading that says Boston Developers. In case you haven't noticed, I'm from Boston, from the Boston area. So the next thing we see, so what I'd like to do first is to add the actual content and then add the styling. So we'll see, you can see right here we have a heading, which is this heading, Boston Developers. Then we have a table, Table 1, and then we have another heading, New Hampshire Developers, and we have another table. So that's what we're going to do first. Let's add the heading. Just replace the heading comment with the H4. Open and close, and then in the middle, Boston Developers. Okay, let's save that. Let's go to our document, reload. Actually, you know what? See this line? This HR is going to get in the way until we actually do some styling, so I'm going to remove it. Save. Alright. So, I'm going to work on the new document, but I'm going to use the finished document as a reference. So now, you know what? Let's add both headings. So this will be New Hampshire Developers, and you'll see that you'll see that our headings here. Hold on, let me just save this. Reload. These headings are smaller, and they don't look like the final projects. That's because we haven't added any styling. So don't worry about that. It's not going to look right until we actually add the style, because the style is what makes the web page. Alright, so we have Table 1 and Table 2. Now, if you go into the parts folder, you'll find a file called tables.html. Let's open that up, and there's two tables here. We actually have the headings there too. We don't want to grab the headings, we just want the table. So let's just copy the first table, start tag to end tag, and replace the Table 1 comment. Now I'm going to explain the table syntax a little bit, because it's a little more than what we discussed earlier on the PowerPoint. So we have a opening table tag, and I have a border of 1. Actually, let me save this and show you. And this is what the table looks like. And it has a border of 1. Now, in the PowerPoint, I didn't explain that the head, body, footer tags of the table. We have a head tag, a T head tag, and then we have, just like any other row, we have TR, which is the row, but then we have the TH, which stands for table heading. If you're using a heading, you use TH instead of TD, and you'll see over here the heading is more prominent and it's centered, and that's default styling in Google Chrome. And you can also have a footer. And one thing that messes some people up sometimes is that if you have a footer, you have to add it right under the head. You can't add it at the bottom like you would think. So if we would have a footer, we would have to, let me just copy this so we would have to have T foot right here, which can be extremely confusing, because you have, after the T head, you have the T body, and you would think that the foot would go under the body, but it doesn't. It has to go there. So I'll just save that, and we'll reload, and you'll see the footer is also styled like the header. So what I'd like to do now is add some content. We should add the content first and then the styling. So if we go to the page that we're creating, you'll actually see this long, ugly line across the screen. This is actually this line right here, this horizontal line. So I'm actually going to remove that for now. I'm just going to delete the HR tag and save, and now that line's gone. So let's start adding some content. And what I've done, as I said, everything's in comments, so I'm just going to replace the comments with the actual code. So you'll see the first thing we have is the heading. In this heading, I'm gonna transfer back and forth between these two pages, the finished one and the one we're working on, just so we can use this as a reference. So we have Boston Developers is the heading, and that's an H4 tag. So we're going to replace the comment with the H4 tag, and in the middle we're going to write Boston Developers, and save that, reload. Now you'll see it's not the same size of the final page because we haven't added any style yet. So don't pay attention to anything like that, because it's not going to look right until we add the style. And what I'm going to do now, I'm actually going to add the next heading, which is another H4 tag, and it's New Hampshire Developers. Save that. We reload, we'll see that heading. Now I want to get the tables. Now what I've done is I've added the tables into a separate file so that you can grab it, because there's a lot of typing here. I'm not going to type out all of this. So I'm going to grab the, let's see, and it's in this folder, the parts folder. You'll see a file called tables.html. And I have table 1 is labeled with a comment, and then you scroll down and we have table 2. Table 1's Boston, table 2 is New Hampshire. Alright, so now we're just going to grab the entire thing, copy it from the first table tag to the last one, and copy. And then we're going to paste that, and we're going to replace the comment that says table 1. And then we'll save, reload, and here you'll see the table. Now I've given this a border of 1 just so we can separate each cell, and we actually have something that wasn't on the PowerPoint, which is we're using a T-head tag and a T-body tag. And what the head does is makes the text of the heading more prominent, and it also centers the text on the Chrome browser. It's going to be similar no matter what browser you use, but that's if you want to use a heading. You don't have to. And then instead of the TD, the table data tags, we have the TH for table heading. And then if you're going to use a heading, then you're most likely going to use a body, so we have T-body next. And then we just wrap everything else in the T-body that's not in the heading. And this is all what we discussed in the PowerPoint: the table rows, table data, table cells, columns, sorry, whatever you want to call them. So that's the first table. Now let's go back and get the next table. Copy that and scroll down, paste it right here, paste. Okay, now I'm going to save, Control S, and we have the next table. So you can see we're getting there. Now what I'd like to do is add the lists. So we actually have 2 lists over here. We have an ordered list, which has the numbers, and then we have an unordered list, which has bullets. I actually don't have the lists in a file, but I'm gonna put them in a file before I finish the series, so you'll have them. So just go into the list.html and just copy and paste. I'm just going to get it from the finished file. So you would have a file called lists.html. I'm just going to go to the finished file and grab them. Yeah, okay. So we get the order. I'm just going to grab everything. Both headings, both lists, copy. Paste. Okay, now I'm going to save, Control S, reload, and you'll see we have the list down here. Now remember we haven't added any styling, so we don't have any floats. Here the lists are floated. The right div is floated to the right. So anything we put in here, any code we write that's not styled, it's just going to go straight down. And that looks like we have all the content. Let me just double check with the done file. And you'll see we have styling in the finished file, which we're going to add now if I got it all. And it looks like I did. Alright. Let me get rid of this. Alright, so one thing I want to mention is we're gonna style this, but I want to mention in this tutorial we're gonna use an inline div style, just like this, the body and the head. And that's not the optimal way to do it. I'm just doing this for the sake of simplicity for this tutorial. In the next chapter, when we really dig into CSS, we're going to start using classes and IDs and we're going to have an external style sheet. This isn't the way you would want to do it. It's just it looks messier, but it's easier to understand to explain. So bear with me if it looks a little messy. So the first thing, we have the body and the heading styled. Now I'm going to style the main div, and the main div is just going to have a width value. So we're just going to do style equals width, and the width is going to be 730 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to save, reload, and you'll see the line shortened. The line reaches out to 730 pixels that we just defined. So this is the main div right now. Now the next thing we want to style is the next div, which is the left div. So like I said, we're going to use inline style. The next chapter we'll be doing, class equals left div, and then we'll create a style sheet. But we're not going to do that right yet. So we're just going to do style. Now what do we want for style for the left div? Let me see. Okay, this is the left div right here, and we want to create a width of 500 pixels. And bear with my typing. I probably have the typing of a 6th grader. Alright, so we have the 500 pixels, and obviously we want to float it because we want this left div on the left, so we want to do a float left. And let me just save this and see what it looks like. So you'll see it's taking shape where it's floated. We get the width down. Now the next thing I want to do is add some padding. And it doesn't look like we need padding yet right here, but we will. I'm going to add a little spacing between the left and right divs. I'm going to put 20 pixels between there. So I'm going to do padding right 20 pixels. Save, reload, and you'll see it pushed over a little bit. Okay, so next, let me just check. So yeah, what I want to do is I want to get rid of this border one for now. I'm going to give the table, both tables, a width of 500. So if you're using inline like this, we're not using style, we're using pure HTML to do this, so it's just width equals 500. We don't even need to add pixels. So save. And you'll see for now we have no border. The reason I took the HTML border off is I'm going to use CSS for the border. So I'm also going to do this to the next table. So I'll just copy this, go to the next table, and just do the same thing. Okay, save. Now I'll reload, and we can see that the table is stretched out more. Okay, next, let's see. Next, I'm actually going to add the borders now. Now, let me try to explain this. We don't want to just put a border. If we just put a style border here for just the table, what we're going to get is just one border around the whole thing. We want to add a border to the data, the table data, and we don't want it all the way around because that'll just look horrible. So what I want to do is add just a bottom border to each TD cell. So under each name here, in the city and the skills, we'll have a border. And since I want to put a border on the TD, now if we're going to do this how we've been doing it and do style, border, I'm going to have to do every single tag. I'm going to have to do the style to all of these. So I'm going to show you a different way to do this. I'm going to add a style tag in the head. So we just want to do style and then add a closing style tag. And in this area we can define all our CSS. This is the same idea as if we were used to an external style sheet. So if we have classes and IDs, we can actually style them up here. Now what I'm going to style is the TD. So I'm going to indent, and I'm just going to write TD, and then open curly braces, close curly braces. Now in between here we can define anything to style the TD. So if I want to do, let's just say color black, this should change the text color. You'll see all the TD, all the table data is now black. Now we don't want it to be black, so I'm going to save that. Now what we want to add here is a border, and we don't want to just do border because that'll do all around the table data. We want to do border bottom. Now I'm going to do the shorthand here. Remember I talked about this in an earlier tutorial. We can just add the pixels. Let me just show you. I'll just actually, you know what? Yeah. I don't want to take up too much time for this video. So we're going to put the width of the border, which is 1 pixel we want, and I'm going to put the type, which is going to be dashed. Now we could have solid, dotted, there's a couple others, but we're going to have a 1 pixel dashed border, and it's going to be white, which is hexadecimal 6Fs. Okay, now I'm going to save, go over here and reload, and there's our borders. Now this looks a little squished here. If you look at our final page, we have more space, so we're going to put some padding. We're just going to do padding 5 pixels around everything. I mean around the entire TD. So we'll save, and there's the spacing. Looks a lot better. Just that simple little line, you know, it makes it look a lot better. Alright, so let's look at our final page, and we'll notice that the heading, the H4, actually, you know what? We said H4 here. I'm sorry, this is supposed to be H3. So let's change the H4s to H3. you know what it is these over here, I think, are, yeah, they're H4s. So we want to change the Boston and the New Hampshire headings to H3. Save, reload, and now they're bigger. But they're still different. We want to have this background color, and we want the padding. So I'm going to do the same thing that I just did for the TD tags, but I'm going to do it for the H3. So I'm going to go back up into the style block, and I'm just going to put H3, open, close curly braces, and we're going to add a background color of 2658A9, 8A9, and save, reload. Whoop. I don't know what just happened. Huh. What? 1 second. Whoop. Alright, sorry about that. Let's move this over here. Alright. So save that, reload, and now we have the background color, but we need the padding. You'll see we got padding on this. So we're just going to, actually, wait a minute, did I add the padding? Oh, this is the, alright, so we're just going to add 5 pixels padding. Save, reload, and now we have the padding. So you'll see our tables have taken shape. Alright, so next we have the right div along with the lists inside that div. So we're going to go down to right div start, and we want to, first thing we want to do is set a width. Okay, so we're going to use CSS, we're going to do style width, and we're going to say 180 pixels, and then we're going to float it. Obviously we're going to float it to the right, and let's save that and take a look. Got the parentheses, save, and you'll see now it's nice and neat. So we're just about there. The next thing we want to do for the right div is we want to add some padding. Actually, let me do the background color. We're going to get this black, this dark gray color. So in the same div, we want to do background. I also should mention that in the first section, I showed you the background color property. Background color. This is the dark green, the 333. Save, reload, and you'll see the background. Now we don't need to use this color word. We don't need that, which I usually do not use. We can just have background. Save, and it's the same thing. So saves you a little bit of typing. And what do we want to do now? Now we want a little padding in here, because see, you can see the headings are flush up against the edge. We don't want that, so we're going to add padding. And actually, we want padding on the right and the left, but not the top and the bottom, because that has enough space. So we could do padding right. We could do this, padding right 10, padding left 10, but we're going to do the shorthand. In the shorthand, we're just going to do just padding, and then let me see if I can remember the order. It's top, right, bottom, left. So any of these, we want to do just the right and the left. So this is the top, this is the right. So I'm going to style this, what was it, 10? Yeah, 10 pixels on the right. That's bottom. This is left. 10 pixels on the left. semicolon. Alright, so, oh, actually, hold on, I got an error here. I get the sorry about that. Okay, save. Let's reload. We should have some padding on the sides. Alright, so the final thing we want to do to this div is give it a top margin. We don't want it connected to the header like that. So we want to bring it down. So we want to do a margin top. And we want to do 20 pixels. Okay, save. Reload. Now we have that pushed down. I think that's it. I think we're there. Yeah. Yep. Same exact thing. So that's tables and lists and some CSS. Next chapter we'll be getting into 1 second. We're going to be getting into HTML forms and input on the next video. So stay tuned. Alright, so in section 4 we're going to talk about basic web forms. Now HTML5 has some great new tags and other features when it comes to forms, but we're not going to discuss that just yet. We're going to go over that in depth in chapter 4 and 5. So in this section I just want to go over what a form is and what the basic syntax of a valid HTML form is. Okay, so let's talk about what a form is and what it does. An HTML web form lets websites become interactive by allowing user input. So without forms, there's not too much we can do to actually talk to a website or to get feedback based on what we're looking for. Forms have front-end and back-end processing. Now, HTML takes care of the front end, and another language needs to take care of the back end. And that can be PHP, ASP. There's a number of server-side languages that'll process your form. HTML is used for a presentation only, an input only. It doesn't actually process the form. Now, forms include a series of HTML input tags and other elements. There's the text area tag, the select tag, the label tag, and we're going to go over those in this section. So we have the form tag, and like I said, it wraps around the entire form and all its elements. And the common attributes for a form tag would be the action. This would be an attribute of the form tag. It specifies the page or the script that would process the form, and this would be done on the server side. This wouldn't be HTML. What we would do would just be to define whatever file was to process the form. We would define that, so it could be, say, process.php, and that would be a file on your server that processes the form. Now, method is how the form gets processed, and I'm not going to really go over this here because it's out of scope. For instance, in PHP you have the get and the post method. The get would send the information through the URL, and the post method would send it through the form, and it would be you wouldn't be displayed in the URL. But that's something else. That's server-side scripting. But these are the two most common attributes for a form tag. So next we have the input tag, and the input tag is one of the most important elements of a form, and there's multiple different types. The first attribute we have here is type, and that could be text, password, it could be a checkbox, radio button, submit button. There's multiple different types of input tags. Now the next attribute we have here is one that would probably show up on all of the fields if the form was going to be processed somewhere else. If it was going to be processed with PHP, it would have a name, and that name is how you would identify that element in the script that it gets processed in. So, and it can also be used in client side. It can be used with JavaScript validation. It can be used for numerous things. Next we have the size, which will specify the width of the input field, usually a text field. it would define the width in characters. So if you wanted it 50 characters long, the attribute would be size 50. The max would be the maximum amount of characters allowed, and you can set this to 1 to whatever, 500. So these are the most common attributes used on this particular tag. So the input tag is not the only field we can use for user input. Text area is another one, and a text area tag is used for a large block of text, and this would be maybe a comments field or a message field on a contact form, which I'll be showing you in the project for this section. And the text area tag takes the name attribute just like the input and pretty much the rest of the input type tags, and it has a rows and a calls attribute, and the rows would specify the length, the number of lines, which would be the length, the rows of the text area, and the calls would specify the visible width, so it would be the number of vertical columns. Now we have the max length attribute, which would specify the maximum number of characters allowed in the text area. This is just like the max attribute for the input tag that we just talked about. So those are the basic attributes for the text area tag. Here we have the select tag, and the select tag is used for drop-down type fields. It can be single. It's the single arrow that you click, and a drop-down will show, and you'll select one. Or it could be the kind where it's a list of multiple options, and you can hold Shift or Control and select multiple options. And it takes the name attribute just like all the other input fields. And if you want it to be the kind of drop-down where you can actually select more than one, then you would have the multiple attribute. And it also has the size attribute, which would specify the maximum of visible options. This would probably be used on the multiple type of drop-down. If they only wanted you to pick maybe 2 out of the 5 options or something like that. So that's the select tag. Alright, so next we have the label tag, and the label tag is a form element, but it's not a user input element. It's used to associate a field's heading with the input field. So you might have something like first name, just the text first name, and then maybe the input tag directly after it. And what this will do, if you wrap that text in a label, it will associate that text with the form, with the input field. So if you click on the text, it'll actually highlight the input field that text belongs to. And it takes the for attribute, which will just specify which form element the label is. And this would match up with the input element's name attribute. The last form related element we're going to talk about is the field set tag, and it's used to group together different input fields. Here we have an example. You'll see we have the name field set. This is just the field set open tag, and then you'd have the input fields, and then you'd close it. And this would be the sports field set, so you'd open the field set tag, add that whatever, it can be input boxes, check boxes, radio, and then you just close the field set. And that would, by default, your browser will most likely draw this border around it with the label of the field set here. And as far as attributes, we have the name, just like any other form field. The form, which would just specify the name of the form, and then we have a disabled attribute, and this would just disable all the fields within a certain field set. So now I think we're ready to dive into our project and implement all these form elements that we've talked about. So for this project, we're going to build a contact form for the website that we'll be building, Blue Developer Directory. And it's a form that implements all the tags that we've talked about. We have the input tags, text tags, we have the radio buttons, drop down, and checkboxes, and of course the button. And this is going to be part of the main site that we'll be building in section 5. In section 5 I want to talk about CSS more in depth using external style sheets and so forth. So what we're going to do now is, if you go into the section 4 project files, you'll see a done folder and a parts folder. And the contact form done.html is this here that you see here. What we're going to do is go into the parts folder and the page body HTML, grab that, copy it, and open a new file, paste it, and I'm going to save it as index.html. And you won't have this file in your folder. You can go along with the video and create it in the project files folder. Alright, so if we open that, you gotta open it with Chrome. And you don't need to use Chrome, you could use Firefox, IE, whatever you use. And you'll see we have the base layout, the design, we have the header, we have a heading for contact us, and then we have a paragraph. And if you look into the index HTML or page body, whatever you're using, you'll see we have some comments, and we have a comment that says form here. This is where we're going to put the form. Now we do have just the form HTML right here in form.html, but I'm actually going to go through it and type a little bit just so you can really get down the syntax. I think it'll be more helpful than just pasting the entire thing. So we're going to do that now. And the first thing we need to add is the opening form tag and then the close form tag. Now this itself isn't going to do much. We need a processor for the form, and like I said before, that's not going to be HTML. It's going to be maybe PHP or another type of language that can actually process the form. But we are going to add the action attribute, which would point to that file. I'm just going to make up a file and say process.php. So that's the action attribute. Next we need the method. And the method, like I said before, we're not going to get into this. This is more server-side stuff. I'm just going to put post. Now in the form is where we'll put all our input tags. And what I'd like to do is, if we go back to the done deal, you'll see we have these are labels, the full name, email address, and what we do is we connect these labels to these forms through a label tag. So what I'm going to do here is do an open label tag and a closed label tag. And in between that, we're going to do, we're going to do full name. And the label gets an attribute which is called for. And that's going to match the input field's name. So we're going to call this name to reference the full name input. And right under the label, now the label is inline. It's not a block. So if we can put stuff right after it. So if we, for instance, type test and save, and we reload, you'll see test comes right after full name. If label was a block element, then test would be on the next line. And that's what we want. We want the input to be on the same line as the label. So now we're going to do input type. Your inputs always need a type, and ours is going to be a text box, so just text. Now here we want to do the name. We want the name element, the name attribute, to be name, just like above, just like the label for element. Now the input tag doesn't need a closing tag. This is all we have to do. If this was XHTML, we'd have to add this slash, but this isn't XHTML, so we're not going to do that. So I'm going to save, and if we reload, we'll see we have the input form. The input field, sorry. And I actually want to wrap every label input combination inside a paragraph, just to add some style and some spacing. I'm actually going to move this over move this over. So each input will have it will be in a paragraph tag with its label. So next we're gonna do our paragraph tags, and next, let me just see, we're gonna do an email address field. So we want to do label for, and we'll call this just email, and we'll say email address, close the label, and now we want the same thing. Input type will be text, and name will match the label and be email. Now you can do some validation. That we can do validation with JavaScript, and we can actually do validation using HTML5, but we're not going to look at that in this section. We're going to do that in a later chapter. So this isn't, we're not going to validate our fields. It's just going to, we just want to display the form for now. And next, I just want to do one more one more input, one more text field. So I'm just going to copy this, and we're going to change this to phone. And it's going to be text and phone. Alright, so that's going to be it for the text field. So I'm going to save this and reload, and you'll see we have our 3 text fields. The next thing I want to do is going to be the radio buttons, best time to call. I'm going to have 3 options. So I'm going to open a paragraph, because we're going to put every field in paragraph tags, not just the text. And what I want to do here is do the label, just like above. And it's going to be for, we're going to call it call. And in between the label tags, we're just going to write best time to call. Depending on what editor you have, like for instance Dreamweaver, if you open a label tag and then you type in the whatever in between, and then you start to close it, it'll actually put the label tag there for you, because it saw that you opened the tag, so it'll actually close it automatically. Notepad++ doesn't have features like that, but you can get editors that will help you code like that. But for now, it's actually good that you actually type it out just while you're learning. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do an input tag, just like above, but it's going to be type radio. And next we're going to name it. We're going to do call. The name will associate it with the label, which has for call. So this will be name call. And let's see, we want to give this option, this radio button, a value, and we're gonna do morning for this value, for this particular button. And yeah, we're just gonna do that for now, and I'll save it and reload. Oh, one thing I forgot is to actually write morning. Save. And what I'm going to do here is, let me see, what do we got here? You'll see we have this spacing here between the labels and the input. We're going to do that in a minute. So right now it's going to look all squished together and it doesn't look very good, but we're going to do the styling after. So next, let's just copy this, paste it, paste that, and now we just need to change the values. The value and the text. So here we'll have afternoon, and then afternoon, and change this to evening, change that, evening. Alright, so now we'll save it, reload. Now we have our 3 options. Now if someone goes to the page and you want to pre-select one of these, we can do that pretty easily. And you do that by, you go to the input tag that you want to be checked when they first go to the page, and you just put in the text checked. So I'll save that, and then we'll go to this page again, and you'll see morning is checked. Yeah, I could actually, just to demonstrate, I'll put it here, save, and now if we reload, afternoon is pre-checked. So that's a pretty nice feature that you probably use quite a bit with radio buttons. I'm just going to keep the first one checked. Alright, so next, what are we doing next? Next we're going to do the budget field, and it's going to be a drop down with some pre-filled options. So once again, we'll do the paragraph tags, and here the select list drop down isn't actually an input tag, it's a select tag. So we're going to do select, and oh sorry, we got to do the label first. So I'm just going to copy this just to move things along, and we'll call this, what is this going to be called? Budget. So now we can do our select, and we're going to do select type. It's going to be list, and name is going to be budget to match the label field, and that should be it. Now let's just close. Select tags you do need to close, and in between the select tags you have the option tags. And for the option, we're going to use a value attribute, and for this we're going to say 100 to 500. Now we're going to close the option tag, and in between that will be the text that the user is going to see. So we'll do 500 to, I'm sorry, 100 to 500. Now let's just save this, reload, and you'll see we have the drop down with one value. What I'd like to do here is actually create an option above it and just do select one and close the option. This will make sure that we don't have any value pre-selected. So you'll see we have select one, and then they can choose. And I'm just going to paste in the rest of the options just to save some time. So I'll reload, and now we have all our options. Alright guys, so now we got one more input field we want to put in this form. So let's go to the original, and the last thing we need to do is add these services needed checkboxes. I actually have these in a table. We have 3 rows, and 2 columns. So I'm not going to type all that in. I'm just going to copy and paste it just to save some time, because we're getting a little late in the video. So I'm just going to paste it, and I'll go over it real quick. We have the paragraph tags, the label, and we have a table with the 3 rows and 2 columns each. And inside the columns we just have an input with a type of checkbox. The name is services, which actually this shouldn't be called, this should be services. So now this label is attached to all these checkboxes, and then we have the value, and then the what the user sees. So that's, well, now we have to add the button. We have one more. We have the submit inquiry button, and I'm going to, hold on a second, where'd that paragraph come from? Alright, so I'm just going to do a new set of paragraphs, and we're going to add the button, which is an input. It's going to be input type, and it's going to be submit. And the name, I'm just going to say submit. Now, we want to put a value here because the value is what you'll see, this submit inquiry. First of all, let me go over to our page, and let's do value equals, we'll just say submit form. Okay. Let me just check this real quick. Alright, so I'll save, reload. There's our table of checkboxes, and we have the submit form button. So the table is complete. The form is complete. I just wanted to add one or two things here. I want to get this away from the edge. It looks a little smushed on the edge, so what I want to do is move that over, and that is the main div right here. We have one main div which is around everything down here in the body. And I want to add a style, and I just want to do a padding left. We'll just say 10 pixels. Save, reload, and now it's not up against the edge. The next thing I want to do with style is to move this. I want the labels to all be the same length because these input boxes, they should all line up. This doesn't look very good. So what I'm going to do is do some styling in the head section. I believe I did this in an earlier chapter. I'm just going to add the style tags, and then we can do our styling in here. And what I want is I want to take the labels, so I'm just going to write label, and then we can put all the styling for the label inside here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to display an inline block so that they can be on the same level, and then I just want to give a width. I'm just going to say a width of 150 for all the labels. So I'll save that, reload, and that looks much better. Everything's lined up. All the tables are 150 pixels wide, so I think we're pretty much there. Like I said, the next section we're going to be doing some CSS, some style sheets, and just making the site come together. Hey guys, welcome to Chapter 2. In Chapter 2 we're going to be talking about cascading style sheets, otherwise known as CSS. We have 4 different parts to this chapter. We have Section 1, which will just be a basics presentation, a slideshow presentation. I just want you to get down the basic syntax of CSS. And in Section 2 we'll start our project. We're going to be we're going to continue on our Blue Web Developer Directory project. We're going to design the home page. We're going to separate blocks of code and style them via external style sheets, and we'll be looking at more CSS selectors and styling, and finally we'll be looking at the new CSS3 features, and we'll also be working with background images. So what is CSS? It stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and CSS is a style sheet language. It's not a markup or a programming language. It's a style sheet language that is basically used to separate the design from the design and the formatting from the markup or the content of the document. The CSS specifications are maintained by the W3C Worldwide Consortium, and like I said, we've been doing it inline. The reason you want to have an external style sheets, there's a couple reasons. One is it's just good to separate. It's always good to separate presentation from any kind of content or logic or anything like that. And another thing is it takes the weight, it lowers the file size of the HTML document. It's just a much more efficient and cleaner way to do it. Alright, so you need to link an external style sheet to an HTML document in order for the document to see the CSS. And it's very easy to do. I have an example right here, and it's very important that this be placed in the head tag of the document. The attributes here, rel, href, they can all be in any order that you want. The type attribute isn't needed, but I would definitely suggest that you use it. So we have a link tag, and this just the link points something else, another file, to the HTML document. And we have the rel tag, and we just want to put style sheet inside of the rel tag. And next we want to add the link to, we want to link the file. So if you have the CSS file in the same folder or area as the HTML document, here you would only need to put file.css or whatever you named it .css. If you have it, in most cases it's in a CSS folder. It's in a folder that's actually named CSS, so it would be css/file.css. And the type just tells it that it's text and it's CSS. This could also be text JavaScript if you were using JavaScript. I would definitely suggest the type attribute. And then here we just have an example of what it would look like in a real web page. We have the head tags. You can see that it's in the head, and then the body continues. So that's how you link a style sheet to a document. Alright guys, so the div and the span elements are used in CSS to separate a certain block of code or a certain element, so you can apply your own style to it. Div and span have no specific meaning, and what that means is, say you have an H1 tag. If whatever you put in the middle of the H1 tags is going to be a heading, and the text will increase and it does something to the code. Now if you just put a plain div or a plain span around anything, it's not going to change anything about that element or that code. You're the one who's going to define that. You're going to give the style to it. So it's used for custom styling, really. And the main difference between these two, div and span, is that div is a block level element and span is an inline level element. So if you have a div, it's going to automatically put lines on on the top and the bottom. It's going to separate onto a new line. Span is inline, which means you could put a span tag next to anything and it will run alongside of it, as opposed to put it on a new line. And the ID and class attributes are usually what you would use with the div and span. So you could label that certain block or that certain element that you want to style. So here I have an example of header and, of ID and class. We would have the header code here, which would be an H1 tag or whatever, maybe an image, and we would give a div with an ID of header, so we could actually style it using that ID in the style sheet, which I'll show you on the next slide. And a div, or any element for that matter, can only have one ID. It can have many classes. So here I have a class of space, and maybe you have space defined as a class that's going to add a space under it. You might have margin or padding under it, so you could apply that class to this. And you could also apply any other class by just spacing it out, and then just say another class, and then you'd have two classes around this object. You'd have space and another class. So yeah, that's the main difference between IDs and class. And the syntax is a little different in the CSS style sheet, which I'll show you next. So this is how you would use the CSS in the CSS file. And we're going to look at this part first, and this is from the HTML file. We define our ID and class. Like I said, you can have anything in here. Let's just say maybe there's like a heading and an image, maybe a logo, and we wrap that in a div tag, and we applied the ID of header, and we have two classes of space and another class. Now that on its own is going to do absolutely nothing to the code inside. We have to go to the CSS file that we linked a few slides back. We had, I think it was file.css, and in that file we want to open it, and we want to add our ID and classes in there. Now the most important thing to know about IDs and classes is that an ID uses a £, and a class uses a period. That's that's pretty much the only thing that is different. The styling is the exact same. You just always want to remember an ID is a pound and a space is a period. So inside the header, we gave it the styling of width of 800 pixels. So whatever's in here is going to be 800 pixels long, at height of 100 pixels, so it'll be 100 pixels high, and then the background of black, which is, this is the hexadecimal for black, and that means that everything within these tags is going to have a background color of black. Now we have the class, because we also added a class of space, so we took that class and we just applied a margin to the bottom of the div, and we just applied a margin of 10 pixels. So whatever's in here would have, under it would have a margin of 10 pixels. And that's where I got the name space. It'll add a space to whatever we add that class to. And we don't just have to use this class here. We could add it to anything. We could have a sidebar and we could add a class of space to that and it would do the same thing. So we're not limited to just one block of code. So I'd like to stop here from now. I think we definitely have the core knowledge of CSS and HTML to actually start our project. So I'm going to stop here and we'll start our project, and I'll give more explanation during the creation of our website. Alright, so now that we get the fundamentals of CSS down, I'd like to take it a step further and actually build a home page for the site that we've been working on, the Blue Developer Directory. If you recall, in the past chapter we built a table and we built a contact form that were related to this particular website. This is obviously a fictional company, and the design isn't the best, but I think it's clean, and I think it actually implements everything that we've been talking about to this point, and we're also going to be adding to it, we're going to be adding new features to it as we go along. So first things first, go to your project files, chapter 2, and we're going to go to section 2, project files, and here you'll see we have the done version and we have the parts version. What you're looking at here on the right is the done version, obviously, and in the parts you'll see you might have another file here, but you'll see here I have a no divs and a page outline. What I want to do is open up the no divs HTML, and what this is this exact web page. It's the exact content that's on this page without any styling, without any div tags or CSS. And we can see this. Actually, what I want to do is copy it. I want to copy it all, and then I want to open a new document and paste it in. I'm going to do just what we've been doing. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to save this in, I'm actually going to save this in a folder on my desktop, Blue Developer. You can save it in the project files, or you can create a new folder like I'm doing here, and I'm just going to name this index.html. And if you're using Notepad, you want to make sure that you save it as an HTML file and not a text file. And you'll see if you're using Notepad++, you'll see that and you name it an HTML file, you'll see the colors change, you know, to go along with the HTML coding. So now I want to open up that file, and I want to open it in Chrome. So open with, you can use Chrome, Firefox, whatever your preference. And you'll see here this this doesn't look very good, but it is actually the same exact content as this. Exact. The only difference is there's no div tags or span tags, and there's no styling applied to it. This is the base HTML page. This is what this page looks like if you're viewing HTML only. Alright, so what I want to do now is go back into Notepad, and I want to start making this. In past sections, what I've done was either inline styling, which would be adding div tags and putting all the style into the markup, or I did style in the head tag, where I'd have I'd have the style, and then I do all the CSS selectors and so forth in there. but we're not going to do that. That's not the best practice. It's not the best way to implement CSS. What we want to do is create a new file, a new CSS file, and link that to this HTML document. So what I'm going to do is, I'm in my home directory. I'm building the site in this blue developer folder, and we have our index that we just created. It's an empty. There's no div, there's no CSS, it's just straight content. So now what I want to do is I want to create the CSS file, and I don't want to put it right here in the root of the directory. What I want to do is create a new folder and call that CSS. Now in here is where we'll have all our style sheets. So what I'm going to do is I want to create a new CSS file, and this process could be different depending on which editor you're using. If you're using Notepad, you want to get a new file, and then you want to save as. We want to save it in the CSS directory that we just created, and we want to save it as a cascading style sheet, and we're going to call it style. So the file is going to be called style.css. Alright, so now you'll see we have our index, we have a CSS folder with the style.css file. Now, as it sits now, they're just files in the same directory. We want to connect them, we want to link them. And I showed you how to do this in the past slideshow, the presentation that I just did. What we want to do is go into the HTML document, and in the head tag we want to link the file, the CSS file. So we want to use link, and then we want to use the rel attribute, and that's going to be style sheet. Now there's two more things we have to do. We have to add the link to the CSS file, so we want to do href, and remember we put it in the CSS folder, so we want to make sure we have that, and it was named style.css. And the last thing we want to do is add a type, and we're going to say text/CSS. Alright, so that should link that CSS file to this HTML document, which is this here. Alright, so I'm going to save this, and if you reload, you're not going to see any difference because we haven't done anything yet. But just to test it out, I'm going to go into the style.css, and I'm going to add a body. For the body, I'm going to say I want the background black. And this is just a test. I'm going to save it, reload, and now you'll see the background's black. So we know that the two files are connected. Get rid of that. So the first thing we're going to look at is the body. We're going to look at styling the body, and which is the whole window, the entire window. You'll see there's a gradient background, and that's not a CSS effect. That's actually an image. And what we did is take a small thin gradient image, and we repeated it to go horizontally to make it look like it's one large image. If you were to use one large image like this, it would be the size would be very large, and the site would slow down, and it's just not a good thing to do. So what we want to do is just get the image and repeat it. So what I want you to do is to go to your project files, section 2, project files, go to the done folder, and in the images folder you'll see an image called background.png, and if I show you that, I'll show you that, and this is the image. It's a 1 pixel wide. The gradient is all there, it's just so thin that you can't see it, but like I said, if we repeat it you'll be able to see it. So grab that, copy that, and go back. We're going to go back into where we're building the site, and we actually want to create an images folder. So go to new folder, name that images, and that's where we'll keep all the images for this site and this template, and then paste that background there. Alright, so now it's there. Now it's ready to be, we can add it to our CSS. So I'll go back to Notepad. Actually, before we do that, I want to add some core styles to the body. The body is the highest occurrence of any element, so whatever we put here will be the default. Like if we put the color black, that'll be the default color for everything else. It'll inherit that color. So I actually want to margin 0 and I want a padding 0. I just like to margin that out and just flatten that out. And then after that, I like to do a text align left, just to make sure everything's aligned to the left. And we want to do font size, and I'm going to say 13 pixels, and font family. Now if you don't have a font family selector, what it will do is most browsers will use New Times Roman or Times New Roman, and I prefer to use Arial. I think Arial is really clean and easy to read, so we're going to do Arial. And you usually want to put 3 in case the browser doesn't have Arial. So in that case, it'll look for Helvetica. And then if it doesn't have that, it'll use a sans serif font. I'm sorry, I think it's 1R enough. And that's I think that's. Oh, we want to do the color. We're going to give it a color of black. Hexadecimal black is 6 zeros. And finally, we want to do the background. But one thing I want to mention is, now the background image is going to repeat horizontally, and it actually ends. It probably ends around here. So what we want to do is we want to make the actual color, the background color of body, to this blue. If not, the image will end here, and everything below it would be white or whatever the default color. So we're going to give it a background color, and that color is, one second, that blue color is this. And then finally we want the background image. And how you do an image is you do URL, and then in curly braces, not curly braces, sorry, just regular parentheses. Now we want to go to our images. Right now we're in our CSS folder because we're in our CSS sheet. So we want to go out to the directory before it by using the // and then in the images folder, and it was called background. I think it was background.png. Close those. And that's every CSS style ends with a semicolon. Just don't forget that. Alright, so I'm going to save this. I'm going to go over here, reload, and you'll see we have our image. Now, oh, I'm sorry. We have to repeat it horizontally. And it's kind of strange, but if you don't add a repeat on a background image, it'll repeat both ways. It'll repeat horizontally and vertically, and that's what it's doing here because we forgot to actually specify which way we want to repeat. So what we want to do is add a background repeat, and we only want it to go horizontally. So we'll do background repeat, and we're going to say repeat X. X is horizontal, Y is vertical. Or we could just have repeat and then have it do both like it is now. So I'm going to save that and reload, and now you'll see it doesn't repeat vertically, it does repeat horizontally. Now you might notice this space here, this blue, this is actually going to be the navigation bar, so that's why the gradient isn't there. That slim 1 pixel image that I showed you, it leaves this area for the navigation. So what I'd like to do now is step away from the style sheet for a moment and just add some div tags and span tags and just separate out the things that we plan on styling. So we're going to go back to the index.html, and we're also going to look at the final product just to go by. And let's see, I think the first thing I want to add is a container div, and a container div would be everything. We want everything wrapped up in this container div, and this will give us our width. We can make the width and some other properties of the page. So right directly under body, we want to add a div, we want to do a div ID of container. Now we want to scroll all the way down because it's right after the body tag, so the closing div should be right before the body tag. And like I said in earlier tutorials, I like to mark the ending, so I'll just say container end, just so we know that this particular closing div goes with the container. Now if I save this and reload, we're not going to see any difference because all we're doing here is attaching div tags. And the next thing I want to do is create a header div. In the header div, I just want this. I want the logo and the slogan. So directly into that, let's do a div ID of header. And we want this div to be closed right after the slogan. And this will be header end. Alright, and I want to keep this clean, so I'm going to do some indentation. Alright, so now we have the container div, the header div. The next thing I want to do is the menu div. So let's do div ID menu, and this is the menu. It's an unordered list. Let's do some indentation. And okay, so now we have the menu div, which is this bar. Whoops, sorry about that. Alright, so we get the menu now, and that's the main menu. Now I want to do this, which I'm going to call the left menu. Actually, let me label this first. So you'll see this H3 with links, which is this here, and this is the entire menu. So we're just going to wrap that up. We're going to wrap that up, and we're going to call it left menu. Let's close that div. Comment left menu end. Alright, just going to indent this a little bit. It's always good to have proper indentation and just good formatting of your code, especially if someone else is going to read it and work on it. It's good to label the ending divs or whatever. Okay, so the next thing I'd say would be this, the main content area. What I'm going to do is this is going to be a content div, and this is going to be another content div, because you'll see they're in separate blocks. So I'm just going to separate them into two different divs. So let's say content, and I want this to end after this right here, ASP. Alright, it ends there. Alright, so we'll close the div here. Now I'll just label that content 1 end, and let's indent it. Okay, we should actually put spaces after each division, just for better readability. Okay, now we have latest blue developers, which is all this here. So I'm going to do another div of content, and we want to end that right here. So I'll just say content 2 end. Okay. Alright, so that looks good. Now, I mean, we can save it, we can look at it, but there's no difference. We haven't done anything with the divs yet. So actually, one more thing I want to do, one more set of divs I want to do is around each of these developers properties, location, and whatever. I want each one to be a div, but I want it to be a class. So right here I'm going to do div class. I'm just going to call it developer. So each developer will have its own class. Let me just indent these. Okay. I'll just say developer end. Alright, so you'll see Adam Sullivan. Well, actually, see what I did? I had that H2 within the developer. I don't want that. I want that out of that div. So, alright, so now you'll see Adam Sullivan, and all his information is in this div, this class called developer. So I want to do it to the rest of the next three as well. So I'll just copy this. Rick Monroe. And these are all fake, just made up developers. I can space this out a little. Close that div. Okay, one more. Just copy that. Alright, so now you'll see each section, each developer has its own class called developer. So we can style that class, and whatever we style is going to happen to all four of these. So I think that's it for separating everything on our home page. Oh, one thing I do want to do is, you'll notice the logo here, the word blue is blue, and in the slogan, the find a developer is a light blue. So we need to separate those out, those words. Now we can't use a div tag because remember, a div tag is a block level element. So if we put this blue in a div, developer directory would then go on a new line. So this is a perfect example of where we need to use a span tag, because span tags are in line. So if we go to this is the H1 right here, this is this. What I want to do is put a span around just the word blue. Yeah, just the word blue. I want to put a span. And then in the slogan, find a developer now, we want to put we actually want to put the span around now. Now I wasn't going to actually do any kind of actually, you know what? Yeah, let's take this span and let's give it a class of blue text. So this is not something that's going to happen right now. It's not going to be blue now. We have to define this class in our CSS style sheet, which we will do. And I also want to give this now a class of white text. Alright, so that looks good. Looks like we have all our div tags, all our IDs and classes set. You know, you can't see much yet because we haven't done any styling, but we have all our markup in place, and in the next section we're going to be doing some styling. Make this all come together. Alright, so in the last section what we did was we looked at the final product, and we looked at the different parts of the site and the different blocks that we want to separate and style. and you'll see our HTML is all intact, along with all the div tags, the IDs, the spans, the classes. Everything looks good on this side of it. Now what we need to do is start doing some actual styling. Alright, so let's see what we have so far. This is our work in progress, and what it is, it's just the HTML we created along with a tiny bit of CSS styling. And if we go to our style sheet that we created, you'll see the body has some styling. It has text align to the left, font size of 13, the font is Arial, and we have this background image that we added, and we made it repeat X. We made it repeat horizontally. So that's this gradient blue that you see that is repeating horizontally. Now, one thing you might see that's new is this, and what this is it's a wildcard selector, and what it does is it applies whatever styles we put in here to everything on the page, everything in the entire page. And this is used a lot to zero margins out, or to just apply some real base styles. And what I've done is I've text align left, so everything on the page will always be text align left unless I specifically style that element to align right or whatever. And with the margin, I zeroed the margin out on the top and bottom. And what I did is I made it auto on the left and right, and what that will do, it'll put the element in the middle. Margin, if the margin is auto, then it's directly in the middle. It's auto on the left and the right. And it's kind of hard for me to explain. I don't know if I explained that right, but yeah. Anyway, let's just keep going here. So what I want to do now is look at the final product and figure out what we should do next. So let's go to the HTML. And you'll see after body we have this div. We have a div with an ID of container. Now this div wraps around the rest of the site. It wraps around this entire the entire layout of the site. So what we want to do with that, let's go to our project, and we want, remember, since it's an ID, it's not a class, then we start it with a hash or a pound sign. And as far as opening and closing curly braces, it's really preference. I like to do it like this. Some developers will start at the beginning brace on a new line. Some will actually put both braces on the same line. It's just, there's no right or wrong answer. It's just preference. So anyway, with the container div, what we want to do is give it a width of 960, which is going to be the total width of our site. And if we save it, reload, now you'll see there's no outline, but it is in fact 960 pixels. If you look at this text to where it ends, this is the 960 pixels. Now the reason it's in the middle here, no matter what, no matter how we stretch this browser, that div wrapper is in the middle, and the reason for that is this wildcard we used up here. It's positioning everything auto, every left and right margin as auto, which makes it in the middle, right center. So that's why it's doing that, which is what we want. Now I think that should be it for the container div at the moment. The next thing that I'd like to look at is, I usually start from top to bottom, so I like to look at the header. And we have, if we go to our HTML, we see our header div is right here. And in the header div we have an H1 and an H2. H1, H2. So let's go to that next. That was also an ID, so we want to do, whoop, we don't want to do that. So the header, we're going to say we're going to do the same width of 960 pixels, and the height, we're going to do the height at 85 pixels. You can save that. reload, and there's not much difference. You can't really tell anything yet. Okay, that's the header. Now I want to do the H1, which is the logo or the tagline, whatever you want to call it. And to get that, we can style this H1, but to get this H1, we don't want to just we don't want to just put H1 like this, because if we do this, anything we put in the middle is that's gonna define all H1s in the entire website. So we wanna zero in on that, and the way we do that is with the div that it's wrapped in, which is the header. So we can do this. We can do header H1. That way it'll only get the H1s within the header div. And let's see, what I want to do to that is make it white. Reload. Okay. Next thing I probably would want to do is I actually want to float it to the left. This isn't going to make it change now because it is on the left, but if we add other elements in the header, I just want to know that this is going to stick to the left. So, and the next thing I'd like to do is change the size of it. I want to do font size 43. Okay, and you'll see it's kind of stuck to the top here, and I want to add some padding to it. So I'm going to say padding. We'll do 20 pixels on top. 20 on top. Nothing on the right. Nothing on the bottom, and let's say 20 on the left. Save, and now you'll see it move down, and it's in the middle of the header div. This is exactly where I want it. So I think that should be it for now for the H1. Now we can do the H2, which is this, the Find a Developer Now text. And just like we did, we can use the header and then H2 to zero in on that particular element. So we'll do header H2. Oops, sorry, I don't know, I keep using those dollar signs. Keep thinking I'm in PHP. Alright, so the H2, what we want to do is float it right. Save that, reload, and now it's floated right. Now we definitely need to, first of all, let's change the color, because we can't see it. Okay, and now we want to add some padding. Let's do 40 pixels from the top, 20 pixels from the right, nothing from the bottom, nothing from the left. Save, reload. Alright, so that looks good. And I don't know if I explained this shorthand padding yet. You know, I'm just going to do a quick demonstration. You could do padding right 20 pixels. You could do something like that, or padding top or padding left, or you could just use the shorthand way of what I've done here and just use padding, and then this would be the top, this would be the right, this would be the bottom, and this would be the left. And that's much shorter than writing it all out as 4 separate lines, padding top, padding bottom. So that's what I'm doing here, just in case any of you didn't know what this is or what I'm doing. Alright, so let's see, let's look at the final. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to get this blue. We want to make that blue. And let's look at our HTML, and you'll see the blue here, it's wrapped in a span. it's wrapped in a span class called blue text. So I'm going to copy that class, and we want to zone in on that, so we'll do header h1 span dot, remember it's a class, so it's a dot, blue text. Now this line is zeroing in on this word, so we want to make that blue. So I'm just going to get the hexadecimal color. 1 second, let me just find what color that is. Where is it? Alright, here it is. So I'm going to do color, and that's the color. So save, reload. Oh, sorry, wrong site. Reload, and now it's blue. Now if we look at the other one, if we look at the H2, we'll see this is a different kind of blue. It's a light blue. So let's look in our HTML, and we actually have a span of white text around just the now. So the base color shouldn't be white. The base color should be this blue. So I want to change this header H2. I want to change this to 1 second. I'm going to change that to this color. Now save and reload. Now the whole thing is that light blue. Now I want the now text to be white. So let's get that by saying header. I don't know why I keep doing the money signs tonight. Header H2 span dot white text, and that should be white. Save, reload. Alright, so now we got our header. Yep, header looks good. So the next thing we have, if we look at the final product, we have the navigation. And the navigation is just a set of links of lists. It's a div ID menu, and then it's an unordered list with 4 list elements. So we have that right here, you can see. And what we need to do is we need to style it. We need to get rid of these points, these bullet points. We need to get rid of the underline links. We need to change the color to white, and we also need to float the list elements so that they go in a horizontal fashion. So let's take a look at this. We have an ID of menu, so let's go to our style sheet and let's say menu. Now the menu itself, I don't believe we need any styles on. Actually, yeah, we do. Alright, so let's style the actual menu div. First of all, we're going to display a block. We don't want it in line with anything. And the next thing we want to do is float it left. I'm going to float this the div left, just like we did to the logo, just so everything's lined up on the left side. And the next thing we want to do is we want to clear both. Now what that does, let me see if I can explain this. If you look, this is what we're doing now. It's this menu div, and above that we have the H1 and the H2. Now remember, the H1 is floated left, and the H2 is floated right. Now we want this to clear. We want anything under that to clear. We don't want the list to float along with the H2. We don't want it to move, so we do a clear both. So that makes it so it starts over on the left on a new line, and it has nothing to do with any other floats. So I mean, that's the best I can explain clear both. And next thing, you don't have to, but I just like to add a width of 960, just like the rest of the elements we've been working with. And the height is important. We want that to be 54 pixels, which is this blue part that we left out of the background image. And I think that's it. So let's save that. Now this is just the menu div. The words aren't going to change yet. So we can't even see any difference yet, but we will. So the next thing we want to do is we want to style the UL tag, the menu list. So we're going to say menu UL. Now for the UL, we want to get rid of these bullet points. So we're going to do list style none. Save that, reload. So now we don't have those points anymore. And we're going to take off the padding. I'm just going to do padding 0. Reload. Now you'll see it's all the way to the left. There's no padding. A lot of browsers will add 10 pixels padding to all the unordered lists, unless you specify not to in your style sheet. Okay, and now we want to do margin left auto. Another thing I like to do. And let's just do the width 960 to this as well. Now if I save, reload, not much different, because we're just styling the UL, which is this entire thing. Now next we want to style the individual lines, the lists, the LI. So we want to do menu LI, and we also want to do list style none. I know that when we did it on the UL, I know it took the bullets away, but this is just because some browsers will still put the bullets unless you specify it here. And I don't want to do any padding here yet. And we want to display inline. Now remember, block level means it starts on a new line, and that's what they're doing right here. Each list, each LI tag is on a new line. Now we want to display this inline, so they should all flow against each other. So I'll save this, reload, and nothing. Oh, you know what? Never mind. We have to do this on the actual links, which we're doing next. So it's going to be menu LI A, because A is the link. So now we need to float left. So now we're looking at these as the links, because they're all links, they're all A tags, and we're going to float each one to the left. So save that, reload, and now you'll see they're inline and they're floated to the left. I know this coloring is really hard to see. I'm going to change this right now. Just change these links to white. Save. Alright, so now we can see it a little better. And we don't want the underlines, so we want to use the text decoration, and we want to set that to none. Save, reload. So now we have no more underlines. Let's see, what else should we do here? Let's text align center, and let's make the font size is obviously going to be bigger than this. Let's say 15 pixels. Save 15. Let's look at this. Alright, let's bold it. So to bold, we want to do font weight. bold, save. So now it's bold. So now, of course, we want to separate these. They're all running into each other as they are now. So what we want to do is we want to add some padding. And padding, we don't want any padding on the top. So that's top. The next is right. We want 10 pixels on the right. Nothing on the bottom. Now the left, we want 10 pixels. Save, reload. So now you can see it's taken shape. Now we just want to move these down. And I don't want to do it on the link level. I want to do it on the UL level. So let's say padding top 20 pixels. Save. Let's see that's too far. So let's try 15. When you first get into the CSS and HTML, there's a lot of trial and error. So be prepared for that. See, now that looks like it's too far up, so let's try 18. And there we go, that looks good to me. Yeah. Tiny bit difference from the original, but I'm just going on, you know, as I go. I'm programming as I go, so the next thing, we have the nav bar. Actually, let me just add a tiny bit more padding. Let's do 13 here. Save, reload. Alright, there we go. That's exact. Alright, so the header's done. Menu's done. Next thing we want to do is, I'd say the next thing we should do would be the left menu right here, which is this. So let me see. Let's just look at our HTML real quick. And it looks like it's a div ID called left menu. So if we go to our style sheet, underneath the main menu styles we just created, we want to add left menu. And we're going to pretty much do the same thing that we did with the other menu. We're going to design the core div as well as the unordered list and the links and so forth. So for the left menu div on its own, let's do a margin top of 15 pixels. Save, reload, and it just brings it down a bit. 1 second. Alright. Now the next thing we should do is the width, and the width of it is, I believe, 190 from here to here. So let's do that. Let's do a width 190 pixels. Save. So as you can see, now it's actually doing the auto margin, and we don't want that. So we want to float it to the left. Save. Now it's back to the left. Now the next thing we want to do, let's do the color. And the color is, 1 second. This is the color. Save, reload. Still looks really crappy, but we're getting there. Now I want to point out something. You'll see here we have these round borders. Now before CSS3 and before a lot of the new browsers were released, you actually had to use images to get the round corner effect. You'd have to create these divs on each corner and actually have a background image that was the same color as the background to have that effect. And that was just that was really horrible. And I'm so happy that CSS3 and the new browsers were able to do this much easier. And all we need to do, let's go back here, all we need to do is add the border radius property, and we'll say 10 pixels. Save. Now if you see these corners right here, now they're rounded, and that's just so much easier than using the background images that I used for seems like so many years. So that's that, and now we just want to add some padding. We want to do 15 on the top. I'd say 20 on the right, 5 on the bottom, 10 on the left. Save, reload, and there, we're getting there. Actually, I'm going to add, let's make the bottom 10. There we go. Alright, so that's it for the actual left menu div. Now we want to do the UL in the left menu div. And we want to do a list style none. We want to do, let's just do a padding. Let's zero out the padding. And I think that's it. Let's save that. Alright. Next thing we want to do is actually, you know what, I want to do the heading, this right here, this links. I want to do that, and that's an H3. And I want to make that white, and I don't want any padding on that. Actually, yes, I do want padding. I want padding on the bottom only. And I want 8 pixels padding. And let's put a border bottom. We'll do white and solid and 2 pixels. Save that, reload. There's our, actually let's make that a little bigger. Font size 16. Alright. Next thing we want to do is the list. Do that right here. So the LI, the lists are each individual line, each individual list item. And we want to do, again, let's just do the list style none just in case. And let's do some padding of 15 pixels. 15, 0, 8, 0. And let's do the border bottom. Border bottom 2 pixels. Dashed. Is it dashed? Yep. This is a dashed border. So dashed. I'm gonna do white. Alright, so let's save that. Reload. Actually, we want the 1 pixel dashed. Alright, so now we need to do these links. So let's do left menu A. Alright, so actually we're going to do left menu A, and now I don't know if I mentioned this, but you can add more than one ID or class. Like we could have this, then we could have, say, menu A, you know, all the links in the menu up here, A. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the left menu A, the left menu links, as well as the left menu links visited. Now you can use this visited, which means links that the person has already clicked on. So sometimes in some browsers, if you don't include this right here, then the links that you've clicked on could actually be a different color than the links you haven't, which can get sloppy. So it's just good to attach that, to have that there, and I'm actually going to do that up here as well. So it's just a colon and then visited. Now you could also style hover links that are hovered too, like this. And we will get into that. Alright, so anyway, the left menu links, we obviously want to change the color. Change it. Whoop. My bad. Alright, there we go. And we want to take the text decoration to none. Get rid of those underlines. And let's bold it up. Font weight bold. Okay. Reload. It doesn't look as bold for some reason. Actually, let's bring the font size up. Let's bring it up to 14. I think it's at 13. There we go. There we go. Looking good. Alright, so that's our left menu, and you'll see here we have this kind of drifting over into our menu, but that's just, we gotta do some clearing and floating, and that'll all be fixed. So let's move on. Yeah, so pretty much what we have left is the two content divs. If we go to the finished page, we have this content 1 and this content 2 with the 4 developer divs inside, and that's pretty much it. If we go over to our HTML, you can see the left menu we just did, and then we have these two contents. So let's go to our style sheet and let's start on the content div. Now what do we need here? We have a few things in this content div. We have a heading, we have 2 more headings, we have 2 paragraphs, and we have this image. So what I'm going to do first is make the content display as block, so it's not in line with anything, which doesn't do anything at the moment. And I want to set a width. I want to make the content width 680 pixels. Okay, and I want to add a margin top of 15 pixels, which would be right here. This would be the margin. As I'm pretty sure I explained the difference between margin and padding. Is this content's margin would be here to here, its padding would be here to the wherever in. 10 pixels padding would be 10 pixels inward. 10 pixels margin would be 10 pixels outward. So that's pretty much the best I can explain that. Alright, so let's save this, reload. Not much different. Let's float this to the left and save. Okay. What else we got here? Alright, so this is actually, these content divs are going to have a white background, so let's do that. Save. Whoop, sorry, that's the other site. Alright, so we're getting there. I mean, this is the final, and this is our project, and we're getting there. Slowly but surely. So what I want to do, I want to round these corners. Again, all we have to do is use the border radius CSS3 property, which is awesome. Reload, and now they're rounded. And I want to do that border. You'll see it that these have these thick blue borders. So let's do that. We're just going to do border 6 pixels, solid, and let me get that blue color. There we go. Save, reload. There we go. Remember, this content is this applies to both of these. They're both contents. They both have an ID of content. So whatever happens to one happens to the other because they're the same element per se. Now I want to do a padding. You'll see it's all squished up against the edge. So we want a padding of 15 pixels. Yeah, that looks a little better. Now for the margin, the left menu is squished up against the content divs. We don't want that, so let's just do a margin left of 15 pixels. That should push that over. There we go. Definitely getting there. Let's see, what do I want to do next? I want to see what's up with this image. Let me just see in the HTML what this looks like. Alright, so we have the image. We went over this in the first chapter, how to insert images into an HTML document. And we have an image. It has a class of float. And the source of the image is in the images folder, and the name of it is web.jpg. So let's go to our structure, our file structure that we're doing here, and we have the CSS folder, we have the images folder with the background image in it from earlier, but we don't have that image, that web image. So I'm going to get that from the project files. And I suggest you do the same. So I'm just going to copy it, and I'm going to paste it. Okay, now let's go back here and reload, and there's the image. Now if you look at the final, the image is floated next to the text. It's not on top of it. So we're going to get to that in a second. But now that we have the image, now what I want to do is format these headings. And the headings are H3s, I believe. The main heading is an H2, and these two are H3s. So let's style those. So we want content actually, you know what? One second. You know what? I'm not going to do content H3. I'm actually just going to style the H3s because we don't have any others that we need to style. So if it's going to be a core element like body, like, whoop, sorry about that, like body or anything like that that doesn't have an ID or a class, I like to keep it up at the top. So I'm just going to say for H3s, and this will be for all H3s, we're going to do a font size of 16 pixels. Now this will be for all H3s unless you specify a certain one, like how we specified this H2 to be in the header div. And I want the font weight to be bold. And what else? I want to add some padding. I want the top and bottom to be 10 pixels padding, but nothing on the left and right. And for the color, let me grab the color. Alright, so if I save this, these two H3 should be affected. And there we go. Okay, that looks good. Next thing I want, now we should float that image. Alright, so you'll see the image right here where we have the image. We gave it a class of float, and I did that because I want the image to be floated, but I don't want to actually, I wanted a way to reuse this if we need to, if we have other images that we want to be floated. So I just gave it a class of float, and I'm going to do this right here. I'm going to do float, and we want to float it to the right, and we don't want text to be squished up against it, so I'm going to give it a margin of 15 pixels, and I think that should do it. We save. Yeah, there we go. So this margin, I gave it the margin, otherwise this text would all be up against it and it would just look ugly. So let's compare. Looks good. Now next we have the second content div down here with the developer divs, which I'll show you here. You'll see we have div class developer, and it ends here. Then we have another one ends here. So there's 4 developer divs. Let's see. Actually, what did I label it? Just trying to figure one thing out. Alright, so let's take the developer class. Now this here would apply to all 4 of these, all these developers and their locations and so on. We're gonna give them a width, because if you see, we want to line them up. We want them to go horizontally, so we got to give each one a width of, I'm gonna say 170. So we'll do a width of 170 pixels, and we want to float them to the right. Let's just see what that does. Alright, so everything's floated. It still looks really crampy, and it's not right yet, but we're definitely getting there. Now what we have here is we have a heading, and then we have an unordered list. So I'm going to take the unordered list, I'm going to take the developer unordered lists, and I'm going to do margin bottom 10 pixels. Okay, now the next thing I want to do is, you see this is a little squished together here. This is an H2 heading, and these are all H4 headings. So this is also an H2 heading. So what I want to do is I want to make a course, I want to make a style for all H2s. For all H2s, I want to just add some padding on the bottom of 10 pixels. So that would put 10 pixels on the bottom of every H2 element on the page. So if we reload, now you'll see this is spaced out better. We have the H4, we have 5 pixels in the H4. I'm actually going to change that to 7 pixels. Reload, gives us a little more room. And the last thing we need to do is this list here. What I want to do is get rid of the bullets, and I want this pushed over. I want it aligned with the H4 up top. So I'm going to say we're going to take the developer class, we're going to take its list items, and I want to list style none, because this will get rid of the bullets. I actually like to put it here as well in the UL. So if we reload, save, reload, the bullets are gone. Now we just got to fix the padding. It looks like 10 pixel padding was added to the UL. I don't know why that happens, but certain browsers will do certain things, and this is one of them. So I'm just going to do just padding 0, and save that, reload. Alright, so it's now aligned to the left, but it's also, we want to put some space in between these. And we don't want to add padding to each list item. We'll want to just fix the line height. The line height property will adjust this so that they're not so squished together. So line height, and I'm going to say 1.5 EM. Save that, reload. Still a little smushed together, so I'm just going to say 2. No, that's too much. 1.7. Like I said, it's a lot of trial and error when you're just learning this stuff. Alright, so that looks good. If we look at the final, you know, there's very, very subtle differences. I might have had an extra pixel padding somewhere along the way, but it's all together: the nav bar, the header, the content, and the left sidebar. Alright guys, so up to this point we've created our site, our site's homepage. We've added the content, we've created a style sheet, and we've styled the entire front page. Now what I want to do is actually make this into a website and not just a web page. And what I mean is I want to create these pages. Up in the nav bar, you'll see we have Home, About Us, Browse Developers, and Contact Us. I want to add these pages. If I click on the About Us tag now, it just takes us to about.html, but we don't actually have that file in our structure yet. And this is what we have so far. This is what we've done up to this point. Our home page, an images folder, a CSS folder with our style sheet that we just completed. So what I want to do right now is I want you to go to your project files, chapter 2, section 4, and go to project files, parts. Now open up page outline. Now this page outline is what we can use to create new pages. And let me just open it up. Actually, you know what? First thing I want to do, copy everything from the page outline .html. Okay? Now open a new folder, a new file, paste that in, and let's save as. And you can save it wherever you've been saving stuff. Mine was on my desktop, and it was in Blue Developer. And I'm going to save it in the root directory, the same place as index.html, and I'm going to call this about.html. And don't forget to choose HTML as your type. Where are you? There he is. Alright. And I'm going to close out the rest of these. So you'll see now I have an about.html. And what this page is everything except the main content. Let me actually open it. Open it in the browser. And you'll see it's everything but the actual content. So we can use this as a shell for all of our pages. And actually, if we go back to our home page, and if you now click on About Us, it'll take you to the page we just created, which is about.html. So now we can just add our about text, and I'm going to do that now. So what we got to do is we got to get the content that we want to put right here, right where it says content here. So go to your project files, section 4, project file parts, and I've created these content pages, and these are not complete web pages. These are just the content for the main part of each page. So if you click on About Content HTML, you want to copy everything here. Okay, copy it from about content.html, and then put it in your about HTML that you're building now, right where it says content here, and comment. Alright, so now we can save this and go back to visit the about page, and now we have our about content. And the content is just all stuff we've done, H2s, H3, paragraph, very, very simple. This is the simplest page on the site. So now we have our about page, our home page. So the next thing I want to do is the browse developers page. If you go there now, you'll see it, browse.html. It's not here. So what I want you to do now is create a new file, and let's save it. Save it in wherever you're building the site along with me, and save it as browse.html. And you want to make sure that you choose HTML if you're using Notepad, and you want to save it in the same place that you save the index and the about HTML pages. So now that page is created, you can actually see if you go to browse developers on the site, it takes you to a blank page. So what we want to do now is we want to add the shell, the outline again. So go back to your project files, and this is in section 4, project files, blue web developer parts, and you want the page outline. This is that shell that we use for the About Us page. So save it, copy everything, go back to your browse HTML page and paste it. Save it, and now let's see what we have. If we go to browse, once again we have our shell. So we can keep on adding pages like this, with this using the same header and menus. So if you scroll down on browse HTML, you'll see the content here comment, and we want to grab that now. So go to your parts folder again and go to browse content.html. And what this is this is the table that we created in chapter 1 with the developers and their locations and so forth. So we want to grab everything and copy it, and then we want to go back to browse.html, and we want to paste that right here where it says content here. Okay, so now we save that and reload, and we have the table. It doesn't look perfect yet. We have a couple of things we need to do to it to style it a little better. So let's do that now. Now if you're following along, this is what your structure should look like right now. We have about, browse, index, and then we have the CSS and images folder. So right now I want to bring up our style sheet. Whoops, I didn't mean to open that in NetBeans. Sorry about that. Let me just get out of this. We want to open this, well, I want to open this with Notepad++. You can use whatever you want. and these are all the styles that we created in the last section. So we want to look at this table. We want to look at this table and figure out what we need to do to it. And wait 1 second. Just gotta check something. Alright, so first thing I want to do is I want to margin out some stuff. I want to zero out some stuff. So I'm going to take the table row, the table data or table column, and the table heading. And I just want to zero out all those margins. Now if you save and reload, you'll see there's no more margin auto. It's all zeroed out, so that's good. Now the next thing I want to do is add a little bit of padding to just the table. So we'll say table, and I want to do 10 pixels top and bottom, and I want to do 0 left and right. Save, reload, and we just added a little padding to each table. There's 2 tables. So now let's take the headings, which is name, city, skills. We're going to take those are TH, those are table headings, and let's text align center. I like the headings to be centered. And next we want to take the table data, which is a table column, and add some padding. We want to do 5 pixels on top, 20 pixels on the right. Right. 5 pixels on the bottom, 20 pixels on the right. Now this, I could have just did the same thing I did here. Let me just show you. So top and bottom 5 pixels, left and right 20 pixels. This is the exact same. This is the exact same as this. It's just a shorthand way of doing it. This way it would be top, right, bottom, left, and this way would be top and bottom, left and right. So I'll just keep it this way. So save that, reload. Now another thing I want to do is I want to get rid of these underlines for these links. And now that I think about it, I don't want any links to have underlines. So we can actually declare that for all links by just using the A tag. So, and then that would be text decoration none. Now save, reload, and now we have no more lines. Alright, so we're almost done here. One thing I want to do is I want to increase the font in this table, but I don't want to increase the font on. I could just do this. I could just go here and say font size. Oops. Say 110%. Save, reload, and it increased the font size, but that will be to all table, all TD, all table column. So I don't want to do that. I want to single it out. Reload. So if we go back to browse HTML, you'll see, 1 second, you'll see the table has a class of dev table. So that's what we want to grab to style these 2 particular tables. Both tables should have that. So we want to go back, and I'm going to go to the bottom and do it. And I want to change the font size for all elements of the table, which would be the TR, the TD. So I'm going to grab something, and I'm just going to paste this. And this has given us access to the table itself, the table rows, the table columns, and the table headings. So we're going to increase the font size, and I want the size to be dynamic to the font. I don't want it to say a certain amount of pixels. So I'm just going to say 110%. Save. Now all of the elements are now bigger, 110%. And the last thing I want to do to these elements is I want to add a border on the bottom, and I want it to be dashed, and we'll say we want it to be black. Save, reload. Oh, we're going to do 1 pixel. Save. And there we go. It's starting to take shape. So if I go, I don't know what this double line must be. We must have an empty row or something. Well, it looks good. Huh. Can't see what that, you know what? I think it's because, let's actually take this out and let's put it just for the table rows and the table columns. Okay. Alright, indent that, save, let's reload, and there we go. We got rid of that double column. It's just because we had a bottom border on the actual tables themselves. So the last thing we need to do now is to create our contact page. We have the developer table, we have the about page, the home page. So now just open a new file, create a new file, and save it wherever you've been doing the project, wherever your files are, whether it's in the actual project files structure that came with the video, or wherever you're doing it. I'm doing it on my desktop in a folder called, if I can find it, Blue Developer. And we're going to save this as contact.html. Choose HTML. Alright, so save that. Let's see if it's linked here. Yep. So we get the contact.html page, and you probably know what's next. You want to go and get that outline folder that comes with the project files, parts, page outline, and copy that, copy everything in it, paste it in the contact page, save. Now if we go to contact, we have that shell. Now we just have to add the content here, and you can get that in the project files in the contact_content.html file. And as you probably guessed, this is the form that we created back in chapter 1. So you can see how all the little projects, they're all coming together to make this one website. Let's copy that, and we want to paste that right where it says content here. Alright, so let's save that, see what we got, and here's our form. And you'll see it's not perfect. We have just a couple things we need to do to it before it's ready. So let's go to the style CSS. I'm going to close out the rest of my pages, and let's look at it. The first thing I notice is that the labels aren't the same width. So we have this input box back here, these two are up ahead, so I want these all to line up. So we want to do that on the label element. So, and we'll just do that. I believe these are the only labels on the website, so we don't have to pinpoint which label it is. We'll just do it for just global labels. And what we want to do is, one second, we want to display, we want to do an inline block, and then we just want to add a width of 150 50 pixels. Save that, reload, and that looks much better. Alright, so that's that. We have the contact page complete. We have the browse developers tables, the about page, the home page. So the site has really come together, and in the next few chapters we'll be introducing some new HTML5 methods and strategies and add upon this site, as well as some other projects. Hey guys, welcome to chapter 3. In chapter 3 we're going to have an introduction to HTML5. In the past chapters we've really been digging into HTML, but we've only talked about core HTML and nothing to do with the new features of HTML5 and what it can do for the web in general. So we know what HTML is, but what is HTML5? HTML5 will be the new standard. It'll replace the previous version of 4.01 that came around in 1999. And the web has changed a lot since then. It's much more dynamic, it's much more interactive, and much more high-tech. If you think back to 1998, 99, if you think about what a web page was, it's kind of funny when you think of it now. It's just much more, it's just better. So HTML5 was a cooperation between the W3C and the Web Hypertext Application Technology Working Group, or WhatWG. And WhatWG was work. That's not a professional term, by the way. They were working with web forms and applications, and the W3C was actually working on XHTML 2.0. But in 2006, they decided to cooperate and create a new version of HTML, which is HTML5. And HTML5 offers some great new features that will make the web more dynamic and more interactive. And up to this point, we've talked about standard HTML, but we're really going to get into the new features in the coming chapters and the coming sections. So HTML5 offers a bunch of great new features. We'll have new sets of tags, such as header and section, so we can describe content better, and the browser can use certain content types better for more efficient web pages. Another cool thing we have is the Canvas element, which is used to draw graphics on the fly on a web page. You could draw a gradient rectangle or a multicolor rectangle, and the canvas is used for creating the lines, but to fill those lines we'd use a script. We'd use some JavaScript. Next we have LocalStorage, which is great. It's an alternative to using cookies to store small amounts of data on a user's browser. So we'll be getting into that in the next chapter. So LocalStorage is very cool. We have new form controls. We went over the HTML standard forms and form elements in the past chapter, and it's just input. Now we will have calendar, date, we'll have a time, we have all different kind of elements we can use in forms, and that work out really well for mobile browsing too. And next we have new media functionality. We'll have video and audio tags, and we can embed video and audio much better, much easier with HTML5. And then finally we have geolocation, which is very cool. It's used to pinpoint where a user is located, where the web page visitor is located, and something should pop up and ask if they want to be located before they do that. But yeah, very cool. And as far as browser support, HTML5 is not an official standard yet, and not all versions of all browsers will detect parts of HTML5. And one thing that many people get confused with is HTML5 is not one big thing. It's not something that a browser will look at a web page and say, is this HTML5? Oh, it is? Well, I can't read HTML5. It's just very separate. Some browsers might support the canvas. They might support the canvas element, and they might not support the new media functionality. So certain browsers do support certain aspects, and you can use whatever browser you want, but in my own opinion, I think Google Chrome is the best browser for HTML5. I think it handles just about everything pretty well. The newest version of Google Chrome, which of course could be different, a lot could be different at the time of you viewing this video, but that's for now. Another very important point is that your old HTML4 code is fine. You don't have to throw anything away. The structure, the base layout, the minimum requirements for an HTML document are the exact same. You'll see right here the same exact tags. So don't think that you have to relearn everything. HTML5 just builds on HTML4, which is a very important concept to understand. Another one of the big reasons for HTML5 is to prevent people from having to download third-party plugins like Flash or Silverlight. The HTML5 stack, which is HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript, all those together, I don't think will replace Flash, but will eliminate the need to use Flash in certain applications and certain websites. I do think that Flash will be around for more advanced video processing and editing that the HTML5 stack just can't do. So I think that's good. I think now we have a good understanding of what HTML5 is and how it differs, not really differs, but adds on to HTML in general. So now I'd like to start a project and use some of these elements that we've been talking about. Hey guys, in this section what I want to do is go over all the new, not all, but most of the new semantic structural elements of HTML5. HTML5 has added a lot of new tags that are a lot more descriptive and just more helpful in general. I have the W3 Schools site, and you can see here it lists the new all the new tags from HTML5. We have the semantic tags, and then we have the media elements, the canvas tag, and the form elements. In this particular section, we're gonna go over these, the semantic structural elements. We have a number of different ones, and what I want to do is take the code that we've implemented for the Blue Developer Directory and just make it more HTML5 friendly. I want to replace some of the div tags with section, maybe the header div with a header tag, and just make it more HTML friendly. So if you want to go to your section 2 folder, your chapter 3 section 2, and in the program files you'll see we have two directories. We have Blue Developer HTML and Blue Developer HTML done. So open the Blue Developer HTML and we'll go to the index page. What I'm going to do actually is create a new folder on my desktop, because I don't want to build in this folder, because these are the actual files that you'll be using. So you can build in the folder, do all the edits and all the stuff in the folder, but I'm going to create a new one, and I'm just going to copy files over. So I'm going to copy everything, and I'm just going to place it in this folder. I'm sorry. So let's open the index.html file. I'm going to open it with Notepad++, and here it is. Okay. Now, right away when we look at this document, there's some things we can change. I'll go back to this page, which shows us the new elements, and you'll see we have a div ID of header. We could replace this with header, and it would be much more HTML friendly and just structured better. So that looks like the first thing I want to do. And you can have an ID or a class or any attribute for that matter on an HTML5 tag. So let's change this. Now we could have header ID header. We could do that, but I don't want to do that. We don't need to. The way our site's laid out in our CSS, let's just keep the header, just the header tag, and then we want to, of course, close it. Now, you can leave the comment that was here. It said end of header div. You can leave that, but I think this is descriptive enough to tell us what it is. You know, as opposed to just having a closing div, which can be very confusing if you have a lot of divs on your page. So let's save that. Now, if we go back and reload, actually, sorry, this is the wrong. I want to open this one. All right, and you'll see the header is now a little messed up, and the reason is because our CSS file is still looking at div ID header when we just have header. So let's open the CSS file and go down to right here, the ID of header. Now all we have to do here is remove these pounds, these hashtags, because we can call just the header tag by itself. It doesn't have an ID, so it's just header. So I'll save this and we reload, and our header's back. And I mean, I just think that looks better in general, just to look at and to just keep your document structured, if not anything else, for anything else. Now, excuse me. Now we have a div ID of menu, and you'll see here we have a nav tag which defines navigation links. So instead of this div ID menu, I'm going to put a nav. And see how we have menu end? We don't need that now because we know it's a nav. It's the end of the nav tag. Now if we save that, we're going to have the same thing. We're going to have a messed up menu. So we just got to fix that in the CSS. Wherever you see menu, just replace it. Actually, you know what? Let me do one more thing. We also have this left menu here, which will also be a nav. So I do want to add an ID onto this. And we'll just say menu, and then we shouldn't even need to change anything. So let's save that, reload, and because you'll see in the style CSS, we're styling an ID of menu. And that doesn't matter which tag it's on. We had a div ID of menu, now we have a nav ID of menu, but we don't have to change anything here. It's still just referring to an ID of menu. So, I mean, that's good for the navigation. Now let's do the same thing for the left menu. Make it a nav. Save, and nothing should change. Alright, so that's the same. Okay, now the next thing we have, excuse me one second. The next thing we have is our content div. Now if we go back to the W3 Schools site, what I want to use for the content divs is section, which defines a section of a document. And if you look at our document, we have this section and this section. So let's change that. I'm not going to give this an ID or a class. I'm just going to style section only, because this and this are the same. They were both div ID content. Okay. Save that, and this is going to be screwed up. We got to go change our content div right here, and we just want to change that to section. And I think that's all. Yeah, that's all we need to do there. So let's save that, reload. Oh, I messed up. This, one second, what did I do? The section shouldn't have ended here. That was a developer. That was the end of this div. So, and I didn't even close this off. So the second section is going to end way down here where it says content to end. Now if we save, Now it's back. Alright, so if we look at the rest of our document, I think that's pretty much it for the home page. One thing I do want to do is I want to add a footer, just a really simple footer. And you'll see we have a, where is it, footer tag right here. Defines a footer for a document or a section. So let's just add, you know what, let me clear. I'm just going to do a clear both. And then let's just add a footer tag. And let's do our copyright 2013 Blue Developer Directory. Okay, so let's save that and reload, and we don't want it there, and we don't want it black like that. So let's just go to style and let's add a footer, and we want, let's do a text align center, a color of white. Oops, sorry. A background color. We can just use background. We don't need to actually use background color of black. And let's add some padding. We'll add 10 pixels to the top, 10 to the bottom. Alright, let's save that and reload. And now we have our footer. Let's add a little margin. Let's see, 20 pixels. Move it down a little bit. Alright, so there's our footer. Alright, so our document is now formatted with HTML5. I think it looks a lot better. I think the structure is a lot better. You know, it's easier to design and just better overall. So that's the index page. Let's see how much time we have. 10 minutes. Alright, let's we can do the rest of the pages. It's going to be pretty much the same thing. So if you want to go to about, open this up with Notepad. Alright, let's see the about page. Yeah. All the rest of the pages are going to look screwed up because we haven't changed them. So we got to do the same thing here. And what I'm going to do here is just copy. This is the index page that we just did. I'm just going to copy it all. I'm going to copy it down to the first section tag. And then go to about. And we're going to paste it up to the content. Because remember, we replaced content with section. So let's just paste that. Alright. And then content end, change that to section. Okay, and let's just add our footer to that page as well with the clear both. Copy. That goes under the container. And let's save that and go to about, and it's back. So now let's do the Browse Developers page. I'm going to close the About page. I'm going to close this CSS page too. And let's open the Browse page. And same thing. I'm going to copy from the doc type down to the section tag. And paste up to the content div. Okay, and then scroll down and we want to go all the way down to the content end, and we want to make that a closing section tag. And let's add the footer. I know it's kind of repetitive. Once you get into server-side scripting and get some PHP going, you don't need to have repeat HTML code like this. You could just have a PHP include file, which would make it a lot easier. So, but this is strictly HTML, so it's kind of tedious. So let's save that, reload. That's done. Now we have one more page. We have the contact page. Let's open that with Notepad. Okay, let's actually, I guess I'll add the footer first, since they're already there. Goes under here. Okay, we know the content is going to be the section end. And then let's grab the top. Down to section. Down to content. Oh. Paste. Save, reload. And it's back. Alright, so that's the structural new HTML5 tags. In the coming tutorials, we're going to look at media. We're going to look at the video and audio tags, the canvas tag, and we're also going to look at some new form elements we can use. So that'll be the next the next section. Hey guys, welcome to Chapter 3, Section 3. And this section is going to be all about HTML forms and the new form elements and input types and different functionality that comes with forms in HTML5. Not all major browsers support the new form elements. However, you can start using them. If they're not supported, they'll just be used as regular text fields. And what's new with forms in HTML5 is the input types, which is very cool. Probably the best feature, the best new thing about HTML5 and forms. And we also have new tags, and we have new list elements. Now there's quite a few new input types. At the moment, but before in HTML4, all we had was the input text, password, checkbox, radio, and a couple others. But now we have the color, range, search. We have different date pickers and email, URL. So I'm going to go through these real quick in this slideshow. And then the second part of the section will actually put this to work in our project. So the first one up we have is the new input field email. And the new email input type allows the form to validate an email address without any use of JavaScript. Now in the past, if you wanted to validate an email and make sure that it's an email address going in, you would need to use JavaScript or some server-side processing just to check and see if it is an actual email address, and it would take a decent amount of code, but this makes it extremely easy. All you have to do is use the type email. Usually you'd have text or whatever, but if you use the type email, it's going to validate it for you right then and there. Alright, the next one we have is color, and that's another one that if you wanted to use before, you'd have to use some pretty heavy JavaScript. And this is as simple as using the word color in the type attribute of the input field. And you'll get a little box where you can choose the color. And we have a date field. Again, no JavaScript needed. We'd have a pop-up calendar to select the date. Now range is another cool one. It gives us control for entering a number whose exact value is not important. So it's basically a little slider control that you would slide to get the values, and we'll be implementing these different input types in the programming part of this section. And usage, you'd have the type range, and then you could actually specify a minimum and then a maximum, and you'd have a slider that would go in between those ranges. Very cool. Okay, so next we have the TEL, the TEL input, which is used for a telephone number. So it should, if the field isn't a valid telephone number, you'd get a pop-up saying that. Time is another one, like date. You can select a time or enter a time. URL, this is used to define a field for entering a link. If it's not in a link, it won't go through. You'll have a little message that pops up. And that's the last one that we're going to talk about. Now we have some new form elements, and there's 3 big ones. I'm not going to go through them in detail because they can get a little advanced, and I really don't see where I can fit them into the project. But first we have the data list tag, or the data list form element, and it specifies a list of predefined options for an input element. Now this is different than a select tag or a select list where you click an arrow and a drop down would pop up and you'd select one. This is different. This is an actual regular text field, and as you type, it's used as an autocomplete. So if you have a certain value in the list and they start typing, then it'll pop up. Like say, I don't know, say it was a location input and you typed B. If we had Boston in the list of options, then Boston would pop up and they could select it without having to type the rest. So pretty cool. It's use the input elements list attribute to bind it together with data list. And it's a little hard to explain, but I'm going to show you in the next section, in the programming part of this section, how this works. And actually, I can show you right here. This is an example. So we'd have an input list. We'd use the list element attribute, of browsers, and then we'd have a data list with the ID of browsers, and then we'd have our options. So if in this text someone types, they type FIR, then Firefox will actually pop up. So it's an autocomplete. It's used for simplicity and to just make things easier for the user. Next we have the keygen form element, which is pretty advanced. It's a way to authenticate users, client-side way to authenticate users. You'd probably want to use something else as well, maybe some PHP or some kind of server-side programming. But it specifies a key pair of generator field in a form. When the form is submitted, 2 keys are generated. One is private and then one is public. And then the private key is stored locally and the public key is sent to the server. So it does have some server activity. I haven't used this yet. It looks pretty neat, but it looks a little advanced. Here we have an example. We have a form going to a demo.php file using the get method. So we have a user, we'd have a text field and have the name, and then we'd have encryption with a keygen tag and the name security, and then the submit button. So I'm not going to get too deep into that. And the next thing we have is the output tag, which performs a calculation and it would show the result in an output element. And here we have an example of that. It's a little complex. We have the onInput attribute with a little bit of JavaScript, and we provide the range. I'm not going to have an example for this in this section, but we might revisit it in chapter 4 or 5. So that's the gist of it. All the really cool input types. Now we're going to get into our project. We're going to go to the Blue Developer Directory project and transfer our current form into an HTML5 form. So now what I want to do is I want to implement the HTML5 new form elements and input types that we just talked about in the slideshow part of this section. And you'll see we're using the contact form from the Blue Developer Directory website that we have created, or we're creating. And I've added some new fields which use the new input types, and I've also added some to the old fields that you can't see. For instance, this email address is the new email input type, and the phone number is the new tel input type. So we're going to be building this. So like every project, what I want to do is go into the project files. One second here. Okay, so we have section 3. Now if we go into the program files, you'll see the done directory and then the regular for you to start with, those pages. So I'm going to go into the done. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to go into the regular, which is the, let me just open it, and so you can see this is what we have up to this point, and that's the contact page. So I want to start new. Well, not new. I want to start with this stuff, and I don't want to touch the program files. So I'm just going to copy everything into this file on my desktop. Now, like I've said before, you can work in this directory if you'd like. I just don't want to touch these files because these are the actual files that you guys are going to get. So I'm going to close that and, whoop, sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. So I want to open the contact HTML of the regular site. Let me get that back here. I shouldn't say the regular site, but the current website. But then I also want to open the done. So I'm going to have to go back into, sorry, one second here. This is a little unorganized. So I get the chapter 3, and I want to open the done version of the contact form. Okay, so you'll see the difference. Now I'm just going to leave the new one open for reference, but we're going to work on this. So I'm going to open contact with Notepad++. You can use whatever editor you're going to use, and let's get started. Now let's scroll down to the form part of the page, and the first thing that I see here that we should do is to use the email, the new email input type, because right here I could type anything and it would go. Now this isn't going to go anywhere. You'll see I have it going to sumscript.php. It's not going to do anything because we're not using any kind of server processing, form processing. But if we use the email field, that we shouldn't even be able to get to that part. So I'm going to go over here, and you'll see we have input type text, email, name email. We want to change the type to email, which is new in HTML5. So I'm going to save that and reload this. Now if I type something like that, please enter an email address. Now that's very cool. The reason that's very cool is that that was difficult to do prior to HTML5 because you had to use different types of JavaScript functions, and and to display it, even displays nice. So that's the email input, and you'll see if we do, we'll say valid at email.com. Whoa, what the hell was that? Email.com. Okay, now this is a valid email address. It has text, then it has the @ symbol, more text, a period, and three letters, and that's what it's looking for. That's how it validates it. So if we submit, and it lets us keep going. Now, like I said before, it's not going to do anything because it doesn't go anywhere, but it's allowed to pass. So next we have the tel field. We have the phone number field, and we want to use the new input type tel. So we're going to replace text with tel. Now if we save it and then we reload, you still can type anything in and it'll pass. The telephone field doesn't work like that. It's not a validation. There's nothing really here that I can show you that will display what it does. I know one good thing about it is that when you're browsing on a mobile device, on a phone, if it's the telephone, if it's marked as tel and they click in it, then your keypad will pop up to enter a number. Stuff like that. It's used in mobile technology. Nothing really here I can show you, but still, it's still good to use if you're using HTML5. So the next thing, if we look at our finished product, we have a location field, and this we're using the data list. Let me just get the W3 schools here. So W3 HTML5, and we want form elements. So we're going to use the data list element here. And as I showed you in the slideshow, I actually used this example of the browsers. So obviously we don't want browsers here, we want some locations. So what I'm going to do, one second. So we're going to add the field. Alright, we're going to add an input field under the best time to call. So that'll be right here between best time to call and budget. So we'll put it our paragraphs, because we're putting all our fields and labels into paragraphs. So we'll put a label. I'll actually just copy just to save some time here, and we're going to call this location. Okay, and I'll change that, location. Now what we want to do is we want to do an input. Okay, we're going to do an input type, and the type is going to be, actually, you know what, we don't use the type. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the syntax a little bit. We want to do input list, not type. Okay, and then the list we're going to call location. Sorry about that. Now under the input we're going to have the data list tag, and the data list is going to have an ID of location. Okay, now we want to close the data list, and then in the middle we want our options, just like a select list. So option, and then we want the value of each option. I'm going to save New York. Okay. Whoops. Okay, option value New York, and the next one, I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and we'll just have New York, Boston, and Miami. Okay, so we have the input list. We have a list attribute of location, and then we have a data list with an ID of location, and then we have 3 values. So I'm going to save this, reload, and you'll see we don't have a list. It's not like this, like how we have the budget. It's just a plain old box. But if we start typing, let's put a B in, Boston pops up, and then the user can select Boston. If we put an N in, New York pops up, and if we put an M in, Miami pops up. If we have a letter that we don't have in the options, nothing happens. So pretty cool. It's this actual implementation of it isn't optimal. You know, you probably wouldn't use this here only because for one reason it's a location field, which someone could put their city, their state, their country, you don't know. So I wouldn't recommend using it like this. This is just for an example, so I can show you the functionality of it. So so that's that. That's the new data list form element. So next, what do we have next? And you'll notice what I did is I put a field set around these particular fields and called it about your project, because these up here are more about the user and where they're from or contact info. So let's just put that in. We'll see the budget's the first one, so right above budget you want to put a field set, okay, and then down under color, well, we don't have color yet, so above the submit button we'll end it, field set, okay, save that, and if we reload we have the field set. Now we need the about your project title, and how we get that is we go up under the field set and we type in legend, and you put in what you want for a legend or a title, save that, reload, and now we have our little field set area. Okay, now you'll see our old form, we have a budget and we have a drop down with some options, and then on the new form we have this cool little slider where we can slide it to whatever we want. It goes from 0 to 10,000. It's not optimal to have it to 0 because obviously that's not a budget. And this actually, you probably wouldn't use this either. You wouldn't use this in this context. I think that this way is more efficient and just more user friendly, but like I said, we're just using this for tutorial purposes. So and I will tell you one thing, using HTML5 alone will only give you this slider. We need a little bit of JavaScript code to have this box to show us what it is, and I don't really understand why they wouldn't include something like that. Maybe you just can't, but just having a slider without these numbers is pretty pointless. But anyway, let's create that. Well, first of all, we're going to get rid of we're going to leave the label for budget, and we're going to get rid of this select list that we currently have and save it, and then you'll see we have nothing. So that's where we want to start our thing. And the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to paste in the JavaScript that we need. It's a really quick, easy snippet, and you should put this in the head, but this is just for tutorial purposes, so I'm just going to put it here. I'm going to put it below the paragraph, and it's just this quick little function here just to display the number or the value. Okay, so that's all set. That's all the JavaScript we need. And here we want to do is use the input. I'm sorry, one second. About your project. Oh, so yeah, it's the range we're using. I forgot which which input type we were using. We're going to use the range input type. So we want to do input type range. Okay, so we have range. Now, what do we need for this? We should give it a name, just because we have with the rest of them. I'm just going to say range. That name isn't needed for what we're going to do. And then what we want to do is put a minimum. Okay, so we want min, and in the final product we have 0 to 10,000. Now I don't want it 0. Let's make the minimum 500, only because this is supposed to be we're looking for a quote for a website, so it's not going to be 0. 500 is a pretty good place to start for, if it's a good company. So max we'll say 10,000, although a lot of companies will charge more than that for large interactive projects. So max, and the last thing we need to do is we need to implement this JavaScript. So we need to do onChange, which is an event handler. Okay, so when it changes, when we slide it, we need to call the function we did above, which is update text input. Okay, So that's the function, and then in the function, in the parameters, we're going to say this dot value, which is the value of this input type. Okay, if that makes sense. I know this is an HTML tutorial, but unfortunately we do need to do a little bit of JavaScript if we want that, you know, that dynamic functionality. All right, so I think that should be good. Oh, we gotta close it. We can close the input tag. All right, so that should do it. So let's save. Let's go and reload, and then you see the budget, the slider. And we don't have the input box, so something went wrong. Because now this is what it would look like if we weren't to use any JavaScript, which is pointless. So let's see what we did wrong here. Maybe we need the semicolon. Reload. Nope. Type range. I could stop the video here and find it, but you know, you'll be doing this too, so we'll figure it out together. So we get the script, the function, update text input with the val, document get element by ID. Oh, that's the, it says text input. That's not our ID. Our ID, we don't have an ID. So in the input we need to have an ID. So I'm just going to make it text input. Okay. Actually, that's not very user friendly. Let's do budget. Okay, we'll name it the same as the name, and then yeah, the name should also be budget. And then finally we need to change this to budget because it's getting the value, get element by ID. See that? So it's getting this ID. So let's save that, reload, and it's still not there. Okay, what's going on here? You probably see the answer. You probably see what the problem is. Update text input. Oh, I don't know. I'm off in the clouds today. We need to have another input, another text input next to it. So sorry about that. So we're gonna do input type text. I should have had all this ready before, but you know, it happens. So input type text, and this ID is going to be the text input. Alright, and then we change this back to text input. And then this will keep the budget for the ID for the slider, for the range input, but the text input, now we should have a box next to this. So we'll save this, reload. Now we have a box, and there we go. So now it's working. You'll see if we go all the way down is 500, and then all the way up is 9,960, which I don't know why it's doing that. That's pretty, oh sorry, no, it goes to 10,000. Alright, so that's that. That's the range input. Let's move on from that. And if we look at our final product, next we have the checkboxes. There's nothing different there. And now we're going to add these fields onto the end. So the first one we want to do is current website. So let's go below the checkboxes, stay in the field set, and create a new paragraph. And we're going to do a label. Let's just copy one. And this is going to be, we're going to call this website. Okay. And this is going to be current website. Now we're going to do an input. Type equals URL. and name equals website. Okay, so let's save that, reload. Okay, so it says current website. I'm going to type in just anything, and we get that please enter a URL. If we enter a URL, let's say, we'll just click on that, Tech Guy Web Solutions, and it lets us through. Now it's not going to work obviously, but it lets us through. So that's the URL input type. Very easy, simple, effective. So the next thing we're going to do is the start date. So this is going to be a start date where someone can either add the date with text, and it just kind of highlights everything automatically. They could do that, or they could use the arrows. See if we reload. See, it's changing the month, or we can use the calendar pop-up. Now this would be very difficult, not very difficult, but for a newcomer, for a new programmer to create in JavaScript, you know, a nice calendar like this. It would be pretty difficult for a new programmer, and it's just simple with HTML5. So let's go ahead and add that to our form. I'm going to create the paragraph. Okay, and we're going to get a label. And we'll call this just start, and this will be start date. Okay, so next we're going to have an input. So we're going to have a type date. Very easy. Okay, we'll say name date. The name you don't need, but it's good to have. Alright, so we have a name, we have an input type of date. Save it, reload, and there's our date. We have our date picker. You know, very, very cool, very easy, and very useful. So the next thing we have is the number of pages, and this is going to be using the number input field. So it has to be a number, but one nice feature is you have these arrow buttons, and you can just click to the number, you know, so you don't have to touch the keyboard or whatever. So let's do that. Let's just copy this, make this a little easier on ourselves. Okay, this is going to be number of pages. We'll change this to pages, change the name to pages, and then we want to use number as the type. Okay, save, go to our form, and there we go. You know, it does let it through. If you don't have a number, you'd have to use some JavaScript for that to validate it that way. And the last thing, I think it's the last thing we have, is the color box, which is a nice pop-up color picker. And that also is extremely easy. I'm just going to copy this. And let's call this color. And this will be main website color. You probably wouldn't have this in a web design company contact form, but it's just to display the new types. So this is just going to be color. We can make the name color as well, and save that and reload, and there's our color picker. Very, very cool. Okay, so that's it. We've made this a full-fledged HTML5 form using just most of the new input types, and that's that. So in this section we're going to talk about the new HTML5 Canvas element, and you can see I'm on the w3schools.com website, And I would definitely suggest this website for anybody learning HTML or pretty much any kind of web scripting language or whatever. It's very informative and it's very simple and put together. So, and the canvas element, it's used to draw lines, shapes, graphics, and what we're going to do is going to be relatively simple because this can get very, very complicated. You can have really really large, complicated scripts because that's the thing, is that HTML it's only used to draw the canvas. You have to use JavaScript to put anything in the canvas or to change it or to pretty much do anything. So I know this isn't a JavaScript video, but to learn anything about the canvas tag, the canvas element, you'll need to do some JavaScript. And I'm going to do it along with you and try to explain it as well as I can. So if you go into your chapter 3, section 3, canvas lines and shapes, you'll see the program files, and these are the only two files that we're going to be working with, is this index.html and this JavaScript file called play.js. And I meant to change the name of it, but I guess I'll keep it. It really doesn't matter. So what we're going to do is I'm first going to show you what it is that we're doing. Now I know this might not look like something useful, but for the Blue Web Developer Directory, I could not figure out a project or anything that we could implement on that site with the canvas tag that wasn't too complicated for this tutorial. So we're going to take a break from the Blue Developer Directory and just learn some basics with HTML5 Canvas and JavaScript. Whoop, sorry about that. So you'll see we have a bunch of boxes here, and the canvas we can do text. It actually shows you a lot of this type of code that we're going to be doing on the W3 School site, but we can draw lines, shapes like circles, text, and that's what we're going to be doing. We have 5 separate canvas elements here. With the first one is going to have text. We're going to do some text, and the second one has rectangles with some strokes. The stroke is the border, and then we have some lines that we can do and we can connect and then fill, and we have some circles, and then we have some animation. I'll have to reload this to show you, but we have some cool animation here. It's just very simple and abstract, but you could see what you could do with this. You could build some really cool animation elements, sliders, or whatever. So let's look at the HTML file first, which is very simple. This is all we have for HTML. We have the doc type, the page body. We have some styling in the head tag, some CSS, and then we have the canvas elements. So we have an opening canvas tag, and then we have an ID attribute for each one. We have 5 separate ones, and then we gave each one, they're all the 400 width, 300 height, and that's it. And if you want to write, some browsers don't deal with the canvas element, and those are older browsers, like IE7, older versions of Firefox. They won't read the canvas element. So all you would have to do is type something in here like, I don't know, get a better browser, and they won't see. Actually, why don't I show you that? I'm going to save this, and I'm going to open the IE tester that I have, and this allows us to look at older versions of IE. So if I open up IE7, of course, IE6, what's going on here. Oh, here we go. Alright, so this is IE7, I think. So I'm gonna load this same page in here in IE7, and you'll see it just says get a better browser. So you know, you can write what you want in the middle for people that have older browsers. Most people have modern browsers, except for maybe, like, you know, if your grandmother has a computer or something like that. But usually don't have to worry about that anymore, at least. So we get these these 5 canvas elements, and then you'll see we have a link to our Play JavaScript page. This just links the JavaScript to this HTML page, and then we have this function body on load make canvas. So what that means is when this page loads, when this body loads, it's going to load the make canvas function, which is defined in the JavaScript file. So now let's look at the JavaScript file. Now this is the JavaScript file, and if you don't know any JavaScript, you're probably looking at this and just saying, holy crap, you know, because it is overwhelming to look at, but it's actually, once you understand it, it's really easy, and hopefully after I go through this, you'll understand it. So I'm actually going to make a new directory. I'm going to start fresh. So I'll just say canvas, and I'm going to copy, actually, one second, I'm not going to rewrite the HTML file, so I'm just going to put that in there because I just pretty much explained everything on the page, so we don't really have to go through that. But I am going to create a new JavaScript document and save it. I'm going to save it in that folder I just created, that canvas folder. If I can find it, there it is. And I'm going to save it as JavaScript. So if you're using Notepad++, you'll have to choose JavaScript right here, .js, and I'll name it. Actually, I'll name it Canvas, because that's what you'll see. I'm not going to keep that as play. I don't know why I did that. So we'll just save it as Java. It's canvas.js. So since we saved it as canvas.js, we have to go back. Let me just make sure I'm in the right index file. So we just got to change this to canvas. So we have our HTML document complete, linking to canvas.js, and now we're in a blank canvas.js. Now I want to test it. First of all, I don't want to close this. I want to keep it open for reference. So I am going to open our new one, which has the white canvases. And the reason it has this is because of the CSS. We have a background of white and a border of black, and then the height and width comes from right here. So that's what we have. Now I want to test. I want to make sure that this JavaScript file is linked correctly. So what I want to do is I just want to say alert I'm connected. So we'll save this, and if in the alert function it just gives us a pop-up alert, so we'll reload and I'm connected. So our JavaScript is in fact connected. Alright, now I'm trying to figure out where I should start for this. Well, first of all, we know we have to have the function make canvas. So let's define that. And if you've done any other programming, JavaScript, PHP, you probably know how to define a function. If not, then just try to follow along. So we just write function, and then we write make canvas. And functions always have a parentheses when you're declaring them, and then open curly brace and close curly brace. Now, whatever we want the make canvas function to do, it's going to do here. And I'm going to do alert 1 again, or just alert 1. just to see if it's connected. I'm going to save it, reload, and it's working. Whatever you put in here is what will be in the alert. Okay, now there's many different ways to do this. It depends on your style of programming. There's 3 phases I like to do when building a shape or anything else with the Canvas JavaScript. So the first thing we want to do, I'm just going to put some comments here just to explain these JavaScript comments. You can use the double /. So the first thing we want to do is get the object, and the object here is the canvas tag, the canvas element, whatever you want to call it. And the next thing we want to do is we want to set some parameters or properties for that object, for the canvas object. And then the third and last thing we want to do is I'd say action, make shape or line, whatever it is that you're doing. So keep that in mind. It might look confusing or sound strange right now, but I'm going to try to explain it. So the first canvas we have, if we look at the finished product, the first thing we're going to do is text. And we just have this text, I love HTML5. It's a light blue color, and it has a black stroke, which is a border of it looks about 1 pixel. So what we want to do is first we want to get the object. So we'll go to the index HTML, and you'll see we can grab this by the ID, because the IDs are all different. So we want the canvas 1 ID. So the JavaScript function we use to get that, well, first of all, we're going to put it in a variable, and we're going to put it in the variable of canvas 1. So canvas 1 we're going to assign that canvas 1 to this variable canvas 1, and we want to do that by document dot get element by ID. And JavaScript, we usually use camel case, which is we start with a lowercase letter, and then the next word will start with, each consecutive next word will start with a capital, an uppercase. And the ID we want to get, as we just saw, is canvas 1. And then we end it with a semicolon. If you know any kind of programming, then you know that. So what we did is we put that element into this variable. Now the next thing we want to do, we want to create another variable, and this is going to be the context of the canvas object. It's a little hard to explain, so just try to bear with me. And we're going to call that variable ctx1 for context 1, and that's going to be canvas 1, which is this variable. It's going to be we're going to get the context of that variable. So we want to do a dot and then get context, and we want to put a parameter. Whenever you have a function and it has parentheses, anything in the parentheses is a parameter, and unless it's a number, you put quotes around it. So this needs to be 2D. It just has to be there. That you can't do it without the 2D there. So our first thing that we've done is done. We got the object. So I'm actually going to label these. I mean, this is just how I do it. It works for me, so just hope it works for you too. So the next thing we want to do is set the properties. And remember, what we're doing is this right here. We're going to make this text, I love HTML5. So here we want to take the context variable, which is context 1, okay, and we want to set the font. and we want to set that to actually I like to use single quotes. We want to set that to 32 point, and we'll set it to Arial. So that gives us a font for this context of 32 point Arial. And the next thing we want to define for our property is ctx1 dot fill style. And what the fill style is the blue color in here. And this should be camel case again. Start with the lowercase f and then style with an uppercase s. And that is actually a color that we can use in JavaScript, and we'll call it, it's deep sky blue, which is an actual color. I'm not exactly sure why I used this and not just a simple blue, but whatever, it doesn't matter. And the next thing, the last thing we want to define is the stroke or the border, which is that black you see around the lettering. So ctx1, and we're going to do stroke style, and that's going to be another strange color. No, actually no, we're just going to do black here. Alright, so we set the properties. If we save it and look at it, there's still nothing there because we haven't done the action, we haven't made it yet. So now we'll move on to 3, which is the action. Alright, so what we want to do here is do ctx1. Remember, we're using the context variable with all of these, not the element variable. So we want to do fill text, and in the fill text function we want to put whatever we want in text. So we're going to do I love HTML5. Okay, that's the first parameter. So we need a second parameter. So 45 is from here to here. Now the next parameter is the Y parameter, and we're going to do from here to here, which is going to be 150. So that's the fill text function. The next thing we want to do, actually we can save this now and go look at it in our new site. And nothing. One second. Let's see what's going on here. That looks good. Oh, see right here, I have an uppercase Y that has to be lowercase. Let's try it again. Save, reload, and there's the text, the blue text. And if you look at this, we don't have, you see, we don't have the black border like this one yet. So what we want to do is just going to take one line of code. We're going to do ctx1 dot stroke text, and we want to write the same thing. If we don't write the same exact thing, it'll look all screwed up, and I'll show you that in a second. So that's that, and then we want to do the same thing. We want the 45x value and the 150y value. Save it, reload, and now we have the stroke around the fill text. So you'll see if I write, let's say if we wrote I love you HTML5 and we save, and this is just the stroke, we're doing this. If we reload, you'll see just the stroke has spelt out I love you HTML. So you got to make sure it's the same. Unless you're trying to do something else, but if you want to add a stroke to the fill text, it has to be the exact same. So that pretty much does it for this canvas, the text canvas. Now I'd like to move on to the next one. And this one is going to be these squares. We're going to draw some squares. 2 of them red with borders, and then 2 gray ones without borders. And I like to keep it there. I like to look at it while I'm writing the code. Just makes it a little easier. So I'll just put a comment here saying canvas 2 squares, and I'll clean this up before I actually put it in your program files, just to make it a little more, because you should always make your code as readable as possible, just so you can understand it, and then if anyone else needs to do something with it, so they'll understand it. It's good practice just to keep it clean. That's why I like to have it, these 3 parts. I mean, a lot of people will just do it, they'll put the actions up here, and they'll put different properties in different places. I like it to be all together nice and neat. So now we're going to do the rectangle. So we're going to do number 1 again, get an object. Now we're going to get it from here, from the the HTML file. We're going to get this canvas with an ID of canvas 2. So we want to do pretty much the same thing here, just with the canvas 2. So canvas 2. First of all, we gotta make a VAR is just saying that you're gonna create a variable right here. So VAR canvas 2 equals document dot get element by ID. And like you just saw, I had the Y capitalized, which screwed everything up. So it's very important that you do the camel case correctly. You only want the first letter of each word to be capitalized, except for the very first one. And then we want to give that canvas 2. So we're grabbing the canvas 2 ID, and then we want to create the context. So we'll do variable context 2 equals canvas 2 dot get context. And like I told you before, we have to have that 2D in there. I apologize if I write a little slow, if I type a little slow. I know a lot of programmers on these tutorials fly through the text, but I'm actually a better programmer than a typer, so just bear with me. And the next thing we're going to do, like we did here, we're going to set some properties. And in this, we're going to actually build 4 separate rectangles in this canvas. So it's going to be a little longer than what we did with the text. So let's do, trying to think. So let's create the fill style first of the first rectangle. So ctx2 dot fill style, and that's gonna be, we're gonna make that a red color. And we'll do the stroke style, which is the border. Whenever I say stroke, it's pretty much means either outline or border. So ctx2 dot stroke style. Stroke style equals black. Okay. Whoops. Forgot my quotes, double quotes. And what else do we want? We want to do a line width for the stroke. So it's what is it? It's ctx2 dot line width. Line width equals 10. And what this means, what the line width is this stroke. This black stroke is 10 pixels wide. Okay? And that's it for the properties. And that was to, create properties. Now we want to make the object, the rectangle. So 3, make rectangle. So just trying to think. All right, so let's do CTX to fill rect. Okay, so the fill rect function is going to it's going to fill the rectangle that we just created. And we're also going to create the size of it as well. This takes 4 parameters, okay? I'm just going to show you. It takes 4 parameters. The first 2 are going to be where we want the rectangle to start. And for the first 2, we're going to do 45 and 5. Okay, so what that means is that 45 means it's from here to here, and then 5 means here to here. And then for this is the size of the rectangle, the X and the Y. So we want our triangle is going to be even on all sides, and I believe it was 135. So we want 135 in both of these, placeholders. Okay, and we don't need that quote there. We just want to end it with a semicolon. Now let's save and reload, see what happens. Yep, so we have our red triangle. The red is coming from right here, the fill stroke. Now we did create a stroke style of black, but we didn't implement the stroke yet. We only implemented the rectangle. So that's what we're going to do next. We're going to do ctx2 dot stroke rect. Okay, and we're going to put the same. We're actually going to put the same exact parameters in here because we want it to end up in the same place. Let's save that, see what happens. Alright, so you can see it added a stroke in the same place, and we put a line width of 10. You'll see if I change this to 5 and reload, it gets smaller. You could do, you can even do 115. You can do all kinds of things. Possibilities are endless. So, as long as you get these base values, these base strategies down, you'll be able to do some really cool stuff. So that was the first square or rectangle, and now we're going to do the next one. And the next one we're going to do is the gray one on the right. So what this will take, it'll take different parameters for these first 2 parameters because we want to move it over more. Well, actually 5 will stay because it's still 5 from the top. So, and we're also changing the color. We're changing the fill color to a gray, so we need to reset it. If we don't add any more fill colors down here or stroke colors, it'll just stay at what it was. So we're going to do ctx dot, we're going to change the fill style to a dark gray, which is all 6s. Oh, we need the hash. Okay, so we get a new fill style. That means anything under this is going to have a fill style of this color. And we're not going to have a stroke for this. As you can see, there's no border. We could if we wanted to, but I didn't include it on these two. So next we're just going to go right to filling the rectangle. Whoop, I forgot to put the 2 here. So we're going to do fill rect. And for these values, we're going to do 200, and what that 200 is from the beginning of the canvas on the left all the way over. So we're going to do 200, and then we're going to do 0, and then we want to do the same 135 for both of these, for both the X and the Y. Let's save that, reload, and there's our square. Now you might see how in the, because this is our, let me just separate this. This is our first rectangle, and this is our second. Now you see this is 45 over, and then we have 5 for it to come down. The reason we have that 5 is because we have a stroke. If we kept it at 0 like this gray one, then this top stroke wouldn't be shown. If I don't know if I explained that correctly, but because the stroke will add, you know, it pushes it down, obviously. So that's why that's 5 and this is 0. Just to clear that up. Alright, so now we want to move on to this next gray rectangle with no stroke. So once again we have to reset. We get to reset the fill style to, and we'll just copy from up here. I'm going to do the gray, I believe, again. We actually don't have to recreate it because it's actually the last fill style, but I'm just going to do it anyway. And now for this, we're going to do, why is this not copying? I just want to copy this. Now we got to change these up. Bottom left triangle. Yeah, so we want 45. We want 45 over from here, and then down we want 150 because we want it to end up down here. And then the next, we're going to keep that because we want the rectangles, we want the squares to be all the same. So let's save that, reload, and now we have the gray square. So now again, we need to reset the styles, and I'm gonna grab some from up here because we're doing another red with a black stroke. So I'm just gonna take fill style, the stroke style, and the line width, and copy that. Put that right here. So now we can actually just take this, and if we keep the parameters like this and I save, whoop, my bad. If we keep the parameters like that, it's not going to do anything because it's behind this one. So we got to change these to 200. Yeah, 200. That'll be 200 over, and then it would be 150. 150, and then keep the same size of 135. Now the stroke is going to be the same. That's going to be 150. Okay, let's save this and reload. And now we have our red rectangle or square with the black border. So that's it for the for drawing rectangles and changing colors and all that good stuff. So the next thing I want to do is lines. We can create lines. We can make them go certain lengths for a certain amount. You know, we can turn them and then we can connect them and then fill them. So that's what we're going to do. This is nothing fancy. You know, this is just obviously just a quick little design that I created. Nothing special, but I mean, this is kind of a novice HTML5 series, and I don't want to get into too much JavaScript because this isn't a JavaScript series, even though we have been doing some JavaScript. So let's go down and I'll just write a comment saying that we're going to be doing lines. Okay, and again, the first thing we want to do is get the element and the object and define variables for them. So this is going to be canvas 3, and it's going to be getting the ID of canvas 3 from here. Let me get rid of that. Okay, so now we want to change this to 3 because we're going to have a context 3, canvas 3, and then we have the 2D, so that's fine. So now we have our two variables ready to go. Alright, so lines, kind of the same thing. We want to define our properties. So let's do ctx3 dot, and we're going to do stroke style, which will basically be the color of the line. And I'm just going to make that, I'm going to make that a dark gray. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have parentheses here. Sorry if that confused you. We want to do equals, and then we want to put them in quotes. Okay. And the next thing we want is the fill style, I guess. We don't need the fill style until we're actually done connecting them, but I'm just going to put it in now just so I don't forget. And that is going to be red. Okay. Let me move this up. So we get the stroke style. Now all we need now is the line width. So ctx3 dot line width. We're gonna do 5. Now we can start to make our object. And we're gonna start with a ctx dot start path. Okay, and that's just saying that we're going to start a new path of lines in this case. Okay, so first function we want to do after this is ctx3.move2. Okay, and the move2 function is what we have to tell them where we want to move to. So if we're starting from here, we want to move whatever 150 pixels over, and then 50 pixels down, and then we'll start the line. Okay, so we're gonna move to I'm gonna move 100 out, 100 pixels out, and I'm gonna move 100 pixels down. Okay, and then we just gotta, yep, we got a semicolon. Alright, so if we save now and reload, there's nothing there, but what it's done is moved us to around right here, 100 out and 100 in, about right here. So this is where whatever we do next is going to start. It's going to start from around here. Okay, so we want to do ctx3 dot line 2, which does what a move to does, but also draws a line. Okay, so we're going to do 150 to 200. Okay. Oh, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't have added these quotes here because it's an integer, it's a number, so we don't need quotes. Okay, let's save this and reload, see what happens. And nothing happens. Oh, I did miss a hashtag right here. Still nothing. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. This isn't going to do it. We also need to do a stroke and a fill. Well, not a fill yet, but we want to do ctx3 dot stroke. Okay. Save. Nothing. What am I missing here? Maybe I do have to do the fill. But I don't think so. Huh. Oh, well, I see. Forgot 3 on the start path. Whoa. Whoa. Sorry about this. Having kind of a weird day. Oh. Still not there though. I hate when I get stumped like this. Start path. It's not start path. It's begin path. There we go. Sorry about that. So you see we have a line. We moved it down to here. That's what the move to did. It brought us here. And then we did a line to 150 to 200. Okay, and that drew that line. And it's 5 pixels wide from this property. The stroke style is the dark gray, so that's what you see here. The fill is a red, but there's nothing to fill yet. We haven't connected anything. So what I want to do now is to just keep going with the line. So I'm going to do ctx3 dot line 2. Okay, we're going to do 200. Save that. And I'm actually going to take the fill out for now, just so we can see. Alright, so see. And let's do it again. You can just keep going with this as long as you want. To draw things or to put things together. So what do we want right here? I'm going to say I'll leave the 200 and go to 290. Save. Okay. And then the next one. I want to do 290 and 290. And then 290 and wait. Yeah, 290 and then 100. 100. Okay. And then I want to connect it. So I'm going to do 100, 100. Okay, so now we connected it, so now we can add that fill that we took away earlier. Okay, save it, and there we go. So we made a bunch of lines, we connected them, and we filled it. Alright, so next, so we have the first 3 done. Now the next thing I want to do is circles. Now making circles is a little bit tougher than making squares, but we'll be able to do it. Alright, so first, I'm sure you know what we need to do right now, which is just get the ID, get the element with the ID, and we're just going to do canvas 4, CTX 4, 4. Okay, so now we can work with the context, right? And let's make a fill style. Fill style of, how about blue? Okay, nice easy color. And now see how we began the path right here? You don't have to, but I like to close it. Just looks neater. In some cases you do need it, but we don't here, but I just like to do it anyway. So, and then down here we got to begin a path, but with 4. Okay, and the next thing we need to do is an arc. So ctx4.arc. This is what you use for circles, and that takes a bunch of parameters. And this parameter is going to be where we want it, I guess. So 200, 100, 200. Oh, I'm sorry. 230. Let me explain this. You probably know already, but the 200 is from here to here. The 30 is from here to here. Okay? So now we want to define this circle. And I'm going to say 25 for the size of it. And then we're going to have a 0. And then this part is I really don't know how to explain this. It has to do with radiance and circumference of circles. But what we need to put here is math.pi. Okay. Math.pi times 2. Math.pi times 2. And I really can't explain this. It just, you need this to give the circle its full circumference, its full radius or shape or whatever. I'm not a mathematician. I was never really good at math, so but this is what you need to put in. And I'm sure, I mean, you could look up to exactly what this is and why we do it. So next we want to do, after the arc, we can fill it. Whoop. Oh, I'm sorry, we just want to do fill. We just want to, yeah, just the fill function. Okay, now let's save and we'll reload over here. And we have our little blue circle. And we can change this. If we change this number, you know, to 55 and save it, it gets bigger. It's not moved down enough right here, so it's cut off right now. you know, and this, say if we took this out and then we put like something like 44, saved it. It does nothing. That's weird. I just know we need this, so that's what matters. Alright, so now let's work on the next circle. And I began that path, now I'm going to close this path. Close that path. So let's change the fill style to ctx4.fill style equals, and we're gonna do, I'm just gonna do red. Keep it simple. And now we want to do pretty much the same thing here. Okay. Now we gotta move it. If we don't change these, it's just gonna be a circle over this circle. So we gotta change the positioning. Okay, we're gonna do 200 over, just like this one, but we're gonna do 100 down so that it's under it. Okay, and we're also gonna make it bigger. We're gonna make it, say, 45. Okay, and now if we save it, reload, we have that red circle underneath. Okay, so that's, looks like we're starting to build a snowman. Now for the next one, we're gonna do, see, there's a lot of repetitive stuff that you do when you're programming like this. So let's just change the color to black. Okay, and we want to make it bigger. We want to make it 75, and then we want to move it. We still want to keep the 200 because we want them all the same, you know, along the x-axis, but on the y-axis it has to be down further, and that's going to be 220 from the top. Okay, let's save that. I don't know why I keep doing that. Alright, so now we have our blue, red, and black circle, just like we do here. So that's circles. Now the next thing we're going to do is our final canvas is going to be on animation. Alright, so let's get started on this fifth canvas. You'll see in the HTML file we have canvas 5. This is what we're going to be working with. Okay, so let's start this. So again, we're going to grab the variables, and this will be canvas 5, context 5, the ID was 5. Okay. Now, I'm trying to think of how I could explain this. We're going to use kind of a looping function called setInterval. So I guess I'll just get into it. So we're going to write this function setInterval. Okay. Oh, I didn't spell that right. Interval. And we're going to do a function inside of that function. Okay. So we have a setInterval function, and inside that we have a function that we're going to deal with inside the setInterval function. Okay. I'm just going to close that out. Whoa. So the first parameter for the setInterval is this function. So then we have another parameter, and I'm going to write 30. Okay. Now in the function, we're going to be doing some stuff that we've done. We're going to do a CTX5, and this is going to be the fill style, and we're going to make this a black, and we're going to do a, actually, let me explain what I'm doing right here. I'm going to make a rectangle, okay, just like we've made up here, but I'm going to make one rectangle, and it's going to be the entire span of the canvas, okay, and I'm going to make it black. And we do that the same way by saying CTX5 dot fill rect, okay. So this is just, we're creating a rectangle, and this rectangle is going to start at the 0 point. It's going to start right here, 0, 0. And now the height and width, we're going to do the width first, and we're not going to put a static number in there. We're actually going to use the canvas 5 variable along with the width property, okay. So it's going to be whatever the width of this canvas. And then the next parameter, which would be the height, we're going to do canvas dot height. Okay. So this rectangle we're building is going to start here at 0, 0, and it's going to be the entire width and the entire height. Okay. So I think I could save, and we could see, no, nothing yet. Oh, it's because we didn't fill it, I believe. Let me just, whoop, sorry about that. Let me just think for 1 second. What if we did CTX5.fill? This might do it for us. Save, and no. Okay. Fill style black. Well, let me take it out of this function for a second and see if it'll work. No, I don't know why it's not working. Oh, I forgot the 5 here. There we go. Alright, let's put the function back. The 5. Alright, so now we have a black. And the reason it doesn't cover the entire thing is that right here, we have all the canvases, we have a padding of 10 pixels, okay? So this white, this is the padding. That's why that's like that. Alright. Let me see what happens if I take this away. Alright, so we didn't even need that right there. Yet. So the next thing I want to do is change the fill style, or reset the fill style, and I want to make it white. Okay, and now we're going to do a circle now. Okay, we're going to do a begin path, and we're going to do an arc. Okay, and for this arc, I'm going to show you something. Alright, so we want to make a counter. Okay, we want to set a counter to a certain number, to 0, and then each time this interval goes through, it'll add 1 to the counter, which will let us put that variable into one of these, and then each time it goes through, this will change, which will cause an animation. And I could probably just show you easier than I can tell you. Well, first of all, let me just fill this. We need this fill and close path. Okay, let's see what this does. Reload. Nothing. Fill style. Arc. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing the circle. No, that's not it. Oh, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. I forgot to have CTX5 as opposed to 4. So, alright. So now we have a white circle, which comes from this code right here. Fill style white, then we made the circle with the arc. Now I'm going to change this a little bit. I'm going to change this. I'll just say 100, and then we'll do 120, and I'm going to do 55. Make the circle a little smaller. Save. Well, I don't know why I keep doing that. If you see my Chrome buttons up here are black for some reason, and I can't tell which is which. So I'm going to have to fix that. And one thing I like to do here, you see how we have all these math pi times 2. I don't really like that there. It's fine if you want to keep it there, but I like to put things like this into a variable that I'm going to use over and over. So I mean, if I just copy, I cut this, sorry, and then we'll make up a variable just called pi2. Okay, now if we go back to the top, we want to go before, right here, right after the function opens, and we're just going to say, we'll define that variable of pi2 equals this. Okay, so now, sorry, we need the var. Okay, so now instead of using this, we should be able to use our variable in all of these places. It's just easier to read, at least for me. So if we save and reload, you see it's all the same. We're just using a variable, or a constant, I'm sorry. It's more of a constant, because it's not going to change. Alright, so now let's get into the animation part of this. What we need to do, like I said before, is we need to set a counter. So here I'm going to create a new variable, and I'm going to call it pos x for position x. Okay, and I'm going to set that to 0. Now I'm going to go down here and go to this arc right here, and I'm going to take away this 100, and I'm going to put that variable. Okay, so it was 100 over from here, but now it's going to be whatever this variable is, and the variable is going to start at 0, so this circle will be at 0, but when it goes through here, what we need to add here, which is extremely important, is that we want to increase, with each loop, we want to increase that variable, that pos position x, and we want to do that by just increasing 1. We can do that like this. Okay. So now whenever this runs, this will add 1 to the position. So after the first one, it'll go to 1, then it will go to 2, then 3, and as it's cycling through, this will be moving according to that position. So let's save this, and let's see if this is even going to work. Okay, so reload, and here we see it, our animation. This is changing. This position X, where is it? This, the hell is it? This position X right here is changing. Okay, so that's why it does that. And it doesn't keep going. There's code you can implement to make it keep going or come back or whatever. We're not going to get into that right now, but you know, if we reload, we'll see it again. So I just want to add a couple more circles to be floating through this little animation, and we can do that just by copying this. Okay, and this one, this circle, we'll make red, and what I want to do now is I want to make another position, but I want it to be position Y. Okay, and we're going to add 1 to that as well. And then I want to put that in this red circle. I'm just going to say, I'm going to put this back to 150 for the red circle, and then I'm going to change this right here to position Y. Okay, now we'll save, reload, and now we have two circles, one going horizontally, which is the X, and one going vertically, which is the Y position. So I'm going to go ahead and add one more, and this one can be blue, and we want to use, I'm going to have this one go down to on the Y-axis. I'm going to move this over to 350 so it's not in the way of the other one. I said 350. Alright, save that, reload, and now we have a couple cool little circles animating nice and smoothly using HTML5 and some JavaScript. We're not using Flash, we're not using any jQuery libraries. It's just straight HTML and a little bit of JavaScript. So that's it for this tutorial. I think we learned a lot of the basics here. Like I said, there's a lot you can do with this. You just really gotta learn the basics first, and then you'll be able to eventually build some really cool applications using this technology. So that's it for this, and we'll be moving on next to section 4, I believe, or chapter 4. I think this is the last section in this chapter, so I'll see you in chapter 4. In chapter 4, we're going to talk about two things. We're going to talk about feature detection, and we're going to talk about drag and drop, which is a new feature of HTML5. So what is feature detection? Feature detection is finding specific properties or methods in a browser's DOM to detect the browser type and whether it supports a given operation. Now, the DOM stands for Document Object Model, and I'm not going to go deep into that because it would just be too much to cover. It's basically, it looks at everything on a web page as an object, whether it's a p tag or a heading, or even the document itself, or the web page is the window itself. There's a window object, there's a document object, there's the navigator object, but I'm not going to go deep into that. But that's how feature detection is done. It uses the DOM. Feature detection is not browser detection. They used to use the navigator object. They check the navigator object and the user agent property to find out the exact browser that the user was using, not the feature itself. And this isn't, it's very unreliable, which is why it's not recommended anymore. We have much better ways of doing that, which we're going to go through right now. And that brings us to third-party JavaScript libraries like Modernizer. Modernizer, it doesn't try to detect the browser, it detects the actual function or method or property. We could test for the canvas object, we could test for drag and drop, obviously, which we will be doing in the programming part of this section. And it's a much simpler code. When you would check for the user agent, you'd have 4, 5, 6 if-else statements, and just the code got cluttery, and it didn't even work some of the time. I mean, now if you look at the Modernizer code, it's as simple as this. You're just checking for the property, and that's it. You can download Modernizer for free. It's open source at modernizer.com/download, and it actually is a page where you can pick and choose which properties and objects you'd want to check for. So if you only wanted to check for, say, canvas or any kind of CSS3 property or selector, you could do that, and it would lighten up your code a little. So Modernizer is definitely, in my opinion, the best, but there's also other JavaScript libraries that you can use for feature detection. So how do we implement Modernizer? If you go to the page and you see you have a development version, there's a production version, it can look kind of complicated, but it's really not at all. I mean, all you need to do is generate the file and download it and include it in your HTML, and this is how you would do that. You would do it in the heads. First of all, you'd add a class to HTML called no.js, no dash hyphen whatever JS, and then down here you just include the script, the actual file that you downloaded, that you generated, and we've gone over this, how to include external scripts. So that's pretty much it. Once you've done that, you can use the functions and you can start using Modernizer. So Modernizer creates its own properties for each feature that it checks, that it tests for, whether it's canvas, drag and drop, and you can refer to these properties to check whether the browser supports the object and its properties. So here's an example, very simple. If Modernizer creates an object .canvas, if it's supported, then you would add your HTML5 code. If not, then you could display a message saying update your browser or whatever it is you want to do. And Modernizer is also very useful for CSS3, for the new CSS3 selectors and properties. Here's an example where you'd want an object or an area on the web page to have a gradient background. Okay. Now you saw in the couple slides back we added the no.js class to the HTML tag, and this is what would happen if the browser didn't accept the new CSS3 gradient properties or selectors, and it would just have a background image. You would have to create a glossy image or a gradient image, and it would just default to that. And if the browser did accept the CSS3 gradients properties, this is what it would do. It would do the background image, and then this is all CSS3, the linear gradient function here. So very useful for CSS3. So now we know how to detect certain features such as drag and drop, and now I'll get into a little bit of the syntax for drag and drop. Now, like with most aspects of HTML5, we need to use some JavaScript to do the calculations or processing or animations or anything like that. So the first thing is that we need to set the draggable attribute to true. So if it's an image that we want to drag, we have to have this attribute and set it to true. Now, obviously, you'd have your source. You know, you type your image in, the link to your image, but we do have to have this attribute. So we made the object draggable. Okay, we made this image draggable. Now what we have to do is specify what will happen when the element or the object or whatever you want to call it is dragged. Okay, and the onDragStart attribute calls a function, which is this function, drag event. Event is the parameter of the drag function. Okay, and that specifies what data to be dragged. Okay, if that makes sense. And then we have the ev.dataTransfer.setData method, which sets the data type and the value of the drag data. So this would be the value of the drag data and the type, text. Okay. Alright, so that brings us to the next part of the code, which is event.preventDefault. Now, what this does is, by default, the data cannot be dropped into other elements. To allow it to drop, we need to prevent the default handling of the element. So that's all we're doing right here, is just preventing the default action. Okay, so sorry about that. And the last thing we have here for our simple drag and drop script is the drop function. Okay, and the drop function takes the event as a parameter. Now, when the drag data is dropped, this event occurs. So we have the event.preventDefault. Okay, this is up here. It's going to prevent the default setting, so we can drop it, drag and drop it. And then we set this variable called data to ev.dataTransfer.getData text. Okay, you saw the slide before. We had the setData function to set it to text and the value, and now we have the getData function, and we're getting the type. In the last line, we have the target append child document.getElementById from the data. Okay, so it's getting the ID of data, and it's appending the child. So that'll actually do the drop. So we'll be able to drag something and drop it in. And this will be a lot easier to explain or to show you when I'm actually doing it. It's kind of hard to convey this code to you in English. So with that said, let's dive in and start coding. Alright guys, so in this part of this section, I want to demonstrate both feature detection and drag and drop in the same video. So the first thing we have to do here is go to modernizer.com, and Modernizer doesn't have an E between the Z and the R. Just make that clear. And we have a development version and a production version. We're going to download the development, and this is what I was talking about generating your file. Now, these are all the things that Modernizer tests for or can detect, and we can pick and choose which we want. You know, we could disable a lot of these if we wanted to lighten the file a little bit and increase the performance on our website. You'll see we have drag and drop right here. Obviously, we're going to keep that checked. I'm actually going to keep all these checked, but just to let you know that you can pick and choose. And then you generate the file, and then you can download the file. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I set this drag and drop an empty folder on my desktop. I'm going to download it to that, and that's where I'm going to build our application. And I'm just going to save it with the default name. Okay. Now you'll see if you go in the program right here, this is the section 2 program files, and this is what we're going to be doing. is we're going to have this div, this box here, and we can drag and drop the HTML logo into the box. Nothing spectacular, but it's a good little introductory type of application. So you'll see if we reload, it goes back. Whoop. Now you can imagine the things you'd be able to do with drag and drop in a browser, file management and so forth. So the next thing, let's close this and go to our new folder, and all we have here is the Modernizer JavaScript file. Now I just want to create an index file, okay, and I'm going to save it in that folder right next to the JavaScript, and I'm going to call it index.html. Alright, so now we have index. Now we just need the image, so I'm actually going to go back into the project files, okay, and get the image. Copy that, and I'll bring that, paste it. Alright, so now we have all our files that we need to build this. Alright, I'm going to leave this open, and then let's open our index.html with Notepad++, and it's an empty file. So right here I'm just going to paste in, let me just grab we just need our standard layout, our boilerplate for our HTML file, okay, head, and we'll put a title of just drag and drop. Okay, I'll save that, and let's just open our file, and we have nothing. So the first thing I want to do here is just set up the divs in the image. So we're going to do, let's just look at this while we do this. We're going to put in a heading tag in H1, and we're just going to say drag the HTML5 logo into the box. Okay, save. I'm a little OCD with this. I like to check every little thing I change or add. I like to check. So the next thing, under the header, we're going to make the div for the box to put the HTML5 logo in. Okay, so we'll say div ID equals, I don't know, div1. And now we want to add some, actually I'm not going to add the JavaScript attributes yet, so I'll just close the div. And then under that, we want to do image src source, and we're going to put html5.jpg. Okay, it's in the same, the image is in the same folder as this file, so we don't need to add any kind of directories or anything like that. So let's save this, see what we got. And we have a div which you can't see yet because we haven't added a border or gave it a size. So now let's do that. And I'm not going to link any CSS style sheets. I'm just going to do the style in the header just because it's convenient. And for style, we want to do the div. Sorry about that. We want to do div1. And what do we want to do here? Let's do width 240 pixels. Okay, and height will be also 240 pixels. Let's just throw some padding of 10 pixels, and let's do border. Okay, we'll do the shorthand for the border, so we'll say 1 pixel, and we want it to be gray and solid. And we also want to float this left. Okay, so let's save that. Alright, so now we have our box and our logo. Now we want to add the attributes for the JavaScript, so we can call a function on an event. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is make the logo, I want to make the image draggable. So we're going to add the draggable attribute, and we're going to set that to true. Okay, and the next thing I want to do to the image is I want to add the on drag start attribute. And you probably remember we talked about these in the slideshow, in this section slideshow. So here we want to have the drag event happen, and we'll have event as the parameter. Okay, so on drag start, when we start to drag it, it's going to call the drag event, the drag method or function, whatever you want to call it. And now we want to do to the div, to the empty div here, we want to put on drop. Okay, it's the on drop attribute or event, and what we want to do there is the drop event. Okay, I mean the drop method with the event, and then we want to add another attribute called on drag over. Okay, and that is going to call the allow drop function. And we'll have event as the parameter as well. Okay, so that should be it for the HTML. We have draggable true, on drag start we'll call the drag method, on drop we'll call the drop method, and on drag over we'll call the allow drop method. So actually I should have showed you how to use Modernizer first, but we'll just do it after. It's very simple to implement. So let's just get this, we'll get all this done with, and then we'll implement Modernizer, and we'll have an if, if drag and drop is able on the browser, then to continue. So let's just do our JavaScript. I'm going to do it in the head, not the style. I'm going to do it in the head section. I'm not going to link any extra files just for simplicity. So we'll do script type text JavaScript. Okay, and then close the script. Alright, so now, actually, you know what? I'm going to implement Modernizer now. So we have the file that we downloaded right here. I'm going to actually just copy this name, okay, so we can include it. We just need to include or link it to the HTML page, and we do that in the head. So we want to do script type equals text JavaScript, and we want to do source, and we want to put that file name in the source, and then we just want to close it and then add our ending script tag. Okay, so now the Modernizer file is linked to this HTML file, and I'm going to just test that out really quick by opening the JavaScript file. And I'm not going to explain any of this because the Modernizer file is pretty large and would be very, very complicated for me to try to explain. So, but I just want to make sure it's linked, so I'm going to do an alert and write it's linked. Okay, and then we'll save that, reload, and it's linked. So now just make sure you get rid of the alert, save it, and close it. We won't need to open that again. Alright, so now I just want to do a little test to see if drag and drop is enabled on our browser. Okay, and it's very simple. Actually, first I want to explain something. We're going to do alright, so this right here is the syntax of how you would test for something. If you wanted to test for Canvas, you would have if modernizer.canvas and then whatever. I'm going to go back to drag and drop, but there is something, if you want to use the drag and drop, you have to add another piece of code. I'm going to do that right now. You have to add another condition, and it's this window.file reader. And the reason for this is that there is in fact a set of drag and drop event handlers, and they're supported in IE 8 and they go all the way back to IE 5, and these are they are the same events in the old version, because the HTML5 standard basically formalized what IE was doing already. So we have to test for this in order for some of the older IE browsers to be able to tell if drag and drop is enabled or not. So what I'm going to do is just create what's going to happen if the browser is in fact able to do the drag and drop. Okay, and I'm just going to do a document write and whoops, I'm going to say this browser can use drag and drop. Okay, and it's just going to write that. It's just going to print that to the browser, to the screen. And then if it doesn't, we're just going to add a not. A user cannot use drag and drop. Save that. Let's reload our Chrome browser, and it says this user can use drag and drop. This is the latest version of Chrome, and if you have the latest version of any popular browser, I believe that they all can handle drag and drop. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open this IE tester, which is a very cool tool for any kind of web developer. You can test sites on all versions of IE. I'm going to open IE 8 and go to that same page, and now you'll see it says this browser cannot use drag and drop. So, and I'll show you this. We haven't implemented the actual application yet, but I'll leave this open so that we can after we program it. I did want to do the modernizer thing first before we even did anything, but what are you going to do? So I'm going to keep this for the not if it's not available, and we're going to put our code, our drag and drop code, in between here in the if, you know, if that feature is enabled. So we're going to start with, one second. I'm going to start with the allow drop function, which is right here. Okay, so we're going to do function allow drop, and the allow drop function is going to take the event parameter, and all we're going to do here is do ev.prevent default. Remember, we talked about that in the slideshow. We're just preventing the default behavior. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is the drag. I'm going to do the drag function, and that's going to take an event parameter. And that you'll see is right here. So the image, when we grab the image and we start to drag it on drag start, we're gonna call the drag function, which we're gonna define right here. Okay, and it takes event, and then we have the event parameter. So here we're gonna do ev dot data transfer. Now this is the same code that we did on the slideshow. So we're going to set the data, not the data, the data, and we're going to set that to, I'm going to set that first, the type will be text, okay, and then ev dot target dot id. So that looks like that's what we want. I'm going to separate this a little. So now we're going to do the drop event. Now for the drop event, we're going to call the allow drop function. I mean the prevent default function. I said function, so I started typing it. Alright, so ev dot prevent default, and now we want to create a variable, and we'll call it data. And what that's going to do, we're going to be the ev data transfer dot get data. Okay, we did set data up there, now we're doing get data, and that's going to be text. And the last line, we want to do the append the ev dot target dot append child, and then we want to do document dot get element by ID, and we want to get the data ID. Okay. Oh, okay. I actually missed. The image should have an ID. We should have done this before. The image should have an ID of drag1. Okay. That looks good. Let's save that. It looks good. And there we go. We can drag it over, place it in the box. You reload, you can keep doing it. So that's that. Oh, I wanted to show you if we did it in a browser that doesn't allow drag and drop. So let's refresh this, and you'll see nothing happens. I can't bring it over. So that's working. It's all working correctly. That's it for drag and drop and feature detection. Next, we'll get into probably media, some video and audio stuff. And thanks for watching. Welcome to Chapter 4, Section 3, HTML5 Media. And we're going to be discussing the video and the audio tag. Now, before HTML5, to get a video to play in your web page it could give you a real headache. You need to find different plugins. You need to download Flash. People had to download Flash to watch your video. It was just a real pain. And this definitely, the video tag is definitely one of my favorite new features of HTML5. And it's very, very simple to use. It's amazing how simple it is to just set up a video in a web page. It's almost like inserting an image. Now, if you want to add custom controls and full screen and all that, then you do do have to use some JavaScript. You can't do it all in HTML, but you can just embed a video like you can an image using just HTML. And as far as browser support, all the major browsers, the latest versions, they all support the video and the audio tag. IE9, Chrome, Firefox, Safari 5, Opera, they all support the media tags. Now the types of media we have for video, MP4, which is the most popular, WebM and OGG. Okay, and the WebM and the OGG aren't that popular, but you can find video converters online. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of free ones. So if you have an AVI or an FLV video, you can easily convert it to one of the accepted formats. And for audio, we have MP3, which is obviously the most popular, and OGG and WAV, which is kind of popular. So I mean, no matter what, you can use any type. You just need to convert it if it's not supported. Now video tags, there's three new tags, and obviously video is the main tag. It defines a video. And then we have the source tag, which we can define multiple sources for the video. And we have the track tag, which defines text tracks in media players. And like I said before, JavaScript is needed for extra function and control. And we'll be getting into that. The project we have, we're going to actually be inserting a video into the Blue Developer About page. And we're going to use some JavaScript, nothing too complicated, just some extra controls. Now audio tags have the same, they don't have the track tag, but they have the video and the source, and it's pretty much the same thing. Now we have JavaScript methods. We have methods, we have properties. I just listed the methods here. We have add text track, can play type, which will check if the browser can play the type of video. The load method, which will reloads the audio or the video element, and the play and the pause methods. So I mean that's a quick rundown of the video and audio tags and functionality. Now we can get into some programming, and I can actually show you how it works. Alright guys, so in this video I'm going to implement the video tag. I'm not going to do the audio only because it's very similar. If you go on the W3C School's website, you'll see it's the structure and syntax is very similar. So basically, if you know how to implement a simple video, then you can do the same with an audio. So if you go to your section 3, your chapter 4, section 3, program files, you'll see we have the Blue Developer done and the Blue Developer HTML. Now the Blue Developer HTML is the site that we've built up to this point, okay, and then the done is we've implemented video on the about page, and that's what I have up right here. So if we go to the about page, you'll see we have a video, which is just a quick silly video I made for the site, and this is a video tag. You know, this is what it gives you. Very, you know, nice looking control panel, and I mean it doesn't do much by itself. You'll find you can do a lot more with JavaScript, and I have implemented some JavaScript with these buttons here. These do not come with the HTML5 tag. I built these with JavaScript, but it's very simple. So if you just follow along, it's pretty easy to understand. Now I'm going to play it. Welcome to Blue Developer Directory. We are a fictional website and welcome to Blue Developer Directory. And it just we are a fictional website and service that lists top. Now we have these buttons big. We can make it bigger, small, and normal. So just, you know, nothing spectacular, but the fact that we don't need any plugins or anything like that is awesome. So so let's get into it. I'm going to open the actually I'm going to copy the HTML, the regular one that we've gone to this point, and I'm going to paste it on my desktop. so I don't touch any of your files, because those will be the actual files you work with. And you'll see the structure is how we left it. Okay, but let's go to the done. What did I do with it? I have to go back in and get it. The done, you'll see we have a video folder, okay? And that's where I'm keeping this video. So what you need to do is just create a new folder and call it video, or whatever you want, vids, videos, whatever. And just copy that video we have. It's add.mp4 and just paste it in. Okay, so now we have that. And now we just need to edit our about page. So let's open this and go to about, and this is how we left it. Okay, so we want to open about HTML with whatever you're using. I'm using Notepad++, and I'm going to insert the video in the section area. Okay, right after all the text. Now let's add the video tag, and the video tag we're going to give an ID, okay, of add, and we're going to give it a width of 500, and we're going to give it a height of 350. And then we just want to include controls. Okay. And let's just close that. Alright. So in between the video tags is where we need to put the source tag. Remember when we talked about it on the slides, we're just going to put the source where the video is located. So let's do that. We're going to do source and then src, just like you would with an image. Okay, and we're going to do video, because that's the folder we put it in, and it's called add.mp4. So that's the source. Okay, and we just want to do type. We want to add the type, and it's a mp4 video, so we want to do video/mp4. Okay, so now we just want to do, we can write here what we want displayed if the browser doesn't support the video tag. So we'll just say, please update your browser. Okay, so as you can see, this is extremely simple. Let's save it and see what happens. And there's our video. It's as easy as that. I think it's unbelievable. And you'll see we have the developer directory, default controls. We're a fictional website, but we don't have the buttons like we do here. So we're going to do that now. By default, you do have the play button, the forward and back slider, the volume, and full screen if you want full screen. So we're just going to go ahead and add those buttons, and the first thing we need to do is add the actual HTML for the buttons, and I'm just going to grab that. I'm going to grab that and paste it in just so we can save time on typing, and we want to insert it right below the video tag. Okay, it's just in a div that's 400 pixels wide, so we'll save that, reload, and there's the buttons. Now they don't do anything, they're just HTML buttons. We have to write the JavaScript for them to actually work. And I'm just going to do it kind of quick and dirty. I'm just going to add the script, the JavaScript, below here, so I don't have to include a separate file or anything. And we want the script to run after the video is loaded, and the buttons are already there. So we're just going to add some script here. Whoop. And the first thing I want to do is put this video with an ID of add into a variable. So I'm going to create a variable and I'm going to call it my video, and it's going to be equal to document.getElementById, and it's going to be, the ID is going to be add, as it is up here. Alright, so we have the variable my video. Now we're gonna control, that's what we're gonna use to control our video. Now I want to create a function, and it's going to be called play pause. And this play pause, what it is this button here, which is this button here. When it's clicked, when the on-click handler is clicked, it's going to go to a function called play pause right here, and that's what we're creating. Okay, so now when the play pause function is run, we want to check which state the video is in. We want to check if it's paused or if it's playing. So we want to do if my video dot paused. Okay, so if the video is paused, we're going to do something, and then else we're going to do something else. Okay, so if the video is paused, then we want to play it. If someone clicks the button, we want it to play. So we'll say my video dot play. Alright, so if it's paused, it'll play if it's clicked. If it is not paused, that means it's playing, obviously, so we want it to pause. Okay, now let's save that. Let's check that out. We'll reload. Welcome to Blue Developer Directory. We are a fictional website and service that lists top web developers from around the world. Now it pauses. So that's done. That's all we need for the play pause function. Okay, so next excuse me, so we want to do another function, and this function is going to be called makeBig. I guess you're getting kind of a JavaScript lesson as well as HTML5. Now the makeBig function is called when you click this big button, because it has an on click of makeBig, and this is extremely simple. All we're going to do is take the my video variable, and we're going to apply a width, and we're going to apply a width of 560. So save that, reload, and let's click the big, and we get, let's actually make it a little bigger. If we make it 760, save it, reload, big. Well, I guess that's too big. We'll keep it at 560. Why fix something that's not broken? Alright, so that's taken care of. Now, you probably know what's next, and that would be the make small. I'm actually just going to copy this and make it twice, and then just change the big to small. Make sure you should be using camel case, which is a lowercase for the first word, and then uppercase for each new word. So for the make small, we're going to do 320, and then to make normal, it's going to be 420, which is what it's at by default. I believe, is it? No, it's not. It's at 500. Alright, well, let's just change that then to 420. Height, I'll say 290. Seems about right. Alright, save it, reload. Okay, it's a little smaller, but if we press big, it gets big, small, normal, play. So they're all working. Blue Developer Directory. So that's it to this script. You know, and these buttons, obviously, if this was a production site, you'd have nicer buttons, you know, and some background, or it just look better. But we don't care about looks, it's all about functionality, and that's how you create a video using HTML5. Alright, so welcome to Chapter 4, Section 4, Scalable Vector Graphics, better known as SVG. So what is scalable vector graphics? SVG is used to define vector-based graphics on a web page. Now, vectors aren't like your standard images. A vector can be stretched or zoomed or scaled, and it won't lose its pixels. It won't distort like a regular graphic would, like a standard PNG or JPEG. And graphics are defined. SVG is defined in an XML document, extensive markup language, and vector, like I said, do not lose any quality if they're zoomed or resized. And we can animate SVG graphics. You can do a lot of different things with JavaScript, with jQuery, using SVG. And SVG is a W3C recommendation. SVG is mostly used for vector type diagrams like pie charts. Usually these, full color, two-dimensional graphs and shapes and stuff like that. But it can be used for other stuff. It's not for graphic intensive gaming or anything like that. Like I said, it's better for pie charts and such. Most web browsers can display SVG just like they can display any other kind of image. All the new browsers should be able to render SVG. Now, embedding SVG into HTML uses the SVG tag, which follows a simple syntax, which you can see right here. SVG open tag, and then we define the XML standard, and then the content will go in between the SVG tags, which we will do in the second part of this program. And you can see here, this is an example of just a simple SVG circle. Alright, so the differences between SVG and Canvas. They're not the same. SVG is a language for describing 2D graphics in XML, and Canvas draws 2D graphics on the fly using JavaScript. So they're not the same. Each shape in SVG is looked at as an object. If attributes are changed, the browser can automatically re-render the shape. Canvas is pixel by pixel. Once the graphic is drawn, the browser forgets it. If its position is changed, the entire scene needs to be redrawn. Okay, so the browser will re-render the SVG graphics. It'll forget the canvas. Another difference is SVG supports event handlers. Canvas does not. And like I said before, SVG is not for graphic-intensive games and applications. Canvas, however, is well suited for that. Now, like I said, there is a big advantage over raster-based images, which are just your standard JPEG, PNG standard images, and the biggest being that if you scale a standard image up from its original size, it will distort, it will get pixelated. Vector graphics can be resized and will keep their look, they'll keep that quality. So, and SVG graphics are created using mathematical formulas that need far less data to be stored in the source file, because you don't have to store the data for each individual pixel like you would on any standard image. The source file for an SVG image is a text-based file, so it's good for SEO, it's good for the search engines, which is always good. So, like all the other sections, we're going to dive in and start coding, and I'll be able to explain this a little more, and you can see exactly how SVG works in HTML5. Hey guys, welcome to the project part of Chapter 4, Section 4, SVG, or Scalable Vector Graphics. And for this project, I couldn't really find anything that we could implement into the Blue Web Developer directory, much like the Canvas section. So I just threw together these shapes because I don't want to get into anything too advanced. So this is what I came up with, and it's not pretty, but it's not meant to be pretty. We're just trying to learn how to do this, how to use SVG and create shapes, and we're going to do a little bit of animation, just a couple shapes we're going to animate. So what we can do now is just open a new file and start from scratch. Close this out. Alright, and I'm just going to paste in just the doc type and the structure. I made the background black, the body background black, just for something different. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to save it just in a file, in a folder on my desktop, and I'll just call it SVG, and I'll save it as index.html. Okay, so if we open that, where is it? Alright, so this is what we have, a blank black canvas. Okay, so if we look at our finished, well, this is the non-animated finished page. We have a red square or rectangle, a blue circle, a red line, and then we have this green polygon with certain angles and points. I'm not going to get into the geometrics. It's not really my thing, but I'll try to explain as we go along. So the first thing I want to do is I want to create that red square. It's actually a rectangle. It's called a rectangle. And what we want to do, like in the slideshow, we have these SVG tags, and we're going to be putting XML. This is going to be XML code in between these SVG tags. So what we got to do here is declare the XML NS, and then we want HTTP w3.org, and we want 2000 and SVG. Okay, that should do it. And then let's close up those SVG tags. Okay, so now everything in here is going to be XML type of code. Okay, so for the rectangle, we want to do a rect, and we're going to give this an ID of red rect, and we want the X attribute, which is where it is on the X-axis, so where it is horizontally, and we're going to start it at 20 pixels, and then we have the Y, which we're going to do 10, so it'll be 20 pixels over, 10 pixels down. Actually, one other thing I want to do is give this SVG area a height of 100. Alright, so now what we want to do is the width, and for the width I'm going to say 100, and then for the height we'll also say 100. And finally we want the fill. We want to fill it with red. Okay. Alright, so that should give us our rectangle. Let's save that and reload. So we have our red rectangle, and it's 20 pixels over and 10 pixels down. You'll see if, say, we put 420, we'll save it, and it will move it 420 pixels to the right. Let's keep it at 20. Alright, so that's the red rectangle. Next we have this blue circle. Circle's a little different. We still want to do the same, the SVG tags. And I'm going to change the height to 130. Alright, now we want to use this circle tag, and we're going to give it an ID of circle 1, and we want the CX is going to be 70, okay, and CY 70. And the CX, CY attributes, it's just the x-axis and the y-axis. Okay, and next we have, one second here. Next we're going to have the radius, which will be the width of the circle, and this is going to be 50. And we want to fill it with blue. And I think that should be it. Save. Okay, so there's our blue circle. Next we have the line. I'm not going to go through all the shapes. There are a few others. There's an ellipse. There's a couple others too. But I'm not going to go into those. I want to copy these SVG tags. And this one, I'm going to set this height to 100. And so we're going to do a line. X1 is going to be 0. This is just where the line starts and ends, and the angle. So Y1, I'm going to say 0 on that. X2 equals 200. And Y2 is 60. And that should do it. I want to add a style to this. And I want to do stroke red. And we'll do a stroke width 2 and see what that does. Save it. Alright, so there's our line. Starts at 0 and it's 200 pixels long, 60 degrees, I believe. Like I said, I'm not an expert on coordinates and that kind of stuff. But I mean, it looks pretty simple. It's just 200 pixels wide. I think it's at a 60-degree angle. Let's see what we do. If we change this to 20, yeah, so it just changes the angle. Alright, so that's the line. Now we have this polygon kind of shape. So again, and we're going to keep the height at 100. And we're going to do polygon, and we want to use this points attribute, and for the points we're going to do 20, 10, 30, 20, 10, no, not 30, 300, I'm sorry, 320, 170. Now you can mess around with these and add your own values if you want. Tweak the shape a little bit and fill it with green. Save, and there's our shape. So that's how we do the shapes. I'm going to show you a little bit of animation. I'm not going to go crazy because I mean, you know, we're getting into different languages now, XML, and I'm just trying to show you the basics of HTML5 type stuff. So let's do some animation with this red square. Alright, so what we're going to do is animate this red square. We're going to make it just slide to the right. Okay, so we want to open an animate tag and close it down here, just the one tag. Now it takes a bunch of parameters or attributes, whatever you want to call them, and the first one is we're going to do the attribute name. And what this is this is what is going to iterate kind of and change. We could do the width, which would just reiterate the width and change it, or the height, but we're going to do the x-axis. We're going to take the x-axis, it's on 20, and we're going to, each time it iterates, it's going to just slide, it's going to keep increasing, the x will increase. It's kind of hard to explain, but let me show you. So we have the attribute name is going to be x, and the next thing we want to do is this xlink href, and what this does is we just want to grab the ID. The ID that we're using here is this red rect, so we just want to put that there. Alright, and then I like to have it in a line like this. You know, you can have it all bunched together, but there's quite a few attributes when you're using the animate, so I like to have it just nice and neat so it's easy to read. You don't have to do it, structure it like this. Now we're going to add the begin attribute, and that is where we want it to start, and we're going to start at 0s, and then we have the duration. I'm going to say 5s, and s is seconds. So the duration of the animation will be 5 seconds. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is from. So where do we want it to start? 30. I'm going to say 30 pixels in, and we want to go to 500. So it'll slide from 30 to 500. And what else do we need? I think we can do this. Yeah, it looks like we have enough. Alright, so let's save and see what happens. So it slides over, and it just goes back. We can change that. You see what happened is it started at 30 and it went all the way to 500 pixels. Now we can change that behavior of it just stopping and returning. What we can do is we can add this fill attribute, and we can freeze it. So if you save that and reload, so now it freezes where it's at. And we also have another option of repeating it. We can do repeat count, and then we could specify a certain number here if we wanted to repeat it 5 times or whatever, but what I want to do is indefinite. Save that. See, so now it's going to repeat. It's going to keep repeating. For now, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to put it back to freeze because it's going to annoy me while I'm typing. All right. So the next thing, we're going to do the same thing with the circle. All right. So we can grab this, copy it, paste it in. Now we need to change the ID here to circle 1. Alright, and everything looks good. And let's try it out. Save. Oh, I'm sorry, the circle doesn't have an X. No, that doesn't matter. What's going on here? What's wrong? Attribute is X. CX. Let's see what that would do. There we go. We just had to change the attribute to this CX. So I actually want to add another rectangle under this red one. I'm going to copy the exact same thing. And I just want to show you something. Let's change the ID to redrect2 in both places. Save it. So now we have an identical rectangle, but what I want to do is change the attribute that's being reiterated. Okay, I want to change it from X to width. So now if I save it, when I reload the animation, the width is what is going to change, not the x-axis. And you see what it's doing? It's just increasing the width. You can use anything here. You could use height. Now that we only have 100 pixels room here, so you probably won't. Yeah, you're not going to see the what it would do if this stuff wasn't here. So, but yeah, I mean, you can use anything, any attribute that is available. And I'm going to show you an example now with the circle. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the color. Alright, so as the circle, we're going to keep this animation too, but as the circle moves, we're going to change its color. So we want to open a new animate tag, and you can do multiple animations. You can do as many as you want. Animate. So actually, it's not going to be animate, it's going to be animate color. So animate color, and then the attribute name is going to be fill, because that's what makes the color. That's how you choose the color, is with the fill attribute. And the same thing, we're going to begin at 0 seconds. And no, actually, yeah, we're going to begin at 0 seconds, and the duration will be 5 seconds. And now we got to do the values we want to use, which is the colors that we want to use. So we'll say blue, orange, and these are separated with a semicolon. Yellow. You could use hexadecimal values as well. Red. How about indigo, violet, and that looks good. Now we can specify if we want it to fill or freeze. I'm going to have this go indefinite. So like I showed you before, we're going to do repeat count equals. I can't type and talk at the same time. Alright, so save that, reload, and nothing. Alright, something's wrong with the color animation. Let me just double check. Oh, I didn't grab the ID. That should do it. Save. Alright, so now you can see the color is changing. And we don't have it on freeze, we have the color indefinite, so it's going to keep changing. So you can see you can do some pretty neat stuff, and obviously this application is useless, but you know, it's a good training exercise just to get the basics down of SVG. You know, I didn't want to go into a big project because it's just not really what this series is about. I just wanted to teach you the basics of SVG and animation. So that's it for this section, and I'll see you in Chapter 5. Hi guys, welcome to Chapter 5, Section 1. In this section we're going to be talking about the geolocation feature of HTML5. So what is geolocation? The HTML5 geolocation API is used to get the geographical location or position of a user. And I'm sure many of you have gone to a website, whether it's an e-commerce site or whatever, and had a pop-up in your browser asking if it can, get your location, and this is most likely an HTML5 website that's using the geolocation API. Now this could compromise user privacy, so they need to get approved. The user needs to approve the website or the app to get and track the user's location. All of the latest versions of all our major browsers have support for geolocation. So what are some uses of geolocation? There's a lot of uses for geolocation, but I've listed some here, some really popular ones and some really useful ones. We have transportation websites, and that would be public transportation, buses, trains, things like that. They can automatically detect where you are and give you those listings in the schedule for relative to where you are. And same thing with taxis and other transportation websites. It's used a lot for calculating shipping costs on shopping carts, e-commerce websites. Travel agencies, obviously, as well as real estate websites would obviously benefit from this. Looking up listings, houses around your location. Movie theater websites, which I love and I use all the time to find out listings of movies in your area, of theaters in your area. Online gaming, this is another obvious one, local headlines and weather. Obviously you want the headlines and the weather around where you are, and this geolocation allows them to do that automatically without you having to search and input your city or state or so forth. Job postings, and they can automatically include commute times and transportation times. And this is just some of them. I mean, there's endless possibilities, and there's countless number of websites you could use this for. Very, very useful. So how does it work? It works by scanning different sources of location. GPS, Global Positioning System, is probably the most accurate method that it uses. It can pinpoint locations better than the rest of them. Network signals, they can get through IP addresses, through Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connections, GSM, cell IDs, and then user input. So these are all ways that geolocation can actually get your position. Alright, so we want to check the browser to see if there's geolocation support. Like I said, all the latest versions of every browser at this time do support geolocation, but you should still add this in your code. It's just in case. Some people still use older computers and older browsers. And the API offers a very handy function to detect for support, and it's as simple as this. It's as simple as checking the navigator object for geolocation, for the geolocation property. And you can also use, obviously you can use Modernizer, as we've used in past sections. It's almost just as simple as this function. Very easy. So now we'll start looking at the code a little bit, the geolocation code and APIs. And the get current position is the main API or method, and it's used to, if successful, it will return a position object. The latitude, longitude, and accuracy properties are always returned. And down here we have the syntax. We have the get current position method, and it takes 3 parameters: the show location, which is mandatory, and then the error handler and the options are optional. And I will discuss this more when we actually do some coding. Okay, so like I said in the last slide, the get current position method gets 3 parameters, and first is the required parameter of show location. This is a handler method that gets called if the position is obtained successfully, and this method is specified by the success callback parameter, okay, which I will display in the programming part of this section. And next is the error handler. The error handler method, which invokes if there's any kind of error or if the positioning fails. And then finally we have the options parameter, which will define a set of options that we can use that I can show you when we start the programming. And these are the get current positions possible return values. We have the latitude and longitude as a decimal number, the accuracy of the position, the altitude, the heading, the speed, and the date and time of the response. So once we successfully obtain the position of the user, we want to present it to them. And we can do that in two ways. There's the geodetic and there's the civic representation. And you'll see down here each attribute has both a geodetic and a civic representation, and the civic is much more human readable, as you can see. When using the geolocation API, you get the geodetic data back from the functions, and you can present the location data in raw numbers, but that's not very useful and not very user-friendly. But you can use online services like Bing Maps and Yahoo GeoPlanet, and they can help you translate between the two presentation modes. So a little complicated, a little geeky, but I can display more of this when we get into the programming. So that's it for the geolocation slideshow. And now we can dive in and we can start coding. Alright, so this is the geolocation project part of this section, and we're going to do two things in this section. The final project, what I want to do here is I added this register as developer link to the Blue Developer directory, and what it's going to be is it's just a little registration form, but instead of having us enter our location into a text field, we're going to have the geolocation find our location for us. We're not going to actually process the form or save anything or anything like that, because that would be more server-side type of stuff, but we will get our position marked on a Google map. But before we do that, I want to do a simple example, because what we're doing here, we're implementing Google Maps APIs, and I'm not going to be able to explain every part of the code. So I want to do a simple example, and we're just gonna create a button that when you click it, it gives us the coordinates. It gives us the latitude and longitude fields for wherever you are. Okay, and for this particular section, I'm using IE because for some reason Google Chrome on my PC it won't deal with geolocation locally. Where I'm actually building on my own machine. I don't know if that's a global thing or what, but it's just no geolocation services are working that I run from my local machine, but they are working in Internet Explorer. So, alright, so let's start. This is the program files section. We have the done, which is this, like every other project, and the Blue Developer HTML is just where we are up to this point. And then we have the simple.html example, which I'm going to create right now. So I'm going to open Notepad. I'm going to have a new file, and I'm just going to save this just to my desktop. Alright, so we want to get our doc type and just our base tags. Alright, so let's just create a button. Well, first let's just create a little paragraph saying click below to get your position. And now we'll create a button, and we do need to do some JavaScript, so we're going to get the on-click event, so when someone clicks the button, it's going to run a function called show position. Your version of this file might be a little different. It might be show location or a different name, but that's it. I mean, it does the same thing. So we're going to say show position. Okay, let's save that and let's take a look at that in IE. Alright, so we just have a button, we just have a paragraph and a button. Right now it's not going to do anything. So now we want to open a script tag. And in here we want to start our function, the show position. So we're going to declare a function. And in this function we want to check, we want to make sure that the browser supports the geolocation. So we're going to say if navigator dot geolocation. And you can also use Modernizer for this as well, but this is pretty easy. And we'll do an else. So if it doesn't, then we're just going to alert. We're going to say Alright, so they'll just get a message saying it doesn't support geolocation. Now, if it does support geolocation, we want to get the get current position method. So we want to do navigator, and navigator is basically the browser object. If you know the document object model, you have the navigator object, the document, the window. So we're just specifying really the browser object. So we want to say geolocation dot get current position. Okay, remember we talked about that in the slideshow. And we want to use this show. Actually, you know what? I'm going to change this function to show location. Alright, so change that and this to location. And then this is going to be show position. Which makes more sense. Alright, so that should be, yeah, so we're calling the get current position, and the show position will be the function we specify down here. So now we'll create this show position function, and we want to put the position as our parameter. Alright, so, and what I want to do here is I want this function to just alert us with our coordinates. So we want to do an alert, and in the alert let's say latitude. Remember, this get current position method, it returns different values, and latitude and longitude coordinates are two of those, the values they can return, and that's what we're going to get. That's what we're going to display in the alert. And we want to get the position coordinates now, so what we're going to do here is just concatenate some more code. We're going to concatenate the latitude object. So we're going to say plus position, and the position is coming from here, which is coming from here. So position dot chords. Remember, I showed you the chart in the PowerPoint file with all the values that can be returned, all the objects that can be returned, and this is going to be the latitude object. And we want to concatenate again. We're just going in and out of JavaScript code here. That's what the plus signs and the quotes are all about. I just want to display it nicely in the alert box so we can see it clearly. So now we're going to do the position dot chords dot longitude. Okay, and that should do it. Alright, let's test it out. Actually, hold on a second. Alright, so I'm going to save that and reload. And Internet Explorer is asking me if I want to run scripts. I'm going to allow it, and then click the button, and you should get this. Depending on what browser you're using, you'll get some kind of pop-up that says simple.html wants to track your physical location. So you'll get something like that, and just click allow, and there's our latitude and our longitude points. Now you're probably saying, who cares about this? What's this going to do? But just the fact that we can get these points opens us to a whole world of map applications and tracking and geolocation. So it's very cool that we can do this in such a little amount of code. Like I said, this isn't really something useful to you, but at least this is, I mean, it just shows you how to get the coordinates. Now what I'm going to do is implement Google Maps with the script in the Blue Developer Directory website that we've been building. So I'm going to get out of this. I'm going to close this up, and I'm going to go to the HTML directory. I'm going to copy it because I don't want to work in you guys' folders and files. So I'm just going to paste it to my desktop. And what I want to do is, first of all, add a link, add a menu link. So let's open this. I'm going to open it in Internet Explorer. Let me close this old one and this. Now I want a link up here to register as a developer, and we all know how to do that. We're just going to add a link to the menu here in the HTML. Copy that. And I'm going to say register as developer, and we're going to create a new page for this, and it's going to be called register HTML. Now this is just the index page. I'm actually going to copy this and paste it in all the pages so that we don't only have this on. First of all, I'll save it and reload, and you'll see the link here. But if we go to the About Us page, it's gone. So I'm actually going to go into all the pages and add that link to the menu. Close. And I think that's all of them. Did I get this? Contact, yeah. Alright, so now we have a link, and we can click the link, but we don't have the register.html page yet. So we need to create a new page. So I'm going to create a page and save it. Make sure I'm in the right directory. I'm going to save it as register.html. Alright, now that we have this page, we can click here and it brings us to an empty page. So what I want to do is grab kind of the structure of the page. I want to grab the menus, everything but the main content. So I think the best example for us to grab would be the contact page, because it's an actual form like we're building. So let's just open that up, and I'm going to copy everything, close it, and then paste. And then all we want to do is let's change the heading to register as a developer. And this isn't going to be a complex form. I'm not going to use any special kind of form elements. I'm just going to do just a simple form, and then we're going to paste in the Google Map code. So let's just take everything out. Actually, let's leave that top field, the full name. Delete everything else. I'm going to change this to first name. Copy this, and now last name. Now let's do email. These IDs and names aren't really important, but I like to have it structured. And then let's put our submit button. Input type submit, value register. Okay, let's go to the page. And we have our 3 text input fields. Now, how I want this to work is I want the next field to be a location field, but I don't want to have an input box. I want the site to find out where we are and mark our location. So if we wanted to, we could use that in the server-side processing. We're not going to do that, but we're just going to do the geolocation part of it. And what I want to do first is go up to the head and create a style tag. And I want to define, I'm going to have a div, and I'm going to call it map. And this is where I want the output up for the Google Map to show up. And I'm going to make this a width of 400 and a height of 250. And I'm also going to float it left. And we're going to put that div right under the email field. So I'm actually going to this is going to be called location. Now we're not going to be putting an input field here. This is where I want the map to show up. So the first thing I want to do is define the div that we just styled. And we're not going to put anything between the div, it's just going to show here, so we'll leave that blank. And this script, I'm going to put the actual scripting right here under actually going to put it outside of the form. Alright, so we want to check for, we want to make sure the browser supports the navigator geolocation object. Else Alright, so now we're going to work in here, okay? Alright, so now comes the hard part. And what I want to do is I want to bring in this PowerPoint. Let's close this for a minute. And this get current position. Now this is the main API, the main method that we use to get the position, okay? Obviously, I mean get current position. So I'm going to bring in the simple script we just did. And this is where we call that get current position, okay? And we're passing a value to it. We're passing the first value, which is the show location value, which defines the callback method that retrieves location information. So this is that callback. This is the show position function that we're actually creating here. And this returns these values, okay? These chords.latitude, chords.longitude, accuracy. This is what the get current position returns. So that's what we're using right here. See? It's the position.chords.latitude and longitude. So that's how we get the values, the coordinates that showed up in that alert. So now I want to bring in the full script with the Google Maps that we're actually doing right here. Alright, I know this might look a little overwhelming with all these pages open, but I'm just trying to get it across. I'm trying to explain the best I can. So you'll see here we have the if the geolocation feature is supported, which is right here. I just want to kind of compare. Actually, I don't want to compare those. I want to compare the simple, because essentially we're doing the same thing. We're just outputting it differently. We're outputting it in an alert box here, and we're outputting it on a map here. So we're integrating the maps, all the programming from Google Maps. So we have the navigator, geolocation, get current position, which is the same thing we have here. Now, if I go to the PowerPoint, yes, I know it's overwhelming, but if we go here, we can see the get current position API parameters. And on this script, we use the first one, which we need to use, which is what retrieves the location. In the Google version, we are using all of these parameters. The first parameter we're using is this display position, which is created here, the display position. The second one is the display error function or method, whatever you want to call it, which is down here, which is the error handler. It defines the callback method that is invoked when an error occurs in the processing. And then the third parameter is the options. You see here options. It's a set of options for retrieving the location information. So we have enable high accuracy, the timeout, and the maximum age. So those are the options. That's the options parameter. So it's passing us to this display position, just like this script passed us to this show position. We just called it something different. I could have had display position here. It doesn't really matter what you call it. And then we're creating a variable, a POS variable, and it's instantiating a Google Maps object. Alright, so, and then we're adding, to get these options, we're adding variables to these options, and then we have a map, which is a new Google Maps object. And what this is the div. You'll see here it says document.getElementById, and we want the map ID, which is, let me get the script we're working on, which is right here. So this is this. Alright, so now we want to create a new Google marker object. We're creating new objects here. That's what you see, this new keyword. And this content string, this is what we're going to see when our pinpoint, we see our pinpoint on the map and we click on it. We're going to see this timestamp, and that's the info window. So when we click, there'll be a point showing us our location. We click on that, and this is what we'll see. That's what that part of the programming means. And then we add an event listener, so the map is listening for us. So that's the entire display position function. So next is the error function, and you define your errors in this way. We have the permission denied, position unavailable, and request timeout. So this only runs if there's a problem. And then this function is just parsing the timestamp. It's just formatting it for us, really. So that's the gist of the whole thing. That might not be the best explanation, but it's the one I got. So what I'm going to do is just copy all this from script to script and paste it here. Okay, I'm going to save that. Now I'm going to get rid of this, get rid of this, and get rid of this, and get this back. So I saved that, so I'm going to reload this page. Now, one thing I do want to add, I want this to be over here, because what I did is I floated that map div, so the register is floated as well. So I just want to add here, I want to clear it out, so I'm going to do clear both. I'll save that, reload. Now I know the register button is way down here, and that's just a layout formatting thing, so I'm not going to go into that. This video is getting kind of long, so I'm just going to leave it like that for now. So I'm just going to reload, and this is just an ActiveX control thing for Internet Explorer, so just ignore that if you're not using Internet Explorer. So now this is, like I said, this is what's important. It's asking if we want to track our physical location. So I'm going to click allow, and then there's our location. So you can see this would be really neat if this was a real website and you could just use this to input where you live, and instead of writing it. And if you click this, if you remember when we actually, I'll show you right here, the timestamp right here, the content string, the timestamp, and the info window, this is this right here. So I mean, we could have this say our name, our address. You know, if we really took the time and did the programming, we could make this you know, something really cool. So just this alone is cool. I think I really like the geolocation. I think there's a lot that you can do with it. It can get a little complicated, but there's a lot of resources on the web for stuff like this. For any kind of HTML5 stuff, there's tons of resources. So that's it for this tutorial. Next section, we're going to be dealing with web storage and local storage. So I will see you then. Hey guys, welcome to Chapter 5, Section 2, and in this section we're going to be talking about the web storage feature of HTML5. And what web storage is it enables us to store local data on a user's computer or browser, which we can retrieve later when needed. And we would use this for, say, a first and last name. If we want to display a welcome back message with the user's name, web storage would allow us to do that. We could set the name, we could have the user type in the name in a form, and then we could retrieve it and display it. Maybe up in the corner you'd have a welcome back Bob or whatever, anything like that, any kind of data like that. And it really it aims to replace cookies. JavaScript cookies up until now was really the only way to have this kind of functionality, and web storage is much better than cookies. It differs from cookies in that it's more secure, it's faster, and it stores a larger amount of data. Cookies, I think it's like 4 kilobytes, and web storage is going to allow us to use over 5 megabytes of storage on a user's machine, so much larger amounts of data. And the reason it's so much faster is that the data, it's not sent with every server request, every page load like it is with JavaScript cookies. It only works when we ask for it, when we retrieve it. So that allows us to do much bigger and better things than with JavaScript cookies. So right now, all the latest browsers, the latest versions of the latest browsers, they support HTML5 storage. But you should still try to detect it because, like I've said before, there are, your grandmother's computer or your uncle that isn't very tech savvy may still have IE8 or an older Firefox version of a browser. So it's good to detect for it, so we can just check for it and then run it if it's supported, and then do something else if it's not. And we can do this 2 ways. Well, there's more than 2 ways, but I have 2 ways here, the 2 best ways. One is to create this function, supports HTML5 storage, and what it does is it tries to return local storage, and if the window object and the local storage property are null, then it returns false. And this is the try catch. I haven't really explained any of that, and it's really beyond the scope of this. I would definitely recommend this with using Modernizer, and I've used this in past sections, and it's much simpler if you look at the code. If modernizer.localStorage, and you can check for anything with Modernizer, any kind of new HTML5 or CSS3 objects or properties. So I would definitely recommend going the Modernizer route for this, for detection. So there's 2 types of HTML5 web storage, and that is local storage and session storage. And the only real difference between these 2 is that session storage is destroyed once the user closes their browser. From the point of the browser opening to the point of the browser closing is called a session. So session storage is destroyed once it's closed. And local storage, however, stays on the local machine until the user or the programming code clears it out. Both types implement the same exact interface and the same exact structure. So there's very little difference aside from the length of time. So how does this work? With both local storage and session storage objects, they create a key value pair. So we can set the pair and then retrieve it when needed. An example would be, we could have a key of name and then a value of Bob. So they can come back and we can have a welcome Bob message or something like that. And it can be anything. We can store anything, but it's always stored as a string. It's initially stored as a string, but it's possible to convert it, but you'd need to use some JavaScript code, and you need to use some JavaScript functions like parseInt or parseFloat. So the syntax for web storage, for both local and session storage, is very simple. It's much more simple than using cookies. And you can use local and session the same exact way. You would just replace this with session if you just wanted to set data just for one browser session. Alright, now storing a value is very easy, and we can store them as either an object, which this would do, or an array value. I like working with object-oriented programming, so I would use the objects, but you can use an array too. You can do the same things really. And then getting the value is as simple as using the getItem method, and you just have the key. And so right here, this would be JavaScript. It would give us an alert with the name of the value in this particular key. Okay, now removing a value is extremely easy. It's just you use the remove item function, and then you can use this little line of code here to remove all values of all objects, or yeah, all storage objects. So that's it for the web storage presentation. Now we can jump in and do a little programming. I set up a small add-on project for our Blue developer site, just to enter our name and have it greet us when we leave the website and come back. Very simple, but it'll show you the core functionality of the web storage API. Hey guys, welcome to the second part of section 2, web storage. And for this project, we're gonna implement something on our Blue developer directory website. And what I want to do is I have this little newsletter box down here, and it just asks for your name and your email. Now what we're going to do is we're going to utilize the local storage feature, because we're going to grab the name that they enter, and we're going to have a little welcome text up here that says welcome and then their name. And we're also going to get their email address, and if they already submitted to the form, it'll say here, instead of please enter your email address, it'll say already subscribed or something, and then it would have their email address. Okay, so it's just something small, but something that we could fully integrate into our website that is really coming along here. I mean, obviously we have no database or server-side stuff going on, but we could always, this is a website that you could add to that when you move on and start learning about other stuff. So let's get started. So in your chapter 5 section 2 folder, and then the program files, you should have the done version and the HTML version, which is the up to what we have up to this point. So I'm going to copy that, the HTML version. When I say HTML version, I just mean the earlier one, the one that we're on now, as opposed to the done version. And I'm just going to paste this on my desktop and work in here. You guys feel free to work in the actual folder. And first of all, let's open up our index page. Alright, so this is the final one, and this is the one we're going to be working on now. So I'm going to open up my index page in Notepad++, and the first thing we should do is add the form, and I want to do that right in this nav, in this left side nav. Okay, so I'm gonna, one second guys. So what I want to do is I want to add a div right here. And in between this div, I want to create the form. So I'm going to put an H3 and write newsletter. Save it. So it's going to be right here. We're going to do a little bit of styling. This needs to be brought down and stuff like that. Actually, what I'm going to do is put some BR tags in to help us bring that down. Some line breaks and reload, and now it's down. Alright, so under the newsletter we want to start a form, and we're going to give this an ID of news, and we're going to close up the form, and in it we want a name input field, and that'll be type text. Alright, input type text. Let's give it an ID of name, and we'll give it a name of name as well. And under that we want to do an email input, so we'll say input type, and we'll use our new HTML5 type of email, so that it must validate as an email address. And we'll give it an ID of email and a name of email. Alright, now under that we want to do our submit button. And the value, which is what is written on the button, we'll just say send. Okay, let's reload, let's save and reload, and now we get our little form. If you look at the finished one, we have white text, so what I'm going to do is go into the CSS of this, style CSS, and we want to scroll down. Now we got to pick some kind of selector to use to specify what we want to do. And if we look in the index file, let me just close these two files, we don't need those. And we have the nav element. Wait a minute. I think I closed the wrong. I think I closed the wrong file. Let me get this back. That was the index file. Alright, so here's where we were. So what should I grab here? I'm not gonna grab the nav tag. I'm gonna use the A side tag, which is basically references our sidebar. Alright, so remember A side. So now we're gonna go into our CSS, and right above the nav styles I'm gonna do this. So I'm just gonna write A side, and oops, not slide, side. And in here, I'm going to say we'll color white. So save that, reload. Now everything's white. What else do we want to do here? First of all, these input boxes are much too close together, so I want to add some margin on those. And I'm going to show you a special CSS3 selector that we can use here. So normally you could put input, alright, and then we could do margin bottom 10 pixels. And that, I mean, that would work if we reload, but it also adds 10 pixels on every input, which would also be the button. Now right here it looks fine, but if it was a case where we didn't want to move the button and we just wanted these two types, we could use this new CSS selector, and it will allow us to choose the input type. So it would be input, and then open a bracket, and then say type, and then equals text. and then close the bracket. So this right here applies to all the inputs that are the text of the text type. So if we do this and save it and reload, the text type does. Remember, this is an email type, so that's not the margin isn't being applied to that. It's being applied only to text fields. So we go back here and we can copy this and then put a comma and then add it again, and we can change this text to email so that it also affects email types. So we save that, and now it gave us the margin on the email field. So really cool that you can specify things like this. I mean, you could specify any kind of attribute. You could use the name attribute, things like that. So CSS3 really has a lot of great new tools that we can use to make our sites more dynamic. Alright, so now everything's white, all the color is white, and if you look at this, you'll see we have a little bit of text here. I'm going to copy that and paste it right under the H3. Okay, now I'll save, reload, and there's our message. Now this is going to do absolutely nothing. You know, the only thing it's going to do is if I don't have an email, it's going to tell us to put an email, and that's just from using the email type. So if I put Brad at AOL.com, send. Oh, actually that wasn't supposed to happen yet. Oh, this is the wrong, I'm sorry, this is the finished product. Let me get out of that. This is where we were. So reload. So if I put Brad and then Brad at AOL.com, send, it does absolutely nothing, and that's normal. All we have here is HTML. We're not using any JavaScript to handle any type of functions, any kind of on-submit functions. So that's what we got to do now. And I don't like how this please enter your email address is smushed up against the top and bottom. So what I'm going to do is just add a paragraph tag onto that, and that should give it some padding. Alright, there we go. So like I said, ultimately what we want to happen is we want our name to get caught. Alright, it gets caught in the input field, and we want to use HTML5 storage to store that in a key value pair, and to also store the email. And then what we want to take those values and display the name up here and then the email down here. So we have to do a little bit of JavaScript stuff, some functions, but it's not really that hard. So the first thing I want to do is when do we want this JavaScript to kick in initially, and that's when we want the form, when the form gets submitted. So what we want to do is we want to go to the form tag right here, and we want to use an event handler, and we want to use the onSubmit event handler. So onSubmit, so when this form gets submitted, we want to call a function, and I'm going to name that function init storage. So, and that is initialize storage, and we need our parentheses. So when the form gets submitted, it's not going to go anywhere. We don't have an action attribute. It's just going to go to this JavaScript function that we're going to define up in the head, if that makes sense. So let's go up to the head and let's open our script tags. When you open script tags, I mean, you can do it like this, but you actually should use the type and then text JavaScript. That would be the semantic way to do it. So what do we want in here? The first thing we want is the init storage function. We want to define that and what it does. So we want to do function init storage, open close curly braces, and what I want to do in here is I want to create another function, which is going to be the save name function. It's the function that's going to get the name from here and save it using HTML5 storage. Okay, so let's do function save name. Same thing, open curly braces. Make sure you're indenting, or else it won't look very good. It'll be harder to read. So in the save name function, the first thing I want to do is create a variable called name, and I want to get that. I want to get that the ID of name. So we do document dot get element by ID, and what ID do we want to get is name, which I'll show you down here. Is right here. The name input text, the ID is name, so that's what it's getting. So now we have name in a variable. We have that input name in the variable. So under the variable, I want to set the item using local storage. So we would do local storage, and remember, you could also do session storage if you want, but like we talked about, the difference between local and session is session, any data you put in is going to get cleared when you close the browser, when your session ends. This will stay unless we clear it or the user clears it. So we want to do local storage dot set item, and this is where we put that key value pair that we talked about. So the key is going to be name, and the value we want to get is, first we want to get this name. This is the name we got from the ID. Alright, so name. We don't need parentheses because this is a variable. This is not. So the variable name, now doing it like this will not work. We need to get the name value. So what we got to do is just add a period and then the word value. So it'll get this name, where is it? It'll get this name's value, which will be whatever the user types in. So that's it set the item. As soon as they enter something in the name field, it gets set and stored right here. Now that's all. Excuse me, one second. Mouth is a little dry. So that's it for the save name function, for now at least. Next thing we want to do is create the save email function, which is basically the same thing. We're just saving the email field as opposed to the name. So save email, and in that we're going to do the same. Actually, I'll just copy and paste this. All we need to do is change the variable, change the ID, change the key, and then change this variable. Alright, so it's doing the same exact thing. It's getting the name and then it's getting the email. Now this is all good. It's coded correctly to do what it's supposed to, but we haven't called the save name or the save email yet. So I want to go down. I want to make sure we're out of both of these functions and we're still in the init storage function, and then I just want to call them, because the function will do nothing if you don't call them. So save name will run and save email will run. So now what I'd like to do is just make sure things are working. So I just want to take this save name function. When it runs, I want to alert I wanted to alert the set item that we just set. Oh, there is some mistakes here. We should have a comma here and get rid of this comma, and then down here same thing, get rid of that comma. I just want to go over this and make sure everything's how it's supposed to be. Okay, so what I want to do is just make an alert. I want to alert the, now I told you how we set the local storage item like this. To retrieve it, we want to use get item. So to retrieve it, we'll do local storage in the capital S. Whoop. Sorry guys, this computer sticks, the keys stick, and I can't stand it. I don't know why I haven't gotten a new one yet. So we want to do local storage dot get item, and the item we want to get is the name, value, key value. Okay, so hopefully that'll alert with the value that we enter. Okay, so reload. I'm just going to put in Brad, send, and Brad pops up. So if you can see what's going on here, we set the item, we took the input box of name and we brought it up here. We grabbed it with this get element by ID, and then we set that value to this, using the storage, to this key, to the name key. We set the value of name to the name key, and here we get the name key and we alerted it. And that's not what we want to do here. We want to have it written out up here. So I'm going to get rid of the alert. That was strictly testing. Now I'm going to do the same thing. Actually, let me just copy this, because I want to do the same thing with the email. It's good to test things out just so you don't keep going when something's screwed up. So we just need to change this to email. Save. Now an email, remember it's got to be a valid email, so I'll just say brad@aol.com. Send, and there's nothing showing up here for some reason. It's alerting, but it's not showing up. Email value. Input type, ID, email. That's strange. Alright, there we go. So the email is popping up. So we can get rid of that alert. Alright, now we know that everything's working. We know that we're using the storage correctly. We're setting it and then we're getting it. Now all we have to do is place it. So like I said, what I want to do is just have like a welcome back Brad, or whatever your name is that you input on in the newsletter input box. So we're going to need some functions for that, because we can't directly type JavaScript right there where we want it, you know, so we have to create some new functions. So I'm going to go out of the init storage. I'm going to go out of that function and create a new one. And I want to do function. I'm going to call this display name. Okay, and in that, I want to make sure that there is actually a value in the name key, or value, whatever you want to call it. I want to make sure that someone typed their name in and that we saved it. So I'm going to say if, I apologize if my voice sounds like I'm losing it. I think I'm getting a little sick. So we're going to do if local storage dot get item name. I don't usually use Notepad++. I usually use either NetBeans or Dreamweaver, and those programs they close your parentheses automatically, and they'll add the closing tags, closing div tags. So that's why I apologize for my typing on. I just usually don't use this this editor. So if local storage dot get item name, if it is not null, because if it wasn't set, then it's set to null. It returns null. So we want to make sure that it's not null. And that's what this question mark and equals means. It means it's not. If we had two equals like this, that would mean if it is null. But we want if it's not null. So if it's not null, hold on one second. Yeah, if it's not null, then what we want to do is write it to the screen, right? So to do any kind of printing to the screen, you need to use the document.write function of JavaScript. And in that, we want to have the welcome back message. So we're going to do welcome back, and we're going to have to do a little concatenation here with the plus sign so we can add some JavaScript. And this is going to be local storage dot get item and name. Okay, and that should do that. That should be it for that. So if the value is not null, then we want to write welcome back, and then it would put the name here, whichever we put in the input box. I just want to double check, make sure this looks right. Alright, so that looks good. Now if we save it and we reload, nothing happens. We have nothing up here. What we got to do is go down to where we do want it and call this function, this display name function, because this function writes it out. So we want to go down to where we want to put it, and I want to do it right under the menu, the main menu, right after the closing UL. And I'm just going to put a div ID of display name. I don't like to do camel case in CSS. Close that div. And in here, we want to call that function, but we can't just write the function. We have to open a script tag. And then inside there, we can say display name. So that's our function. Alright, so let's save that. Let's reload. You can see up here it's in black. It says welcome back, Brad, because that's what I put in here last. Now I'm going to do a little bit of CSS and fix that. So let's go here. Let me just figure out where I need to put this. Let's go right above the nav menu, and display name was what we said. Whoops, shouldn't be a $sign. And we want to do color white, and we want to float it to the right. What else? I'm going to make it bold. and I'm going to set a font size of 16 pixels. Save that, go back over here, reload, and it's still black. Oh, sorry, I made it black. There we go. Alright, so we get this cool little welcome. I actually want to put a comma in there after back. Okay, comma, save. Alright, so there we go. I'm going to move it over just a bit. I'm going to use CSS. I'm just going to say padding right 10 pixels. Alright, so now we have this, and where we use the local storage and not the session storage, we can close the browser and come back and it'll be there, which I'll show you after we finish this. The next thing we need to do is create the function to show our email address here if it has it, if we have set it through this form. Alright, so right now we have this text here, please enter your email address. We have that right here, but that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is set up an if-else condition. I want to say if we have it stored, then we want to display the email here, but if we don't, then we want this to display. So I can't keep it here. This is where the actual function will go. So I'm going to get rid of that for now. So I got rid of that for now, and I want to make another function, and this is going to be show text. So in here we want to test again, okay? We want to say if, actually let's just copy this right here, because we want to check and make sure that this is, if this email is null or not. We're actually going to say if it is null. If the email is null, then we want to document right. And what we want to write is what we just had down there, which is this. Nope, shoot. I guess I gotta rewrite it. So, what does it say? It said, please enter your email address. Okay, and we want a paragraph. Alright, so if it's null, then it's going to say please enter your email address. Let's save it and see. I'm not sure if it's null. Well, that's not showing, so I guess it is. Let's do the else. So, I mean, I hope you can understand this. It's saying if the email is not set, I'm sorry, if it is null, which means not set, it's going to say please enter your email address. If it is set, which right now it is because we did fill it out, so that's what we want to put here, and we're going to do another document right. And in here it's going to be a little more complicated. We want to do a paragraph, and we want to write subscribed email. Alright, now we're probably going to have to concat it now. Oh, wait a second. I want to make that strong or bold. Okay, make that strong. Now we want to concatenate the actual value, which would be local storage dot get item email. and then we want to concatenate again because we want to close that p tag, and that should be it for that. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, so actually the reason it's not showing over here is we haven't called the function. You know where we did right here, we called display name right here in this area. Now we need to call the other function show text. So I'm just going to copy that and go down to where we want to display this, which is right here. But we don't want display name, we want show text. Save that, and if we reload, now it says our subscribed email is this. Now we can change this. If I go back and I say John Doe and I change my email to john@aol.com and send, it changes both. It changes the subscribed email as well as the welcome text name. So pretty cool stuff. And we're almost there. The last thing I want to do is I want to put a button or a link here that will allow us to clear out these values. So I'm going to go to right around this area, and I want to make a link. And I'm going to set it to the hashtag, which means the link's actually not going to go to a new page. What I do want to do is add an event handler of onClick. So onClick, I want it to run a function called clear all. Close the link, and we'll just put the word clear in there. So save that and reload, and we have this word clear. But right now it's going to a function called clear all, but we don't have it defined yet, so it's not doing anything. Now that's the last function we have to go up here and create. So function clear all. And this is actually very easy. We want to use the LocalStorage .clear, and what this does is it just clears all the local storage variables, strings, values, whatever you want to call them. Now if we leave it like this, let me show you what happens. So I reload and I clear it out, but it's, see how they're still there. But if I go and reload the page, they're gone. So we don't want that. We want to clear it and then have it automatically clear. So all I'm going to do here is add the JavaScript code that will reload the page. So it's window.location.reload. Very simple. So if I save that, now let's put some names back in. I'll put John Doe back in, and john@aol.com. Alright, so now why isn't that working? That's very odd. Show text, init storage, save. Oh, alright, so now if we clear it, it gets cleared right away. Now I want to see if that happens again, because that was kind of weird. Alright, so now it's working. We clicked, now it has our email, it has our name. We can clear it out again, and it clears. So, I mean, this is a small implementation for the web storage, but this is, I think this is a nice little project because it shows us exactly how it works. It shows us the exact syntax, how we use the set item to set a name and value, and then we have the get item that gives it back to us. So that's the basics, that's the foundation of the WebStorage API. So next we have application cache in the next section, section 3, and I will see you there. Hey guys, welcome to the application cache section of chapter 5, and we're going to be talking about the new app cache feature of HTML5. And what it does really is it allows us to work on offline web pages or web applications. At this time, all browsers aside from IE, from Internet Explorer, can support app cache. And there's a lot of advantages of app cache, especially over the native browser cache system, the offlining web page system, which is very unreliable. This has really stepped it up. And the advantages of application cache: obviously browse web pages offline, but they load faster, and it's a less load for the server because you're getting the pages locally, so it's faster and just better performance. And if for some reason you didn't have an internet connection, you could still browse your web page. Now, if you want to use application cache, you have to have a manifest file, and this would go in your root directory, and it would just specify which files, not just files, but images, your CSS, your JavaScript, your HTML files. You need to specify exactly what you want to be cached and what you want to be available when there's no internet connection. In their simple text files, you can use different extensions. For example, we have this example.appcache. I actually like to use .manifest, but you can use whatever's your preference. And this is how you would call it. You'd have to give it as an attribute to the HTML tag manifest, and then just point to the file, the manifest file. And you could do it like this, relative, or you could do an absolute path with HTTP and then your website. So, and that should be on all the pages you want to cache. And the manifest structure can be very, very simple like this, or it can be very complicated with multiple parts to it. But this is the minimum of what you would need. This right here, this cache manifest, is required. You need that. And for this actual example, what we're doing is we're caching the index page along with the style page, so that we can see style when we look at the page. Or if we didn't include the CSS file, we would only see just the HTML blank on a white page. So you want to cache the style file and the logo, if you want your logo to show, and then any JavaScripts. And if the manifest file fails, then the entire cache process fails. So if you're going to do this, make sure your manifests are in order and structured correctly. Now, serving the manifest, we would do this. It has to be a content type header of text/cast manifest, and you would do this in your .htaccess file on your server. So you would just add this line here, and it'll serve all files with an extension of manifest or app cache, whatever you choose for your text file extension. Okay. And as far as updating the cache, it'll all remain. Everything you cache will remain until either the user gets rid of it, or the manifest has been modified, or if you update the cache itself. So yeah, right. So that's that. I mean, there's not too much more to explain here. So what we're going to do is create a page on our Blue Developer Directory website that is going to be accessible at all times. We're not going to cache the entire site. We're going to cache one page and its elements, and it'll give us an idea on how this works. Hey guys, this is the app cache tutorial, and I'll just try to explain a little bit of what I'm going to do. We're going to have our website, the Blue Developer Directory, and I just put a little link in the bottom called Info Page, and if you click on it, I mean it's just a page with some dummy text, but we're going to pretend that this is a company page that needs to be accessed at all times, whether you have an internet connection or not. So we're going to use the app cache strategies that we just went through in the slideshow to make this a page that will always show no matter what. And we've been working on my local machine, and I can't really show you how it would work because all the files are local. They're all offline right now, but what I'm going to do is upload the files to my server so you can see them live on a server, and then I will disconnect my internet connection, and you'll see that we'll still be able to reach this page. Alright, so let's get started. Once again, we're in the section 3 program files, and the done is this, okay, and it has our manifest file here and our htaccess file. We're going to be creating those as we go now. So I'm just going to copy the HTML folder, the one that doesn't have any of this in it yet. I'm going to copy it and paste it on my desktop. And okay, so I'm going to open my index file on the browser first, and then I'm going to open it in Notepad. The first thing we should do is create that info page. So I'm going to create a little link for it right in the footer. We want to link it to info.html. We'll just call it info. Save, reload. Oh. Alright, so there it is. Let's change the color just so we can see it. Okay, so if we click on it, takes us nowhere because we don't have the page yet. So what I'm going to do is take the about page, I'm going to open that, I'm going to copy everything that's in it and close it, open a new file, paste it, and then save it as info.html. And now I just want to we should be able to go to it now. I just want to get rid of all that content right up to this section, and then I'm just going to change this to Blue Web Developer Directory info, and I'll just write this page is cached. Alright, so now I just want to get some dummy text, and I like to use the lorem ipsum. You just generate a paragraph of crap, just text to fill up your site. Copy that, and I'm going to paste it in here. We're going to surround the paragraphs with paragraph tags so that it's formatted nicely. My OCD, my web developer OCD. Save that, reload. Alright, so this is our very important page that we always need access to. And we haven't done anything to do with app cache yet. We just created the page. Let's see, so next what I want to do is now is upload everything to the server. Okay, so I'm going to open FileZilla, and I have a site called techguystaging.com, which is where I do all my client and all my development work. And I'm going to go to my test directory, and we're going to put the files there. Alright, so now they're uploaded. Now we can go to the actual live site by going to techguystaging.com/test. So now we have a live site. Right now anyone could go to this URL and come to this site. And it's the same thing we've been doing. And we have the info page right here. Okay. So right now I want to create an htaccess file. And I'm going to do that by going to Notepad++. And there's only one short string that we need to put here. And I'm going to get that right now. And that's this. We just want to, the file needs to be served with a content type header of text/cache manifest. And then you use the extension that we're going to be using for the manifest file. So we want to save that. We want to save it as .htaccess. Make sure you have the dot. So that's right there. Now the next thing I want to do is create the manifest. So again, new, and we want to save as, I'm going to save it as developer dot manifest. Okay, and in here we want to have the cache manifest, and then you could put, usually you put the date. So 2013, what's the date? 2/08. Now we have to have the cache heading. And so we want, first of all, we want index.html. We want info.html. Now, if we keep it like this, we will get those pages, but it'll be just a straight, plain, white HTML page with no images, no styling. So we do want to include the background image and the CSS file. So first let's do the CSS file, which is in a CSS folder, and that's called style.css. And let's get the, in images we want the background.png image, because that's the background of all the pages on the site. So that's good for now. And then we have the network header. Actually, we want that all caps. And what this is these are going to be files that require the user to be online to view. Just put this comment right here. Whoop, we need a hashtag for the comment. And right here we would put something like login.php. That's not a real file we have, but that's something that like what you would put. And then finally we have the fallback, and this just means a file you would want to use for a file that wasn't found. So what I'm going to do is paste in this, and what this means is that for any HTML file that's not found and cached, we'll have the offline.html file. Okay, so I think that's it. That's what we need. That's all we need here. I'm going to save this, and next thing, another important thing we need to do is we need to open the index file, and in the HTML we need to make sure that we have the manifest attribute, and then we would put the name of our manifest file, which was developer.manifest. And we also want to do this in our info file, so I'm going to copy that, open the info file, do the same thing. Yeah, alright. Just making sure everything looks right here. Yeah, okay, save. Let's close that, yes, we want to save this. That's the manifest. We can close that, htaccess. Just want to make sure, we got to create that offline HTML page, so I'm just going to create a new blank page and just say this is your offline page. Save that as offline.html. Okay, so now I want to upload all of that. I'm going to upload everything and just replace everything that's on the server. Alright, so now if we go to our live site, everything's in order. Go to the info page. So everything seems to be good. I'm going to open a little tool that comes with Chrome, and it is the developer tools. And I just want to show you in the this isn't something that you should be doing yet if you don't know what you're doing, but I just want to show you one thing. So remember, we have the index HTML and the info HTML pages cached. Okay, so if we click on home, it brings us to index HTML, and you can see over here that it's creating the app cache with the manifest and all that stuff. But if we go to About Us, nothing. We didn't cache that page. But if we go to the info page down here, you'll see the same thing. It's being cached. So that is a great way to tell if your caching has worked or not. I don't know what this is about. Application cache, resource fetch failed. That's strange. It gets it here but not there. I'm assuming that's not going to be a huge problem. But what I'd like to do now is make sure it's cached and shut off my internet connection and see what happens. Okay, so right now I'm going to shut off my connection. Okay, so if I go to About Us, there's nothing, but let's go back to the home page. the info page. And that's not working either. Let's see, there's got to be something missing here. Huh. Manifest looks good. You know what, let me copy something. Let me copy this and just, because I might have missed something, so I'm going to use the manifest from the final site. Save that. I just want to see if that works. Oh, I can't see if that works because my internet is cut off. Alright, let me hit back. Alright, so I'm back now. I'm going to upload that, and that's my local. I want this. Alright, so I'm going to make sure that this is re-upload. Okay, and I'm also going to take the htaccess from the final build and upload that. And the other two files, index and info. Alright, so now let's reload. Let's look at our web developer tools again. Let's go to the info page. Application cache checking event. Get GPL plugins. Oh, that's, you shouldn't have to worry about that. Alright, so now let's go cut the internet off. Disable. And first let's try an external site. We'll say Google. So we're off the internet. And index HTML we can still view. Now about us, nope. Browse developers, nope. Now the info page works, it's cached. So these two pages that we specified in this document, index HTML, and then is that the right one? Let me get the other one. Don't worry about any of this. I'll have all the files that actually work in your program files, because we got info, index, and then see if we didn't have this background image cached, which is this gradient back here, we wouldn't have that. If we didn't cache the CSS file, this would all just be a blank white page with just words. And even this, even if you look here, images web, this is this image. If we didn't have this there, this image wouldn't be here. So I mean, that's how you use application cache in its simplest form, and it's pretty useful. I mean, if you have pages on your site that you always need access to, then application cache is great for that. So that's it for this section in this tutorial. I will see you in the next section. Hey guys, welcome to Chapter 5, Section 4, and this will be the last section on this series, and we'll be talking about HTML5 and mobile phones or mobile apps. For this section, I'm not going to do a customized project like we've been doing, only because it would be, I'm not going to develop a mobile app it would just be beyond the scope of this series and just would take up way too much time. So we're just going to talk about what's going on with HTML and mobile apps. So there's a lot of controversy between developers about what's better for mobile apps, HTML5 or just the native apps that you'd find on the App Store. And I agree with most of the HTML5 positive aspects, but I personally wouldn't say that it would replace the App Store or anything like that. But there are a lot of advantages to HTML5 over native apps, and one of the biggest being that an HTML5 app can be downloaded from a website. You don't have to go through the App Store or the Play Store or anything like that. It's just much easier. You don't have to update it. A lot of the native apps, they'll update themselves, and it's just more freedom, especially for developers when developing the app. And another thing that's great about HTML5 apps is it's much cheaper to develop an HTML mobile app than it is to develop a native app. Facebook spent over $1 million on a simple photo sharing app. It's very expensive, and there's multiple reasons for that. One of the reasons is that for the developer to develop a native app, say an iOS and iPhone app, would need to know Objective-C programming, and for Android they need to know Java, and Windows Phone is I think it's C#. So those developers cost a lot more than an HTML, JavaScript web developer. And another reason is that the cost of the actual software to develop the native apps is extremely expensive, and HTML5 you could just use open source IDEs, and it's just much cheaper and just from a software point of view. And there's a third app that we should talk about, and that's hybrid apps. And what a hybrid app basically is it's an HTML5 JavaScript app, but it's wrapped in a native app container or wrapper. There's different names for it. And Facebook has a lot of hybrid apps, and there's solutions like PhoneGap, which offers this environment for you to build your app in. And this way you don't have to have the developer that codes Objective-C or C# or Java. You can have an HTML developer create basically what looks like a native app that you could put in the App Store. As far as mobile browser support for HTML5, it's really getting there. This table is from mobilehtml5.org, and it shows which different APIs are available for which mobile browser. Mobile browsing is a little more complicated than desktop browsing because there's there's different versions of different browsers on different phones, on different platforms. So, but we're really getting there in terms of HTML5. If you look at this chart, it shows you the support for each version of each browser, and you'll see things that we've talked about in this series: application cache, web storage, geolocation, and you can see which versions of which browser support these APIs. And then we have another chart which is just added features. We have the Canvas API, SVG, all stuff that we've talked about during this series, and it shows which browser on which phone supports what. Alright, so next we have frameworks. Most web developers, and especially mobile developers, use some type of framework, whether it's their own or whether it's a popular open source framework like the ones I've listed here. And it just makes things move quickly and smoothly rather than starting from scratch. In my experience, it's been very rare for someone to develop a mobile app without some kind of framework. And here I featured some that I've had run-ins with and experiences with that I've liked, some more than others, but I've listed here some that I've used that I really liked. Now, Titanium I've used, and it's a little different than the other three. Doesn't deal with so much with HTML5 itself, but it takes JavaScript code and it analyzes and pre-processes it, and then pre-compiles it into a set of symbols that are resolved based on your application uses of the Titanium API. It's a little complicated. It's a little more complicated than the other three, but I have used it, and it is preferable for if you're building hybrid type framework, hybrid type apps with both HTML5 and native wrapper. And the next one we have is Touch, and this particular app, it's a mobile app it's an HTML5 mobile app framework that allows you to develop web apps that look and feel native on iPhones and Android devices, and it supports HTML5, CSS3, and JavaScript. It has over 50 built-in components to it, and it has a built-in MVC, model view controller system, that's really cool to work with. And Touch is free. It's open source and it's free. You can pay for support if you want, depending on the number of developers that'll be working with it. But yeah, it's a great product, great framework to work with. And next we have Sprout Core Touch. And Sprout Core Touch is the Touch edition of the Sprout Core framework that's used to develop HTML5 web applications. That includes complete support for touch events and hardware acceleration on the iPad and on the iPhone. And PhoneGap is probably the one I would recommend. That's a framework I'd recommend to beginners if you're just getting into this stuff, into any kind of HTML5 mobile development. Because what it does is it utilizes HTML5 standards, so you can write mobile applications, and it also provides a JavaScript SDK so you can access native device capabilities. So this is a pure hybrid type framework, and it's different than, like, say, Titanium, because PhoneGap is a web-based solutions, where Titanium is a pure JavaScript API that creates native code. So at the core they serve different functions for different organizations. Now when you build an HTML5 mobile application, you're going to most likely take advantage of the application cache or the app cache feature of HTML5. Now you'll need this because you want to have an icon, you want to have a startup screen, and you want the user to be able to use the app without having to be connected to the internet. And to be able to use the cache in this way, you need a server where you can change the HTTP headers on your files. And you can do this by utilizing the htaccess file on any Apache server. Now, like I said earlier, I'm not going to go deep into the code because there's just so many different things to explain and to do, and it would just be it wouldn't go along with the scope of this series. But this would be an example of the just the basic HTML5 layout of a hybrid HTML5 Apple iPhone app. Alright, so this would just be basically a shell. There's no JavaScript here. I'm not going to go into the JavaScript or any kind of database stuff or deep application stuff. This is just the shell and basically just the head of the HTML5 document. So we have our basic HTML head body tags. The first thing that we have here is the viewport, and we want to set user scalable to no, because even though this isn't a native app, we want it to appear as a native app. So we want to scale it as if it was not in a browser, but as if it was a regular native app from the App Store. So you can set different scales and device widths and defaults and stuff like that. The next thing we have this Apple Mobile Web Capable, Web App Capable. It's just a tip-off that tells the iPhone that this will be an offline app. This will be an Apple capable offline app. And the next thing we have is this Apple Mobile Web Status Bar Style. and this hides the status bar and the navigation bar when the app is offline. So it doesn't look like it's just a web app, but as if it was a native app. And the Apple Touch icon, this is the pointer to the image that we want to be the icon, which I'm going to explain next. And then we have the Apple Touch startup image, which will be kind of like it's a URL pointing to the startup image, which would be like the splash screen or like this startup screen. And then we just link our CSS files. We want to add these media, screen, mobile, and we want it to be able to detect what browser, or if it's a mobile device, and if so, is it an app, is it an iPhone. And then we just have the title, regular title, and then we have the body, and in the body we would have all our JavaScript APIs and all that good stuff. That's kind of beyond this slide, this code. But this is an HTML5 tutorial, so I'm not going to go into that, into specific JavaScript and so forth. So next we have icons and start screens, and when you develop any kind of hybrid or native app, you need to have certain icons and start screen, and they need to be a certain size. For this, the iPhone and Android are a little different. The iPhone icons should be 57 by 57 pixels, and these would be the icons you'd see like in the App Store on the actual device. And then the splash screen or startup screen should be, for the iPhone, should be 320 by 460, and it should be in PNG or JPEG format. And that brings us to the end of the chapter, section, and the end of the series. So you now know HTML5. We've went over everything from basic HTML, standard HTML4, tags and elements and attributes and all that good stuff, and we learned CSS, and we've learned HTML5 tags and all the new features, geolocation, application cache, all the great new features of HTML5, and we've also dabbed into CSS3 and the new selectors and so forth, and also JavaScript. I'm sure you learned quite a bit of JavaScript. So this is the end, and I thank you for watching. Alright, so as I said in the introduction, up until this point we've looked at different aspects of HTML5 and JavaScript, and we basically built a pretty much a static site, which was the blue developer directory. We did have some dynamic elements in there, but I just wanted to now create a project that is completely dynamic, uses a little bit more JavaScript, and we're actually going to use a bit of jQuery as well. And what we're going to do is we're going to build this daily planner application, which uses Bootstrap 3 as our HTML5 framework. Alright, gives us a lot of the design tools and things like that with minimal amount of work, easier than just creating something from scratch. So we're going to use that for design, and then for functionality, of course, HTML5, we're going to be using multiple elements. The feature that we'll be using the most is the LocalStorage feature. Alright, that's how we're going to store our tasks in our daily planner. We're going to use local storage, not session storage, so that it'll be in there until we go in and actually clear all the tasks out. Alright, we're also going to use other things. We're going to use HTML5 syntax. We're going to use things like the HTML5 date and time input, and a couple other things as well. So it's a pretty simple application. You can see I have 3 tasks here. Alright, if we want to add an entry, we just go up here and click Add Entry. That'll give us a nice form, which is formatted using Bootstrap. Alright, let's say we want to add dinner with wife, priority. Okay, we'll keep that at normal. The date, we have this nice date drop down, and then the time is really easy to use as well. Okay, so we can just say 6 o'clock, and if I just hit P, it'll go to PM. And we can also use this this arrow thing too. All right, so we'll submit that, and you can see that that's been added to the list. All right, if we want to edit, all right, let's say we want to edit this, and we'll change this to Dinner with Boss, and submit, and you can see that it's now changed. If we want to get rid of it altogether, or it's done, then we can just simply click remove. It'll give us a little confirmation, click OK, and it's removed. All right, then we also have this button here to clear all our tasks, which again will give us a confirmation, and then they're all cleared. All right, and they're all stored using local storage. And this can absolutely be an offline application. We're not using any kind of remote database or anything like that. Everything's stored in the browser, so it's ideal for offline use. So that's pretty much it. In the next video, what we'll do is create our initial file structure, and we'll also implement Bootstrap. Hey guys, in this video what we're going to do is set up our folder and file structure for the Daily Planner application. We're going to be using Bootstrap as our framework, which is valid HTML5, CSS3, and we'll also be using a little bit of JavaScript for our navbar. Alright, so if you've used Bootstrap before, then this should be easy for you. If not, it's still pretty easy to understand. It's a framework, and there's just, if we go to CSS, and you'll see on the right side here, we have these different links. For instance, let's say tables. If you want a nice table like this, it'll give you the code. Basically, it's just going to be elements with classes. Okay, so adding this table class is going to give you this nicely formatted table, nice spacing, and if you go down, we have a striped version as well. You just have to add the table striped class, and it's like that for everything. We have forms, we have inline forms for logins, horizontal, text area. It gives you all the different inputs. If we click buttons, you can have these different colored buttons simply by changing the class. You can see that this class here, BTN and then BTN primary, is going to give you this bluish button. If you use this success, okay, that's going to give you green. So really easy. Just about any element you can find here. If you can't find it here, then you'll find it on components. Okay, we have things like icons we can use, navbar. Okay, so this will give you your entire navigation menu, all different versions of it. Alright, so let's get started. I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it Daily Planner, and we're going to create our folders and files here. Basically, we were going to use Bootstrap, so let's go ahead and grab that. If we go to the Bootstrap homepage, click Download Bootstrap, and then we want to click this Download Bootstrap. Okay, so we'll open that up, click on the distribution folder, and you should have these three folders. Okay, we're going to drag these over. We actually don't need the fonts, so I'm just going to take the CSS and the JavaScript and bring them to our project. Alright, now what these have, let's open this up. We have a bunch of CSS files here. Basically, this one and this min CSS, they're the same file, just one has comments, one doesn't. Min is for minified. That just means that it's a little smaller in file size because there's no comments, things like that. And then down here, if you want to use a certain Bootstrap theme, you can do that. But we're actually going to get rid of this, get rid of all these. Okay, I just want the bootstrap.css. So I'm going to delete those. Alright, and if we go into the JavaScript folder, we don't need the npm. And then these two, again, are the same, except the minified version is a little smaller. But I'm just going to use Bootstrap.js. So let's get rid of this one. Alright, and what we want to do is create our HTML files. So index, that'll be our main page, and then we're going to have add.html, which will be the, that should be a period. Okay, so that'll be to add a task, and then we want edit.html. Okay, so that'll be to edit current tasks, and that's about it as far as the structure. Now, if we open up index.html, obviously we don't have anything here. So let's go ahead and I'm going to open that up in a code editor. And I'm going to use Sublime Text 2, but you can use any text editor. Let me just close these. Okay, let me get rid of this. Okay, so we have our index page, and what I want to do to start out is go to the Bootstrap site and then go to Getting Started up here, and then Examples. Okay, and then here it kind of gives you some boilerplate templates to use. I'm going to use this really simple one, the starter template, which basically just gives us our nav bar. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Control U so I can see the source code, and I'm just going to select it all and copy it. Alright, and then I'm going to bring that, let me get out of this. Then I'm going to put that code in my index file. Alright, so we have basic, we have our doc type, which is needed for HTML5. We have our head and body areas. Okay, now in the head area, we'll start here. We don't need a description or author or icon, so I'm going to get rid of those. The viewport is important if you want it to be responsive, and this application will be completely responsive, so it'll look really good on mobile devices. Title, I'm just going to change this, call it Daily Planner. Now the links to the CSS files here, obviously this isn't correct. We don't have a dist folder, so what we're going to do is just delete from here to here, so it goes right into the CSS folder, which we have. And if you remember, we're not using the minified version, so I'm going to get rid of this and just make this bootstrap.css. Alright, and then here, this starter template.css is only for the sample template that I showed you. Basically, we don't need that. I'm just going to change this to style.css, and that's going to serve as our custom CSS file, because we don't want to touch the core Bootstrap CSS. Okay, so we'll just add on to it with this file. Let's see, we don't need any of this here. I'm going to get rid of all that, just make this simple. And in the body, you can see that it has a nav bar, starts here and ends here. Then we have a container div. The container div will restrict everything to, I believe it's 960 pixels, so it kind of puts everything in the center. Alright, down here for our JavaScript, let's see, we're going to keep this line for jQuery. This one, again, we want to get rid of this dist, so we want to just take this out. Okay, now we do have our JS folder, and we're using bootstrap.js, so we want to get rid of this min. Alright, and then this, we don't need this here. Okay, so if we save that, let's go ahead and take a look at it. Okay, so the nav bar looks good. Now, the reason that this text is pushed up here is because we're not using that starter template CSS file, which has the code to bring this down. So actually, let's go ahead and look at that. If I go back to the demo, do a Control U, and go down to this starter template.css and click on that. Okay, it gives us the code. So what I'm going to do is just copy that and then put that in my style CSS file, which I haven't created yet. Okay, so we'll do that. And this will be where we put all of our CSS. Okay, we'll save that, and now okay, it's still not fixed. Oh, we need to add the CSS folder here. That's why. Alright, so there we go. Now our demo, or I'm sorry, our application is set up just like this demo. Okay, I'm going to get out of there so that we don't get confused which is which. Now I want to go back into the index file and just go down into the body now that the head's all set. So we have our nav bar. Okay, we're using the HTML5 nav tag or element, and then we have a, where is it? We have a link with the class of navbar brand, and that's wrapping your brand text or logo. If you want to put an image logo here, you could, but we're just going to change this to Daily Planner. And let's look at the links here. We have a home link, we have an about, and a contact. Okay, we're not going to be using those. I'm going to get rid of this contact, and then this link here, I'm going to say add entry. Okay, and then that's ultimately that's going to go to add.html. The home will go to index.html. And I'm going to get rid of this active class here. Okay, so if we save that, okay, so our brand's changed and our menu's changed. Now I want these links to be floated over here to the right. So it's pretty easy to do that. We want to, this div right here, okay, with the ID of navbar, class navbar collapse, we're just going to add to the class. So I'm just going to put a space here and say navbar right. Alright, and that just floats it to the right. So you can see that these pre-made classes are extremely helpful. We want to move something, it's as simple as adding the class. And that's it for the navbar, that's all set. Down here we have our container, and this is the content that's wrapped in it, that the container is wrapped around, which is this right here. We don't want that, so we can actually just get rid of all that. And then in our style sheet, style CSS, we don't need this class right here. We just want this body with the padding. Alright, so that should get rid of that. Alright, now what we do want here, first I'm going to put a header. So I'm going to have an H2, whoops, an H2 with a class of page header. Alright, and that's a Bootstrap class. It's just gonna make the, whoops, that should be an H2. It's gonna make the element the correct font size, the correct font, give it I believe it gives it a little underline. So in that, let's just put daily tasks. We'll say my daily tasks. Alright, and you can see since it's wrapped in the container, it stays in the middle here with the an even amount of space on each side. Alright, if we were to remove that container that's wrapped around it, it's just going to be on the edge of the browser, which doesn't look very good. Alright, so whenever you want to center content like that, and you're using Bootstrap, you just want to wrap it in a container. Alright, and even the navbar has a container, because from here to here is the container. If you were to remove it, then this would be over here like this, and we don't want that. So let's just save that. Alright, Now, you saw the finished application, and what we had was a table with our daily tasks. So let's go ahead and just create a table element. Okay, we're going to put that right inside here in the container. Okay, so we'll have table. I'm going to give it a class of table, and I want it striped. So I'm going to give it a class of table striped. Alright, and we're going to give some headings here, so we need a table row. And then inside there we'll have some table headings. Okay, we'll have the task. Actually, we don't need these spaces. We'll have the priority. Okay, and we'll have the date. We'll have the time. Alright, and then I'm just going to have a blank heading as well, because that's where our actions are going to go. It's where the edit and remove buttons will go. So if we look at that, okay, we have the start of our table. And this is still very static. We don't have any kind of dynamic functionality. I'm just kind of setting up the base template. And it doesn't seem to be striped. I think I put stripped. This should actually be striped. Alright, so now you can see that it has a gray background. Now, the last thing I want to do in this video is we're going to set up the button, the clear tasks button. Alright, because I want to save the dynamic stuff for the next video. Okay, so we just want to go under the table and create a link. Whoops. Okay, for now we'll have an href, which will just go to nothing. There should be an A here. And then we're going to have the class of btn and btn primary, okay, which is a Bootstrap button class. Okay, so there's our clear button. So the interface for the landing page is complete. In the next video, we're going to be building the add entry form and also add the functionality to actually add classes. Tasks. Alright, and I want to do that before we do the display functionality, just so that we can add them, and then do this. We'll do the display so that we can see the ones that are currently there. Alright, just a little, just the way that I like to do it. Alright, so in the next video we'll create the form and functionality to add a task. Hey guys, in the last video we created the front end, the home page interface, the table where our tasks will go. In this video I want to set up our add form. Alright, so right now add HTML is just a plain blank page. So we're going to open that up. I'm going to open it with Sublime Text. And before what we want to do is copy everything from the index page over, because we'll be using most of the stuff here, the head area, the links to CSS files and all that. But before we do that, I just wanted to add a few things here. One, I want the jQuery link, the CDN at the bottom here. I'm going to bring that up, alright, because I want to put that in the head. You can leave the Bootstrap JS down there. Okay, so I'm going to put that right below the title, and then we want to include our custom JavaScript file, which we haven't created yet. So we can do that with script, and then we want the source attribute. That's going to go to js/main.js. Okay, and then you just want to close that script tag. Alright, and we need to create that file. So inside JS, create a new folder, a new file called main.js. Okay, and we'll open that up. But before we do any JavaScript, we need to create our form. So let's first of all grab everything on the index page and paste it into the add page. And what I'm going to do for the title, I'm just going to say add task. Alright, everything else here should be the same. The nav bar should be the same. Basically what we want to do is get rid of the table and the clear all tasks. And then for the page header, let's just change that to add task. Alright, and we'll save that. And now if we go back, reload, and click add entry, okay, we now have the same base layout. So what we need to do now is create the form. So if we go to the Bootstrap website and go to CSS, go down to where it says forms and click on that. And this just gives us a basic example. So what I'm going to do is just copy this and go back and paste it right under that header. Okay, let me just indent this a little. Okay, so now we need to clean this up. We have a form tag. Okay, and what we're going to do with the form tag is we're going to add an action. Okay, so action is the page that it's going to submit to and where it's going to ultimately go. So we want it to go to index.html. Alright, we're going to give the form an ID so that we can use it when we're using jQuery. And the ID will be add task form. Alright, next we have the first field, which should be wrapped in a form group class. It has a label. I'm going to just get rid of this for attribute, and then the label will change from email address to task. Okay, the input type should be text. Class form control, leave that, and then we want to change the ID to task. For a placeholder, we can just say enter task. Alright, next is going to be our priority select list. So for the label, let's get rid of this for, and for the label, we're going to say priority. Get rid of the input because this is going to be a select list. So we're going to say select, which should still have a class as the inputs do, which is form control. Alright, also an ID, which is going to be priority. Alright, and then we want to close that select. And then we want to put all the options in the middle. So option with a value. Okay, so for the first value, option will be low. Alright, the next option is going to be normal. And we're going to make that the default as well later. Okay, normal. This should be option value. Okay, and then the last one is going to be high. Okay, so that's the select list. Next we have the date. So for the label, get rid of this side, this for attribute, and get rid of that, and we're just going to put in date. Alright, and then the input, we're not going to have this file, it's going to have the type of date. Alright, the ID will also say date, and we need that form control class. Okay. Alright, we'll get rid of this paragraph right here. We don't need that. Okay, we don't need this checkbox, so from here to here. Okay, we do have one more field, which is the time, so I'm going to copy this div with the date, and paste that in, and then we'll change this to time. And the input type is going to be the new HTML5 time. Form controls good. ID, we're also going to change the time. Alright, and that's it. Now we need our submit button. Okay, so we have a button with the we need to put an ID. Actually, I don't think we need an ID, but the type should be submit. Okay, class is good. Alright, so that looks good. So that should be our form. Let's go ahead and save it and take a look at it. Okay, so that looks good. We can choose our calendar, your time. You can use the arrows or just type it. So what we need to do now is make it so that we can add a task to local storage. So we're going to be going to our main.js folder file, and we're going to use a lot of jQuery here. If you have experience in it, then that's great. If not, then this is going to be pretty basic. Basically, with jQuery, you want to use a $, and then whatever element you want to grab onto, you can put in here. Okay, whether it's an ID, a class, an element itself. All right. So if I just put a P in here, this is going to take every paragraph on the page, because a paragraph uses a P tag. All right, and then you could do stuff with it. We could say like dot hide. Okay, and that would make every paragraph on the page hide. All right, for something more specific, we can say we have an ID of, I don't know, top. Okay, and that will grab everything that's wrapped in an ID of top and hide it. All right, so that's pretty much how it works. Now, since we have our JavaScript file in the head, what we need to do is we need to say if the document has been loaded, then proceed to do your jQuery. Okay, so the way we do that is to actually use the document object itself. Okay, you can see we have the jQuery and we're selecting the document, and then we're going to call a method on that called ready. Alright, and then inside ready we need to create a callback function, or an unnamed function, and then that is what we want to do. Okay, so let's say when the document's ready, we're going to alert I'm ready. Okay, so we'll save that and go ahead and reload, and now we get an alert that says I'm ready because the document's loaded. Alright, so everything we do with jQuery will be in here. Now we want to be able to add a task through that form, so the first thing we need to do is set up a handler. Alright, so I'm going to set up an event handler for the submit event. So I'm going to say when this form is submitted, then we're going to do something. Okay, so to do that, we can grab the form itself, which had an ID of add task form. Okay, and then we're going to say dot on. Okay, on is a jQuery method. We're going to say dot on submit, which is the event, and then the next parameter will be a self-calling function, and then inside that is where we'll put what we want to happen when the form is submitted. Alright, so let's just do a little test here and say alert form submit. Okay, so go ahead and reload, submit, and we get that alert. And then it goes to the index.html because that's the default behavior, because if you look at our form, it has an action of index.html. So if you change this, then you change the page that it'll go to after whatever needs to be done is done. Now, rather than sticking all the functionality that I want or all the code into here, what I'm going to do is set it up so that when the form's submitted, it calls a function. And it's going to call a function called add task. Alright, now we can create that function. So let's just label it here. We'll say function to add a task. And then we'll say function add task, no parameters. Now I should mention the way that local storage works. By default, local storage only stores strings, okay, key value pairs. But what we need to do is make it so that we can store an array of objects. Alright, so each task will be a single object. Alright, so we have to kind of tweak it a little bit. What we need to do is use a function called JSON parse, which will allow us to take those strings and create objects, an array of objects. And then we'll have another function called JSON stringify, which will change the object back to a string so that we can enter it. Alright, it'd probably be easier for me just to show you. Now, we're going to have a few fields per task. We know that we're going to have a task or a task name, the priority, the date, and time. But what we also need is a unique ID. Alright, so that we can target tasks individually. And the easiest way that I can think of to create a unique ID is to use the date, the exact date, timestamp, even the seconds, so that they'll all be unique. Alright, so let's first do that. Alright, we'll say add a unique ID, and what we're going to do is I'm going to create a variable called new date, and I'm going to set that equal to a new date object, okay, which is standard JavaScript functionality. Then what I'm going to do is create an ID, and I'm going to set that to new date dot get time. So essentially, we're assigning the ID is going to be a timestamp. Okay, this new date represents the date object, and this get time is a method that you can run on this object. All right. Whoop. Okay. Now for the rest of our variables, I'm going to have task, and we're going to set the task to whatever the user types in the form, and we can grab it by using the ID of the input, which is task, and then we're just going to say .val, which is going to get the actual value. Whoops. Okay, and we can run a little test here, and we'll say alert task. Alright, so what's going to happen is when the form's submitted, it'll call the function add task. It'll set, actually, you know what, I don't even want it to set the ID yet, so I'm going to just comment this out just for this test. And then it should get the value from the task input and then alert it. So let's save that and reload, and let's say some task submit, and then you can see that it's alerting some task. Okay, so we have that now to work with. Okay, so now we need to do the rest of the values. So we want to say variable task priority is going to be equal to ID priority .val. Alright, and we'll do the same for the date and time. Okay, date, and then we want time. Alright, now it's not mandatory. You can do without validation, but we want to have some kind of validation, even if it's just client side. Alright, so because we don't want people to be able to enter a task without a title. Alright, so we'll say simple validation. Okay, and what we're going to do is we'll say if task is equal to nothing, then we're just going to send an alert. Okay, we'll say task is required. Alright, and then I'm going to put down here, I'm going to put an else if. Okay, I'm going to say else if task date is set to nothing. Okay, we're going to do the same thing. Date is required. The time, whoops. Okay, so the time task time is equal to nothing. Then we'll say alert time is required. Okay, the priority okay, so we're going to say if task priority is equal to nothing, which probably won't happen because it is a select. But if it does, then we're just going to set it to normal. Alright, and then we'll just have another else, and that'll be if all the conditions are met. Alright, so let's try it out. If we save, I don't want to create an ID, so I just want to comment that out. And if we save and add an entry, okay, just put something, and submit. Alright, so it did submit. It didn't get stored yet because we haven't done that functionality, but it let us submit. Now if we just go and submit, it says task is required. Actually, you know what? It should return false because it shouldn't actually go to the next page. So let's say return false. Okay, we'll try again. We'll reload. Try to submit. Task is required. And it still redirects. Alright, so I think I know why that's doing that. When you have an event handler, you have the option to pass in an event. Okay, and we can do that by we'll just use E as the event. And then we're calling add task, so we should also pass in E. Okay, and then the function itself should also take E. Alright, and then down here, instead of return false, we're going to say E dot prevent default. Alright. Okay, we need some parentheses. Alright, so let's go ahead and try that. If we add entry, submit. Alright, so now it's not redirecting. Okay, so we just want to do that with all of these. Task priority equals normal. You don't want to do it for the last one, okay, because that's fine. Now comes the more difficult part, and this is where we're going to deal with the LocalStorage API. So we want to first get the items from LocalStorage if there are any, and normally to do that you would use LocalStorage dot get item, and then you'd have tasks. Alright, but we want to be able to use items as objects. Alright, so first of all, let's just set a variable tasks. So what we need to do is wrap this inside JSON dot parse. Okay, so and then what we're going to do is check for and see if there is any tasks. Okay, we're going to just say if tasks is equal to null, then we're just going to set up a new array called tasks, which is just going to be a blank array. Alright, and then we want to get out of that if statement, and we'll say variable task list equals this same thing. Okay, so let me just grab that. Alright, and then we want to build our new object. Okay, so new task object. Okay, so we'll say variable new task, and that is going to be equal to a JSON object. Okay, so we want it wrapped in curly braces, and then we want our fields. So we have an ID, and that's going to be equal to the ID variable, which we created up here, which I should uncomment. Alright, the next one is going to be the task itself, or the task name, I guess. So that's going to be task, which is right here. Alright, next, I'm sorry, not right there. It's right here, task, singular. Next will be the task priority. And we have a variable called tasks priority as well. Alright, and then we have the date. So task date. Date, and then the time. So task time. Alright, so that's our object. Basically everything that's being passed into the form, we're putting that in our object. And then what we want to do is add this object to the task list array. Okay, so to do that we can use the push method. So we'll say tasks dot push, and then pass in the new task object. Okay, and then finally we want to set the item. I'm going to say LocalStorage dot set item. Let's see, set item tasks, and we're going to set that to tasks, which is coming from here. But we need to wrap it inside of JSON dot stringify, okay, which will make it a string. Because remember, local storage can only store strings by default. So this is the workaround. Alright, so let me just look this up real quick, make sure everything looks good. Then we can run a test and see if this actually works. And let's just at the end here, just do a console.log, and we'll say task added. Okay, so let's go back, go to add entry, make sure it's reloaded. We'll add a task here, we'll say pick up kids. This should be no, actually, you know what? I want normal to be the default. So if I reload, you can see that it's low. So that's all we need to do is change the HTML a little bit. We got to find that priority, which is right here, and then the option with normal, we're going to say selected. Whoop. Okay, selected. Now if we reload, normal will be the default. Alright, so pick up kids, we'll keep it at normal. The date, we'll do tomorrow. The time, we'll say 3 o'clock p.m. Okay, submit. Now we didn't do the display tasks functionality yet, so we can't see it here, but there is a way to check. Okay, so if you're using Chrome, you want to hit F12 for Chrome tools, and if we go to the Resources tab and go over here to LocalStorage and hit this little arrow, you'll see this file that represents where we are right now. Click on that, and it's not here, so it didn't go through for some reason. Let me just take a look here again. So add task, new date. Alright, so I did find one thing here. We're saying if task equals null, but this should be a double equal sign because it's a comparison, not an assignment. Alright, so let's just cross our fingers and hope this works. What's this black here? Alright. What is this? Failed to load resource. Bootstrap CSS map. Let me just check something real quick. Huh. Well, I guess we can just ignore that for now. Okay, so resources, you can see local storage, we don't have anything. So let's go ahead and try to add this. Pick up kids. Let's say 3 o'clock p.m. Submit. And there we go. Alright, so you can see we have a key of tasks, and then the value is, it's an array of JSON objects, but it's put out as a string here because remember, local storage can only store strings. So that's the workaround. When you want to use this info, you need to just parse it back to JSON. Alright, but you can see we have the ID, which is a generated timestamp, so that's going to be unique. Task, which is pick up kids, the task priority is normal, the task date, and we can't see it, but it's also the task time. As you can see here is 1500. Alright, so that's working. In the next video, what we want to do is we want to be able to see these values on our home page. Okay, so we'll do that next. Alright, so far we have our application is able to add tasks, and it goes into our local storage, but we have no way of seeing that aside from using the Chrome tools, which obviously isn't optimal. So we need to create a function called display tasks that will list them out, spit them out in this table, and run every time this page is loaded. Alright, so let's go ahead and go to our main.js file. And the display tasks function isn't going to have an event handler because I just want it to run right away. So right here, I'm just going to say display tasks, okay, and that's just going to run it. Now if I leave it as is, we're going to get an error saying that there is no function called display tasks, so we need to create that. Alright, so we're going to say function display tasks. Alright, first of all, we need to get our tasks. So we're going to create a variable called task list and set that to json.parse. Okay, and we're going to, in here, we're going to say LocalStorage dot get item, get item tasks. Okay, so that's going to get it, and it's going to parse it as JSON. All right, now let's say if task list is equal to, I'm sorry, if it's not equal to null, then we want to sort it. All right, because we want the date, we want the top to be the most recent. All right, so task list equals task list dot sort, and then we need to create a helper function which is going to be called sort by time. Okay, and that's a little complicated to do the sorting here, but let's just create that function before I forget. So function to sort tasks. Okay, so we'll say function sort by time. This is going to take two fields. We'll do A and B. All right, and then create a variable called A time, and we're going to set that to A dot, and then the field that we want to sort by, which is going to be task time. And then we also want to set B time and set that to B dot task time. Okay, and then we want to return. And this is a little bit strange here, this syntax, but I'm going to say A time is less than B time. Oops. B time, and we're going to say -1. And I'm sorry, I can't really explain everything that's going on here because I fully don't explain it. Just know that this is going to sort it by time. So A time is greater than B time. Alright, and then one parenthesis over, we're going to do a question mark, and then a 1, and then a colon, and a 0. Okay, so that should sort it for us. Okay, I know it might be a little confusing. Oh, this should be var. Okay, we might have to come back to this if there's any errors. Alright, so back to display tasks. Okay, so this here basically is going to sort tasks. Okay, next, what we need to do is we need to create a for loop, or I'm sorry, an each loop, a jQuery each loop, to see if we have any tasks, and if we do, we're going to loop through, display that task. It'll check again. If there's another task, it'll display that one, and so on up until there's none left. All right, so first thing we want to do is set, what's going on? We want to set a timer, I'm sorry, a counter for our loop. All right, so we'll say variable I is equal to 0. All right, next we want to check tasks. Okay, so we're going to say if LocalStorage dot get item tasks, and we're going to say if it's not equal to null, then we're going to move on. All right, so we want to loop through and display. Okay, so we're going to use a .each loop. Okay, so in here we want task list, which is up here. Okay, so for each task list, then we want to run a function Alright, and this function here should take a key and a value. Alright, and then we're going to get, ultimately what we want to do is just insert our tasks into that table. So we need to define that table. I don't think we have an ID on it. Let me just check. No, we have classes, but we want to set this ID. I'm going to set it to task table. Alright, and then we'll go back and put that in right here. So task table. Alright, and then what we want to do is we just want to append. Okay, we're going to append table rows. Alright, so let's say tr for our table row. And I'm going to give it an ID. Okay, the ID is going to be the actual task ID, so we need to do some concatenation here so I can actually input JavaScript right here. So this will be value dot ID. Okay, and this value is coming from right here. Okay, we can actually get all of our values through there. Okay, so that'll be the ID. And then we want to add on to this, so we're going to use a plus. Alright, and then down here we're going to have a column, so TD, and then we're going to concatenate the task, so value.task will give us that. And I'm sorry if it's a little confusing. Sometimes I have a hard time with all this concatenation where you need to put these quotes and plus signs. So just bear with me. Now we just want to close that column. Okay, so we have the task. Next is going to be priority, I think. Alright, so we'll say value dot task priority. Alright. Okay, and then the next line is going to be the date. I'm just going to actually copy this right here. Actually, this should have a plus sign. Okay, so we get the date and the time. Whoops. Okay, value.date. Actually, no, this should be task date and task time, just so we don't get mixed up with any of the core methods. Then what we need is our links to edit and delete. Okay, so we're going to say plus, actually not yet, because we're actually going to use some HTML here. We're going to say href. Href is going to go to edit.html, which will be the form, but we need to tack on the ID of the task, or else it's not going to know which one. So I'm going to use a query parameter here with the question mark, and I'm going to say ID equals, alright, and then we want to concatenate on the actual ID, which we can get from value.id. Alright, and then when we go to the edit page, we should be able to grab this ID and do what we want with it. Okay, so let's now close this. I believe it should be right here. Alright, and actually I shouldn't do that yet. The text for this will be edit. Alright, and then next we need our remove. So we'll say ahref equals nothing. This is all going to be done through jQuery and JavaScript. All right, let's see, ID. I'm going to give this a link in ID of remove class. I'm sorry, remove task. And then I think that's it. Okay, so we want to end that, and then this will just say remove a. Alright, and then needs to end the column with TD, and we'll put a plus sign. Alright, and then we just want to end the row altogether. So TR. I'm going to bring this up a little. Alright, so that should do it. Basically, it's just going to insert a new table row with all the columns with dynamic data. Okay, so we can actually try it. Let's go ahead and reload. Okay, we're not getting anything. Unexpected token, line 38. 38 is here. Alright, so we have an issue with the time function. Oh, alright, so this here should actually be a question mark. Let's give that a shot. Alright, cool. So there is our task. Okay, all the information is correct. Let's try and add another one. Say meeting with boss, and we'll make that, let's make it high, and the date will be tomorrow, and the time, let's say 9 p.m. Okay, and you can see that the order we have pick up kids is first because of the time. If I go and change meeting with boss, oh, I'm sorry, we can't change it yet. We haven't implemented that functionality. So we do have our add functionality. Now we have our display. The next thing to do would be to create the edit functionality so that we can actually change our tasks, and then also remove and clear all. So we'll get to that in the next video. Alright guys, so now that we can add tasks, we can view them, we want to be able to edit them. Alright, so if we click on edit, it's going to edit.html, and it's also tacking on the ID of the current task, which is good because we need that to do a few things, to pre-fill the form, to actually change it, things like that. So the edit form is extremely similar, if not identical, to the add form. So I'm going to just copy everything inside of add HTML and put it inside of edit.html. Okay, and we're going to change a few things. Starting at the top, we're going to change this to edit task. Alright, and then down for the heading here, let's change that to edit. We want to change the ID of the form to edit task form. And that should be it for now, so we'll save that. And now if we go to edit, it takes us to a form, and you'll notice the form is empty. We haven't done anything in JavaScript yet. Okay, so let's go back to main.js, and up where we have our events, let's just comment this a little bit here. Okay, so we want to get it by its ID of edit task form, and we're going to say dot on submit function. Okay, on submit function, we want to run update task, which we haven't created yet. Alright, so let's go down here and create it. Actually, one thing different with the edit form, we want to be able to send the ID when we submit the form. So I'm going to create a hidden input that's going to have the value of the ID. Alright, so down here, right above the button. Okay, I'm going to say input type, and the type is going to be equal to hidden, and value. Let's see, value is going to be nothing for now because we're going to insert it dynamically. Okay, so just leave that for now. Actually, it does need an ID. So input type hidden, ID is going to equal task underscore ID. Okay, so I'll save that, and we'll go back to main. Okay, we got to create that update task. And actually, before we do that, we need to be able to insert the current task information into these input boxes. So let's just put that on hold and create a function called getTask, and that'll get, first of all, it'll look at this ID, and then it'll go through LocalStorage and find a value with this ID, and then we can actually grab the things like task, priority, and we can insert them into the form here. So let's do that. Now the getTask function, we want it to go out of the jQuery document ready. Alright, just so it's available to us before the document's ready. So that ends here, so we want to go under that and say function for getting a single task. Okay, and that's going to be function getTask. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is grab that ID that's in the URL. And to get, I'll show you what to do to get a query parameter. Okay, so which is this here, ID, and then the number. Alright, so we're going to say variable, and we're going to create a variable called get, $_get, and this should look really familiar if you're a PHP coder, because that's actually the super global to get values. Alright, but we're going to set it to get query params, which is going to be a function that we create, and we're going to pass in document.location.search. Okay, so that'll get the queries or the values or the variables, whatever you want to call them. And we're going to set the ID to, let's see, get ID. Alright, so that's what's going to get this. If we wanted, let's say this was, I don't know, if this was user equals something, then we would just say get, and then I'd replace this with user. Okay, so that's how you can get query params. Now we need to actually create this function because it's not that simple. Alright, so let's create that. Actually, you know what, I'm just going to paste that in. 1 second. Alright, so this is the function. Basically, we're using regular expressions to grab it for us, and then we're just returning the params, which allows us to do this up here. Alright, so underneath here, let's say variable task list is equal to json.parse, and that will be our item LocalStorage get item, whoops, get item tasks. Alright, and then we need a for loop. So for, and let's see, we want to put in here variable I is equal to 0. And we want to say as long as I is less than task list dot length, then we want to increment by 1. So I plus plus, whoops, plus plus, whoops, plus plus. All right, so that's our loop, and then inside the loop we're gonna check for the ID. So task list I, which represents the current iteration, dot ID is equal to ID. Okay, so we're basically looking for the task by this here, by this ID. Alright, and if it gets it, then we just want to set the value of our form inputs. Okay, so we use jQuery and we want the edit task form. Edit task form, and then we need to know the actual field. This one is going to be the ID, so it'll be task underscore ID. Alright, now what this is coming from is, let's see, right here. Okay, this hidden input has an ID of task ID. Alright, and then we're just going to say dot val, and we want to put in the ID, which we can get from right here. Alright, and we can do this with the rest of the fields as well. Okay, so we got the task itself, and let's see, we just want to replace ID with task. Okay, next one is going to be the priority. Okay, and this will be, let's see, task priority. Okay, next will be the date, task date, task date, and task time. Okay, now let's see if this works. Let's see if the input fields actually get filled. Okay, so we're on the home page, Pickup Kids. I'm going to click Edit. Okay, and that's not working for some reason. It should be filling these in. Actually, you know what? Get task is never being called. So let's go to the Edit HTML, and we'll just add a load handler onto the body. Okay, so we'll say body on load, whoops, is going to be equal to get task. Alright, so let's try that again. We'll go back home, click edit, and there we go. Pickup Kids is being inserted. It doesn't look like the time, the date and the time are. Let me actually go back here. See, meeting with boss, edit. Alright, so it's pulling in the name, so something's wrong with the way that, because even the priority should be high. So let's just check that out. And the problem lies in these IDs. Okay, so in the form we don't have the task preceding this. Alright, so this should just be priority. This should be date, and this should be time. You do want the actual variables to have the task prefix. So let's try that. I'm pretty sure that'll work. Alright, there we go. So everything's now being inserted. Meeting with boss. Okay, hi. Alright, so that's working perfectly. What we want to do now is we want to add the functionality where we can submit it and it'll actually change. And that's going to lie in the update task function. Okay, so did we create it? Okay, we didn't create it yet. We have the handler going to it, but now we need to create it. So I'm going to go down. Right here. Hold on a sec. I'm just going to go right under add task. Which is right here. Okay, so function update task. Now there is a lot in this function that's going to be similar to the add task function. So let's just go up here, and I want to grab this block here. Now you can see with add task there wasn't already a task, so you created a new ID, and we did that by using a timestamp. With update, we have the ID coming from the form through that hidden value. So the IDs will work differently, but this information will be the same. Okay, it's all coming in through the form. So for the ID, that's also now coming through the form. So we're going to say actually variable ID is equal to ID task ID dot val. Alright, so that's grabbing everything from the form. Now we want to, same thing with add. I want to grab this right here. Put that here. We're going to get the field simple validation as well. Whoops. Actually, I just want to see where this ends. So we want it from here. Let's see, where does it end? It doesn't seem to. Is this it? Huh. Anyway, I'm going to grab this. And just put an ending curly brace. And also we need to put that E in here for the event so that we can use this prevent default. And we also got to go way up here where we call update task. We need to put the E here and here. And I'm going to grab some other stuff. I want that. Actually, pretty much, yeah, I want all of this. Put that right in here. Okay, so it's doing exactly what the add task does. Now, if we're updating a task and we're implementing the add task within it, then we need to also remove a task. What we're going to do is we're going to take the task that we want to edit, we're going to remove it, and then re-add it. Okay. Right now we're just re-adding it, so I need to just add a little bit of code. Let's see, I think I'm going to do it around here, and this should actually be, I'm going to change this to task list. So task list, JSON parse, tasks. Alright, so that's good. Now we just need a for loop. So we're going to say for variable I equals 0, and we're going to say as long as I is less than task list dot length, then we're going to increment, so I plus plus. Alright, and then we're going to check to see if we have that ID. So if task list I dot ID is equal to ID, which is coming in through the form. Alright, so that if that's equal to ID, then we want to delete it. So we can do that by saying task list dot splice. So that'll take the value out of the array. And then we just want to pass in the iteration variable and 1, because we only want to delete 1. Alright, and then we just want to set the item again. LocalStorage dot set item tasks. Okay, that's the key. The value, we're going to wrap it in a stringify. JSON.stringify task list. Alright. So I think that should work. Let's go ahead and give it a try. Okay, so we're home. We're going to change, let's change meeting with boss. Let's just change it to meeting with wife. Okay, and submit. And you can see that what it did is it deleted that task, and then it re-added it with the same ID. So it's the same exact thing. Alright, that's how it works. You can change pick up kids. We'll say from school. And let's go ahead and change that to high. And we'll change it to 2 p.m. Alright, you can see that that has all changed. So in the next video, I'll show you how to remove tasks and also how to clear them all out. Okay, so we're almost there with our daily planner project. What I want to do now is make it so that we can remove single tasks. Alright, so we need to go back to the main.js file, and we're going to create a handler for the to remove a task. Alright, so let's say remove, this will be the remove task event. And we're going to do it a little bit different here. We're actually going to use a parent object here, which is going to be the table itself. So we're going to say task table dot on, and the first parameter will be the event, which will be a click, and then we want the actual element, which is going to be the remove task ID. And then a function. Alright, and then the function, we're going to do two things here. We need to get the ID, so we're going to say, actually, you know what? We didn't attach the ID. If we go back to the table and Where are we? Actually, it's the table's generated. So right here, where we have the remove link, we need to pass the ID, which is this value.id, through this link. So what we're going to do is use an HTML5 data attribute. Okay, so we're just going to add on an attribute called data, and let's just call it data ID, and that's going to be equal to, just going to concatenate here, value.id. Okay, so that way the ID is actually sent with that remove link. Alright, so if we go back to main.js, well, if we go back up, I'm going to say ID equals this, because it's going to be the remove task, which is the link that we clicked on, so we can access it using this. Okay, so we're going to say this.data ID. Alright, this right here, data ID, is coming from this right here, this attribute data ID. Alright, so that does that. We're going to get the ID, and then we just want to call the remove task function, and we want to pass in that ID. Alright, and then we just need to create the remove task function, which should be really easy. Let's go right here. Alright, and remember that's going to be passed an ID. And the first thing I want to do if we're removing something is just have a little confirmation. Alright, so we're going to say if confirm, and then we'll just pass in a little message here. Are you sure you want to delete this task? Okay, so if they say yes, then we're going to go ahead and create a variable called task list and set that to JSON.parse, just like we've been doing. Inside there is going to be a local storage, localStorage.getItem tasks, and then we're going to do our loop to find to make sure that we have the right task, which we've been doing all along. I can even just scroll up and it's this right here. Okay, so we're gonna loop through the task list. If it has the ID that we're looking for, okay, so this ID is gonna actually be this. Then we want to splice, which means that we're going to just remove it from the array. Alright, and then we reset the item with the object that we deleted, not there. And then I just want to reload the page, so I'm just going to go down here and say location dot reload. Alright, so let's take a look at that, see if that works. Let's go ahead and remove. It's going to ask us OK, and then it goes. Alright, so the last thing we want to do is clear all tasks, which is really simple. So let's make sure that that has an ID. Clear all tasks, it doesn't, so let's say ID equals clear tasks. Alright, and then we can just make a handler for that. Okay, so we want clear tasks, and we're going to say dot on click. It will run a function and we'll set that to just run a function called clear all tasks, and then we'll put that down here at the end. Alright, so this is going to be easy, but we do want to do a confirm. So we're going to say if confirm, let's see, do you want to clear all tasks? Okay, so if confirm, then what do we want to do? We want to run LocalStorage dot clear, and then we'll just reload. Alright, so I'll go back, reload, clear all tasks, okay, and there we go. Alright, so we have a fully functional task manager application that runs on HTML5 and JavaScript, and also using the jQuery library. Alright, so congratulations, you have finished your HTML5 local storage JavaScript jQuery application, and also Bootstrap, I should also mention. So in this video I want to really quickly just go over different parts of the project and what we've learned. A quick breakdown of the sections. We have the introduction, we have the Bootstrap framework set up, the adding of tasks functionality using local storage. Section 4, displaying tasks. Section 5, editing and updating local storage. Section 6, we added the delete and clear all task functionality. So we looked at the Bootstrap framework. If you've never worked with it before, then I'm sure you learned quite a bit. If you have, then it was a nice refresher. Maybe you learned some extra things that you didn't know. Basically, we talked about what it was. We looked at getbootstrap.com, which is the home site for the framework. It gives you all the little code snippets and all the good stuff. We downloaded the core files. We implemented them into our structure, which is the CSS and the JavaScript. We looked at the sample template as well and took some aspects from that. Valid HTML5 markup, and also HTML5 elements. We had a pretty good look at the HTML5 local storage API. We looked at how to set items and get items, and we talked about how local storage at its core only deals with strings. It's key value pairs, and the value is a string, but we do have functions that can let us kind of convert back and forth from string to JSON objects or arrays, and we use functions like JSON parse and JSON stringify to do that. Programming methods that we've used, we use the jQuery library pretty extensively, more than I thought we were gonna. For loops, functions, of course, jQuery each loops, alright, because we have to loop through our items in local storage to figure out if it meets the criteria. So basically, if it matches the ID. If it does, then we displayed it or deleted it or whatever we wanted to do. JSON objects and arrays. Array functions, we looked at things like push and splice. These are functions that can add to an array or delete something from an array. Dynamic output, obviously all the table rows with the tasks, those are all dynamic. And also event handling, so clicks, submits, things like that. So that's it. I want to thank you, and I hope you learned a lot from this project and from this course altogether. I realize this project isn't exactly something you would put into production right now, but it gives you something to start with, much like most of the projects that we do in our courses. We just want you to get a basic understanding of how to do basically CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete. And then you can go on to maybe add a login system and things like that using different technologies. But that's it, and thank you for watching. Alright, so we've come to the end of the course. Congratulations, you should now have a solid foundation in the core fundamentals of HTML and CSS. And you should have a good understanding of the newer HTML5 features, JavaScript, and even a little bit of jQuery. So I basically just want to go over each unit and touch on what we learned. Unit 1 was basically a complete introduction to HTML. I created the unit under the assuming that you knew nothing about HTML. So we looked at kind of an overview. We built a simple web page. We looked at HTML tables, lists, and also forms and input. Unit 2 was more about the presentational aspect of HTML. We used CSS. We looked at the basics of CSS. We used div tags. Then we got into more in-depth CSS, and we also started the Blue Developer Directory project. So Unit 3 is where we first looked at some of the newer features of HTML5. We looked at some of the new tags, such as header and footer, and other elements, and we also took a look at the new form input types. Things like the email input type, the time input type, things like that. Unit 4 was a little more advanced. We got into the canvas feature and how you can draw shapes and lines. I showed you how to do some feature detection to make sure that the user's browser is up to par with the actual code. We looked at the drag and drop feature, audio and video features, and also SVG, which was scalable vector graphics. Unit 5, we looked at some more HTML5 features, geolocation, which is a really cool feature. Obviously, we had to take a look at some JavaScript as well, because basically HTML5 gives you the platform for these things, but JavaScript ultimately powers them. We looked at local storage, web storage, application cache for offline web applications, HTML5 and mobile phones, and we also finished our Blue Developer Directory project. Unit 6, we kind of turned it up a little, and we built a fully dynamic daily planner application. We used the Bootstrap framework, Twitter Bootstrap, and we used a lot of the LocalStorage API using JavaScript and jQuery. And I showed you how to parse strings into JSON. We used objects and arrays and stored our task items. We looked at, or we added adding task functionality, as well as the ability to edit, update, and delete tasks. So that's the gist of it. I hope you enjoyed this course, and hopefully you learned a lot. Like I said, it should give you some of the core fundamentals you need, and you can keep going, and hopefully you'll be using your skills in the professional web development world. So thanks for watching.